This is a work of fiction created for entertainment. Any controversial or offensive statements serve only to develop the story and its characters. We oppose all forms of discrimination and intolerance. Please view this as fantasy, not reality.
I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
"Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me."
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. Chang Sun Wuji, though he knew that the emperor trusted Qingxiu, never thought that this trust could reach such a level. "Your Majesty, are you truly certain?" The emperor held a stack of documents in his hands. These are the charges against Zhang Xijie that Duke Qing uncovered in the Luoyang archives. He was executed by Duke Qing because of them. But even if these crimes are enough for execution, they are only a part of Zhang Xijie's offenses. That he was killed by Duke Qing should be seen as just. None of those he executed were innocent. I have seen that with my own eyes. Chang Sun Wuji thought for a while, then said, "I know something about this man. He was a very capable official. Since he took office, Luoyang's tax revenue rose by 70%. Your Majesty must also understand the saying, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish." He was hinting that it was normal for local officials to have flaws, and as long as they were competent, some tolerance should be given. Is that really so? The emperor shook his head. This man did indeed bring more taxes to the court. But the people of Luoyang lived worse every year. He was bleeding the people dry just to fill the treasury. This is a letter written by Duke Qing himself. It also mentions your point of view. You should read it for yourself. When Chang Sun Wuji opened the letter, he fell silent. Qingxiu stated that having capable officials was a blessing for the court. But if this meant tolerating them causing chaos in the provinces, then it was simply consuming the empire's future strength in advance. The extra taxes and land revenues they gathered were bought at the cost of the court's authority and the people's trust. In the future, the price would be many times greater when repayment came due. The court needs capable officials. Why not use those who are both capable, strictly follow the law, and are loved by the people? That is the real solution. Qingxiu was not just speaking empty words. At the end of the letter, he even listed names of some such men, saying they were suitable for use. They had all stood out in the last Imperial exam and caught his attention. Easy to say, but Chang Sun Wuji put down the letter. Competent officials are not made in a day. What if these men are only good with words and useless in action? The emperor fell silent for a few breaths. Do not use those you doubt, and never doubt those you use. Since Duke Qing recommends them, I trust them completely. The emperor's words were firm. Chang Sun Wuji knew that nothing he said now would change the decision. This military authority with the imperial seal, Qingxiu had already secured it. After a bit more conversation, Chang Sun Wuji excused himself and left. But the emperor did not relax. In his hand, he still held another letter from Qingxiu that he had not shown Chang Sun Wuji. This was Qingxiu's latest message, and its contents at first made the emperor hardly believe them. Qingxiu suggested that this year, the emperor should not launch large campaigns, but instead maintain the status quo and digest the territories already gained. Next year, once the newly conquered lands were truly turned into imperial strength, then they could take the next step of expansion. Though unexpected, the emperor agreed from the bottom of his heart. The Tang truly needed time to recover from constant war. The past 2 years of campaigns had consumed much of the empire's strength. It was time to shift the burden onto the new territories. As you said, this year the empire shall focus entirely on rest and recovery. The emperor made up his mind. Time passed quickly, and a month went by. The river narrowing works that Qingxiu had been managing near Luoyang were finally close to completion. Thanks to his generous payments, the common folk rushed to work. What should have taken half a year to finish, in his hands was done in only 1 month. At first, both officials and workers worried that narrowing the river would soon bring the first flood of the Yellow River. But to their surprise, not only did the river not flood during the month, it actually grew calmer as it was narrowed, and the water level visibly dropped. On the day the works were completed, Qingxiu personally stood on the dike and ordered the sluices to be partly removed. Release the river to twice its previous flow. This order shocked everyone. His decisions were bold one after another. Even He Guangyi prepared to run for his life if the water surged uncontrollably. Release it. At the command, the Yellow River roared downward in a mighty torrent. Waves surged eastward, sweeping through the narrowed channel with overwhelming force. Everyone's hearts tightened as they watched the riverbed rise, fearing the flood would overtop the dikes. But just as the floodwaters surged closer, something unexpected happened. The water rose briefly, then suddenly dropped. The massive torrent was weakened within the narrowed channel, becoming steady and calm, as if an invisible hand pressed it down. How can this be? Duke Qing is truly a divine man. He narrowed the river, yet the waters dropped lower. This is a marvel unseen in centuries. Does Duke Qing have supernatural powers? Nonsense, don't speak such things. You're the fool. I didn't call him a demon, he's a divine man. The common folk and officials alike were astonished. To them, this was as shocking as seeing the sun rise in the west. Even old men who had lived in Liaoong for decades had never seen the Yellow River so calm and so low. Duke Qing. From both riverbanks and throughout Liaoong, cheers rose for him. This river that had plagued the land for thousands of years, perhaps in his hands could finally be subdued. I don't understand, Duke Qing. He Guangyi, still dazed from shock, said, how did you do it? Could it truly be divine power? Qingxiu smiled. What, when you can't understand something, you must call it ghosts and gods. He Guangyi blushed in embarrassment. Not exactly, but this is beyond what I've ever seen. Never mind, I will explain. Qingxiu pointed at the now calmer Yellow River. This is no sorcery, but a clever method that makes the current wash away the silt from the riverbed itself. This method is called the water-confining sand scouring technique. Water-confining sand scouring? This saying made He Guangyi pause slightly, and when he looked back at the more experienced water control officials, it was clear they were also confused. Many of them had been managing the Yellow River since the Sui dynasty. When had they ever heard of such a thing? Qingxiu asked a laborer for a bowl, went to the riverbank, and scooped up some Yellow River water. Look here, this bowl of water, once it settles, half of it will be mud and sand. That is why the riverbed of the Yellow River rises higher each year, because of the silt that settles from the water. Traditionally, people thought that the main goal in controlling the Yellow River was to reduce the water's flow, to make it calmer. The common method was to keep splitting the river into branches, reducing the main current, and building dikes to slow it down. Doing this could stop flooding for a short time. But slowing the water also meant the silt settled faster, raising the riverbed until the Yellow River became an above-ground river. Branching weakened the flow, slower flow meant more sediment, and so it became a cycle without solution. The water-confining sand scouring method was the opposite: narrow the river, block the branches, and force all the water into the tighter main channel. This way, the current would grow dozens of times stronger, scouring away the silt and gravel from the riverbed, greatly lowering it. The silt and gravel would then be carried eastward into the sea. Over time, the deposits at the coast could even form new land, fertile farmland fit for cultivation. Two benefits at once. For thousands of years, many alluvial plains at the river's mouth had been formed in this way. So that's it. Everyone suddenly understood, marveling at Qingxiu's extraordinary knowledge. We only knew about splitting and blocking the flow, methods used for 1,000 years. Who would have thought Duke Qing could use the water's own force to scour the riverbed lower? If this continues, in a few decades the riverbed could drop by several feet. In a few centuries, the Yellow River's disasters could be solved completely. A genius. Compared to this, splitting and blocking really are clumsy tricks that only treat the symptoms. The officials all praised him, none able to deny such brilliance. Qingxiu smiled. The water-confining sand scouring method is useful, but that doesn't mean diversion and blocking are useless. Back in Yu the Great's time, there wasn't so much silt in the Yellow River. Easing the current was the most important then. He Guangyi felt endless gratitude toward Qingxiu. With Qingxiu's work, the river would not flood for at least the next 5 years. Though the achievement belonged to Qingxiu, 5 years without disaster would also be credited to him. Qingxiu had indirectly done him an enormous favor. The section near Luoyang was solved, but the Yellow River wound through all of Tang territory. Fixing one part of it alone was useless. By his own authority, He Guangyi could only gather laborers around Luoyang, and could only work on this short stretch of the river. If he tried to conscript laborers from elsewhere to narrow their rivers, the local governors would surely oppose it. They didn't know the effect of the sand scouring method and would think he was deliberately damaging their waterways. Looking at the endless current, Qingxiu knew the Yellow River could never be fixed in a day, nor by one man alone. The river wound across the empire, and its control would require the strength of Guangzhou, Guangdong, Hebei, and Shandong alike. It could only be done under imperial leadership. Flood control must be put on the agenda. It's rare that this year the empire is not at war. Since we are resting and recovering, water control must also be done. After thinking it over, Chingo decided to return to Chang'an and press the court to take water management seriously. And since he had already kept his promise to the people of Liaoong, stabilizing the Yellow River near the city, it was time to leave. He Guangyi. At his command, the man rushed forward. What orders does Duke Qing have? I plan to return to Chang'an and discuss Yellow River control with His Majesty. Wrap up the works quickly these next few days. In half a month I will depart, don't delay me. Yes. Rest assured, there will be no delay, not even for a moment. Hearing that Chingo was finally leaving, He Guangyi nearly wept with joy. These days, Chingo had kept him constantly on edge. Even while sleeping, he had to be ready to be summoned. Now that Chingo was leaving, he finally felt free. He quickly ordered the Luoyang officials to prepare carriages for Chingo and personally supervised the river work day and night, just to see this ancestor return to Chang'an as soon as possible. Liaodong. After all the rebel bands in Goguryeo were wiped out, Tang officials were finally able to establish stable order there. The great Tang army that had campaigned against Goguryeo could at last begin returning within Shanhai Pass. Ho Junji divided the expeditionary force into three: one part stayed behind to keep order and stabilize Tang rule, one part withdrew within the pass to redeploy along the border, the most elite part he left in Liaodong to keep watch over the Shi and Jurchen tribes who had only recently submitted. After all, they had bowed to Tang only recently, and it seemed that only Chingo could truly keep them in check. Without some troops left behind, there was no peace of mind. Only after making these arrangements did Ho Junji finally lead his army back, escorting the entire Goguryeo royal family, nobles, and ministers to Tang. These were the captives Emperor Taizong had personally named, and there was no way he could allow any accident to happen. But once the Tang main force withdrew, the seemingly calm Shi and Jurchen tribes began to stir. They dared not provoke Tang, nor covet newly conquered Goguryeo. But Tang's sudden presence had made Liaodong feel crowded, squeezing their living space harshly. To seize more room to survive, the two old enemy tribes once again turned on each other. After the Great War, many Goguryeo craftsmen had fled toward the borders. Quite a few were seized by the Jurchens. At first, the Jurchens thought these craftsmen would give them a great edge in weapons and armor. But when they clashed again with the Shi, they were shocked to find the Shi's weapons were far superior. Not only did the Shi have excellent metal arms and armor, they even had some crossbows, and they had learned how to fight in formations. The Shi people seemed to learn the essence of the Tang army in one night. When they fought, they did not charge blindly like common barbarian tribes. Even their formations and tactics looked proper. The two sides fought several times in a row. Without Goguryeo behind them to tilt the field, and with big gaps in weapons and methods, the Jurchens were beaten again and fled in panic. In the end they had to pull back again to their base in Zhenzhou, and even sent envoys to the Shi to ask for peace and beg for a truce. Heishui River, the Shi main camp. At this time, Chief Salih was drinking happily with his tribesmen, celebrating the great victory they had just won over Zhenzhou. They had won a sweeping victory in this battle, and even cut off the head of the elder brother of the Jurchen acting chieftain. They made it into a cup for everyone to drink from in turn. Everyone did very well in this battle. I myself cut off more than 10 heads. Without the help of the Goguryeo people, those Jurchens are all useless trash. After draining the skull cup, Salih slammed it on the table and shouted loudly. Ha 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 ha. Damn Jurchens, we have long wanted to deal with them like this. Those bastards owe us much blood. We have only just collected a little now. We must kill more Jurchens. Next time we will cut down all the Jurchens of Zhenzhou. We will also learn from the Han and build a skull mound from their heads. Everyone celebrated without restraint. The last time they were this wild and happy was when Chingo helped them take back the Heishui River. Suddenly, a herdsman ran to Salih's side and whispered a few words. Salih, drunk a moment ago, sobered up at once. Really? Where is he now? Soon, not long now. Salih quickly shouted, stop making noise. Quiet, quiet, the Lord has come. At these words, the singing and dancing tribesmen fell silent at once. Even the most drunken faces showed fear, and they all hurried to sit down. Before long, several tribesmen led a few Tang soldiers into the place. The leader among them wore a black robe and a bamboo hat that hid his face. When this man appeared, Salih rose and went forward to greet him himself. My lord, you have come. Why did you not send word ahead? We barbarians prepared only coarse tea and plain food, it may not suit your taste. Salih stepped up, but the black-robed man ignored him. Salih did not get angry, still smiling and serving carefully. The black-robed man sat down unceremoniously in Salih's seat. Salih hurried to order wine and dishes to be brought. Out! Take away all your food. The black-robed man scolded on the spot with impatience, scaring Salih so much he nearly knelt to the ground. Did you not hear the Lord's order? Remove all the wine and meat. No one is allowed to drink or eat. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at the black-robed man, not daring to move at all. Salih, it has been some time. You have grown capable, the black-robed man said, taking off the hat and showing a face full of cold ruthlessness. This man was Li Xiaogong, who had always faced Qingxiu with a smiling face back in Chang'an. Alone in the Shi tribe, he had the intimidation of 100,000 Tang soldiers, making everyone fall silent with fear. If the person the Shi respected and loved most was Qingxiu, the one they feared most was Li Xiaogong. Back when Li Xiaogong guarded the Liaoong border, the Shi were very rampant, often pulling the Khitans to raid across the border. After Li Xiaogong came to guard Liaoong, he first struck the Khitans with thunder, beating them to their knees. Then he used the fiercest and most ruthless means to attack and kill the Shi again and again. In the hardest fight, Li Xiaogong led only 8,000 men and smashed the Shi army of 30,000, killing the former chieftain on the spot and cutting down more than 10,000 Shi elites. That battle made the Shi as timid as quails. From then on, they trembled at the sight of the Tang flag. When Li Xiaogong left Liaoong, the Shi celebrated for quite a while. Now he had returned to Liaoong again. Though he was no longer an enemy of the Shi, seeing him still made everyone remember the general who had been like a god of killing on the battlefield, cold and cruel. Originally, Li Xiaogong needed to wait a long time before he could return to the battlefield. Just then, Qingxiu happened to be setting a plan in Liaoong, helping the Shi to destroy the Jurchens. So he thought of Li Xiaogong, who knew Liaoong extremely well, and had him personally support the Shi in striking the Jurchens. The reason the Shi's fighting power rose overnight, and the reason they got many discarded Tang weapons and armor, all depended on Li Xiaogong's support from behind. Of course, to get these things, the Shi also paid a high price. At the very least, every year they had to send Qingxiu large tributes of special herbs, eastern pearls, and other treasures. They wanted to wipe out the Jurchens in a hurry so that the goods they had invested could quickly turn into living space. Before this, Salih and Li Xiaogong had only exchanged letters, or Li's officers came to drill the soldiers in the tribe. This was the first time he had come in person. General, long time no see. You are still so radiant, Salih said with a fawning smile, afraid that a wrong word would make this lord change his face. Cut the nonsense. I came today to ask you, when will you wipe out the Jurchens for good? You took so many weapons and armors from the Tang, yet your speed is still so slow. Do you want the Tang army to go down and supervise you in person before you will work? These words scared Salih and the other Shi people pale. Absolutely not. We won a great victory a few days ago. The Jurchens suffered heavy losses. Bullshit. You have so many advantages over the Jurchens. Is one victory worth bragging about? I want Zhenzhou. I want the Jurchens destroyed. I don't want to see you play at war like children every day. Li Xiaogong's face grew more and more angry. Salih did not dare say a word. He noticed Li Xiaogong's hand was already on the hilt at his waist, as if he might draw it and cut off Salih's head at any time. But Li Xiaogong was not a man who lost his temper for nothing. Seeing Salih become so meek, he eased his tone a lot. Enough. I know you truly serve the Tang and have no hidden thoughts. It is only that the battle has gone poorly for a time. Only then did everyone breathe out. Since the elder had said so, the matter would likely not end too badly. You are exactly right. Since Duke Qing moved us, we only want to serve the Tang with all our heart. We dare not have any other thoughts. Salih still wanted to flatter a few more words, but Li Xiaogong impatiently waved his hand for him to shut up. Enough nonsense. I know your loyalty, but loyalty alone does not get things done. At least His Majesty cannot wait any longer. I did not come alone this time. More than 3,000 elite soldiers are already camped outside Heishui River. At these words, everyone could hear the hidden meaning. His next battle would directly crush the Jurchens, he might even mobilize Tang's main forces to do it. Salih's face changed immediately. On the surface, Tang troops helping seemed good. But at this point, sending an army was no help at all. The Jurchens were already near collapse. If fighting continued, Zhenzhou would fall into Shi hands sooner or later. But now the Tang came to intervene. After the war, they would seize Zhenzhou for themselves. All the battles they had fought before, all the men they had lost. It would all be for Tang's benefit. Worse, Tang already occupied all of Goguryeo. If they also took Zhenzhou, they could directly connect with it. And Zhenzhou had fertile wetlands fit for farming. Once Tang occupied the land, within a few years they could stabilize their rule. By then, the Shi would have no way to expand, and could only shrink back to Heishui River, hunting and fishing quietly under Tang's shadow. Salih suddenly remembered how Qingxiu had urged him to fight the Jurchens with righteous words. Only now did he truly understand what a great scheme Qingxiu had set. But regret was too late. General, the Jurchens are already at the end of their road. We can wipe them out with ease, no need to trouble the heavenly army. Before he finished, Li Xiaogong's burning gaze swept over, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words. You mean Tang's army would drag you down? Li Xiaogong slowly raised his eyes. And no, that's not what I meant. Did you forget how Yushi people came to this point? If Duke Qing had not supported you from behind, would you now be gnawing bark in the deep forests, or still slaves to the Jurchens, treated like dogs? Li Xiaogong stood, staring at Salih as if at a dog. At that moment, everyone fell silent with fear. They all remembered the bloody day on the battlefield years ago against Li Xiaogong. In this moment, fear crushed all the unwillingness in their hearts. All of this is Duke Qing's arrangement. Do you want to defy Duke Qing? I dare not. I understand. From now on, I will follow the general's orders completely. Salih knocked his head to the ground, not daring to utter another refusal. Go! Li Xiaogong put on his hat and cloak again, waved his hand, and left. The dozens of Tang soldiers followed him. Only after the sound of hooves faded into the distance did the Shi dare to rise. My lord, we fought the Jurchen so long, lost so many men, but the Tang won't even give us a piece of land. Can you accept being ordered around like this? Are we really only to shrink back to Heishui River? With Li Xiaogong gone, they barely dared to speak their hearts. And even then, only a little. If it's only giving up Zhenzhou, we can still stay at Heishui River to worship our ancestors. But if we go against Duke Qing's plan? Salih did not finish. He only sighed slowly. If that really happened, they might not even get the chance to be driven into the forests to gnaw bark. Under Tang, at least they could still guard Heishui River and live out their days. That would have to be enough. A few days later, Salih gathered all the strong men of the tribe, raising an army of about 40,000. At the altar of heaven, he killed Jurchen captives as a sacrifice and declared war on the Jurchens. As the great army set out, Li Xiaogong, who received the news outside Heishui River, could hardly contain his excitement. The time had come again to make achievements. This general rested in Chang'an for a year. Though Chang'an has music and pleasures, far easier to sink into than these deep Liaodong forests. But I still think only this Liaodong battlefield suits us. To kill, to fight, to win merit and establish a name, this is life's true joy. Li Xiaogong raised his sword to the sky. Men, follow me with all your strength. Exterminate the Jurchens completely. Burn their homes, wipe them out, and pacify Liaodong. The army gave no reply, only silence. But at that moment, silence was louder than any shout. March! At the signal, 5,000 elite Tang cavalry set out, their speed even faster than the vast army of the Shi. In Luoyang, the Yellow River works moved quickly, mainly because someone was eager for Qingxiu to leave. What should have taken more than a month was forced to finish in less than half that time. What surprised the people of Luoyang was that this river work even revealed upstream land that had long been flooded by the Yellow River. These lands, soaked for years, were rich with silt and nutrients. When they dried, they would surely become fertile farmland. Qingxiu already knew this, so he specially ordered He Guangyi not to distribute the new land outside Luoyang. When the new prefect of Luoyang arrives, he will distribute it. You are not to interfere. Qingxiu knew that He Guangyi had many ties to local nobles. If he controlled it, not a single plot would reach the people who truly needed it. He Guangyi showed no complaint. I will follow your orders completely. Qingxiu looked at his schedule. In 2 days, it would be time for him to depart. Carriages and horses were already prepared by He Guangyi. He could leave even now if he wished. As Qingxiu was considering whether to return to Chang'an right away, he noticed a dossier on He Guangyi's desk. It was closed, but on the cover Qingxiu could still see the 2 characters, Triumphant Return. Triumphant Return? Who are you preparing to welcome back? Qingxiu suddenly asked. He Guangyi's writing hand trembled. He quickly tried to cover the dossier as if by accident. What does Duke Qing mean? I don't understand. At first it was just a casual question. But seeing this reaction, Qingxiu grew more suspicious. Bring it here. Bring what? What do you think? Qingxiu frowned, his displeasure written plainly on his face. He Guangyi's heart sank. He cursed himself for being careless, for not putting the dossier away in time. Sir, I did not mean to hide it, only that there were too many things lately, and I forgot. Trembling with fear, He Guangyi handed the dossier to Qingxiu. When it was opened, it turned out to be a battle report from Liaodong that He Guangyi had received a month earlier. At that time, the Eastern Expedition Army was preparing to return to Chang'an. On the way, they would pass through Luoyang, so he was told to prepare food and rest for the army. At that time, Qingxiu was busy building the dikes, so all such small matters were left to He Guangyi. When he received the news, he did not report it to Qingxiu. Anyone could guess why. He did not want Qingxiu to know, and then stay behind to host the returning army. After all, Qingxiu had also fought in Liaoong, and had deep ties with the Eastern Army. If he knew, he would surely stay to host them. And then he Guangyi would have to spend more time bowing and scraping. I really want to know, do you hate me that much? Qingxiu tossed the dossier onto the table, looking at He Guangyi, both angry and amused. These men's skill in governance was not outstanding, nor could they bring real peace to the people. But when it came to tricks for dealing with their superiors, they had plenty. Duke Qing, forgive me. I only wanted you to return to Chang'an quickly to rest, instead of tiring yourself in Luoyang. He Guangyi hurried to excuse himself. No need. Qingxiu frowned. He had no time to think about how to punish He Guangyi. If the army was returning from Liaodong, they would surely bring news of the region. What he cared about most now was the situation of Goguryeo and the Jurchens. This was the perfect chance to hear directly. How are the banquets for rewarding the army prepared? They are long since ready. How could I dare let the soldiers who return from expedition go hungry? Qingxiu said lightly, I will note this matter for now. If in the future you please me, it can cancel this fault. But if I am ever displeased again, this and that together will be counted double. With a wave of his sleeve, he rose and left. Only after watching Qingxiu walk out the door did He Guangyi dare to relax. When he came back to himself, he found he was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. That was close. He really feared Qingxiu might suddenly give him a harsh lesson. With Qingxiu's status and authority, ordering the Luoyang officials to behead him would have been all too easy. Damn it, how could I be so careless and let this slip? He Guangyi wished he could slap himself. He had truly been too sloppy. But it was too late now. All he could do was handle the matter well. If he prepared properly to welcome the army, perhaps he could earn a bit of Qingxiu's approval. A few days later, the expeditionary army returning from Liaodong came in mighty force, raising clouds of dust as they neared Luoyang. Outside the city gates, even atop the walls, countless people had already gathered on their own to welcome them back. Cheers of joy filled the air without end. What a beautiful victory! My uncle's son died in Goguryeo years ago. They say his body was even used in a skull mound. Now the great revenge is taken. Now Goguryeo is part of Tang. Let's see if they still dare boast of such things. Exactly. The heavenly soldiers of Tang are mighty. But I heard it was Duke Qing himself who commanded this war. He must be the real hero. The people on the walls kept talking, while outside the army camped and enjoyed the meals prepared for them. Only Ho Junji, Li Ji, Shui Wanche, and other top officers entered the city to meet with the governor. Along the way, they were greeted by crowds of Luoyang citizens lining the streets. This grand welcome filled them with honor and pride. Especially Shui Wanche, this was the first time he was in the very center of such cheers. Now I finally understand why General Li, even sick, still went to war to win merit. Listening to the cheers, Shui Wanche sighed. This kind of acclaim easily intoxicates a man. On the battlefield we are only blood-stained fighters, but when we return, we become great heroes. Ho Junji laughed. As long as you follow me and Duke Qing in future campaigns, you will see more of this. Speaking, they arrived at the banquet hall prepared by the governor. But when they entered, they saw someone very familiar, an old friend. Duke Qing? Boss. They were both shocked and delighted to see Qingxiu. Qingxiu slowly stood up, smiling. Though I left Liaodong earlier, I came here to Luoyang to welcome you myself. Not too impolite, I hope? Old friends meeting again, joy beyond words. They sat and drank together, turning the formal banquet into a gathering of comrades. By the way, wasn't General Li supposed to return from Shandong by sea? How is he with the Liaodong army? Li Ji also carried the merit of destroying a nation, but no one expected both armies to return together. Li Ji laughed. When the army was fighting Goguryeo, we had many clashes at sea. In the end, we nearly ran out of food, so we had no choice but to land in Goguryeo and return with the main army. So, does that mean you also brought back prisoners from Hua? Qingxiu suddenly realized. Of course. Not only prisoners from Hua, but we locked them together with the Goguryeo royal family. The court named them as important captives. At this, Qingxiu's interest awoke at once. Among those captives, is the Emperor of Hua included? Of course. When our troops reached their capital, that old fellow crawled out on his knees, begging for his life. At that, everyone burst out laughing. Shui Wanche laughed too. I saw that Emperor of Hua. He only came up to my waist, and when he saw men in armor he shook with fear. No wonder we swept through Hua so easily if they worship such a thing as an emperor. Qingxiu cut in, since the Emperor of Hua is here, can you take me to see him? I am curious about this man. Of course, no problem. Li Ji agreed at once. But why is Duke Qing interested in him? That fellow is nothing but a useless fool. Qingxiu smiled. I only want to see what kind of pathetic figure this so-called Emperor of Hua really is, this man with nothing, who still dared covet the land of Tang. Outside Luoyang, in the military camp, several large tents stood. All the captured royal members of Goguryeo and Hua were imprisoned here. Although they were already defeated enemies, Ho Junji did not treat them too harshly, nor did he abuse them. Even so, the nobles huddled in the tents, lost and hopeless, convinced that death was near. Some even broke down crying, wailing in incomprehensible Japanese. When everyone turned to look, they saw the Emperor of Hua sitting on the ground, bawling loudly, while his young attendants tried to comfort him like a child. The scene was laughable, but the Goguryeo nobles did not laugh. Someone asked, "You didn't cry along the way. Why do you start now that we're in Luoyang?" The Hua Emperor sobbed as he spoke, broken and halting. I reached this Luoyang, saw the bustling city, and thought of my home in Kyoto, woo. Your Kyoto is also this grand and prosperous? No, it is only about 1/4 the size of Luoyang. At this, everyone fell silent. A capital built with the strength of a whole country, and yet only 1/4 the size of Luoyang? Someone sneered, then why cry? What has this prosperity to do with your poor backwater? Though Goguryeo and Hua had once allied to raid Tang ships at sea, in truth they despised the cruel, faithless, short Hua people. The Hua Emperor wiped his tears and shamelessly said, "If I could remain emperor for 30 more years, I would surely make Kyoto as grand as Luoyang." The Goguryeo royals, who had shown no smiles until now, all burst into laughter. "In that case, shall I let you return and be emperor 30 more years?" Suddenly, the tent flap lifted. Qingxiu and his men had entered without anyone noticing. The Goguryeo captives instantly fell silent. None dared make a sound. The Hua Emperor did not know Qingxiu, but when he saw even Li Ji following behind him like a subordinate, he was terrified and dropped to his knees at once. "We did not mean it. Please, your majesty, don't blame us, don't cut off our heads." He kowtowed and begged, leaving Qingxiu puzzled. "Your majesty? I am not the emperor." The Hua Emperor stammered in panic, "Even your great general follows you, are you not the emperor?" At this, everyone nearly burst out laughing. Qingxiu smiled. "I am no emperor. Don't put such a title on me. If His Majesty blames me, then you would bring me harm. Get up." "No, I dare not." The Hua Emperor carefully rose, but still dared not meet Qingxiu's gaze. Qingxiu frowned. "I told you to stand and speak. Why are you still kneeling?" I have stood." The Hua Emperor looked aggrieved. Only then did Qingxiu notice that, standing, he was less than 3 feet tall, barely reaching Qingxiu's waist. A dwarf. His body was fat, his face ugly, revolting to look at. I have seen Hua people's short bodies before, but I didn't expect their emperor to be even worse. The Hua slaves I killed before were taller than you," Qingxiu said with disgust. "Killed, by you?" The emperor's face grew even paler. You are Qingxiu? Duke Qing of Tang. You've heard of me?" Qingxiu was surprised. He had not thought himself so famous even in Japan. Yes, we heard you killed our envoys, and built warships taller than towers to attack Japan." After learning his true identity, the emperor grew even more terrified, not daring to look at him at all. His fear of Qingxiu was greater than his fear of the Tang emperor himself. Qingxiu found the little man amusing and teased, "Do you know what happens in Chang'an to foreign rulers taken prisoner like you?" Thud. The emperor dropped to his knees again, weeping bitterly. "We were wrong. We will never fight Tang again. Please speak for us before the emperor, let us return. If the emperor will forgive, we will cede land, pay tribute, and serve for all generations. Just don't have us executed." He thought that once sent to Chang'an, he would be executed. His begging was desperate. "How you are dealt with is for His Majesty to decide. We have no say. Once you reach Chang'an, the emperor will judge." Before finishing, Qingxiu smelled a foul stench, making him step back in disgust. The Goguryeo nobles scrambled away too, though trapped in the tent, they could only hold their noses. Looking down, they saw that the Hua Emperor's pants were soaked, he had wet and soiled himself in fear of Qingxiu. "Dog thing." Li Ji stepped forward and kicked him to the ground, cursing, "Before Duke Qing, how dare you act so shameless? Your dog's head should be cut off. Weren't we to be executed in Chang'an anyway?" The Hua Emperor whimpered, not daring to move. "Cutting off your head would only dirty the executioner's blade." Qingxiu had thought this emperor might show some dignity. Now he saw he was utterly worthless. "No wonder your shoguns take power. How could trash like you keep the throne?" Qingxiu shook his head, then suddenly recalled. "General Li, when you fought in Hua, did you capture their shogun?" Li Ji laughed at the memory. When we reached Kyoto, the shogun wanted to resist. But the emperor secretly had him killed to seize power back, then crawled out to surrender. Chingo shook his head. He truly had no interest in this man. The only value he had now was as a souvenir for Emperor Taizong. Though a very poor souvenir. After Chingo left, Li Ji immediately ordered the Hua emperor dragged out and washed. If this stinking thing enters the court like this, it would disgrace the Tang. After a brief reunion with old friends in Luoyang, Chingo looked at the army resting there and suddenly thought he could make good use of these men. Earlier, when he saw the Yellow River brought under control, its rushing waters made him feel that not putting them to use was almost a crime. Even if, in this era, it could not be used to generate electricity, it had to serve some purpose. At first, he planned to return to Chang'an and summon his skilled carpenters to build a water wheel that could efficiently use the current. But in this army that had campaigned in Liaoong were many special soldiers trained in carpentry. After all, when the army marched out, they had to build and maintain siege engines and machines, very precise wooden structures. The carpenters drafted into service were already among the most skilled in the empire. Of course, not as skilled as the craftsmen Chingo had personally trained, but good enough. He called these military craftsmen, personally handed them the blueprints, and explained in detail how to build and use the device. So water can be used this cleverly. If this water wheel is built, its turning day and night equals the labor of nearly 100 men. The craftsmen were amazed. They had seen devices that used water before, but none as efficient and steady as this water wheel, able even to harness the mighty Yellow River. The drawings only showed how to use it for irrigating fields, but the real uses were far greater. Once it is built, you will know its wonders, far beyond what you imagine. Chingo smiled. No time to waste. Build it quickly. Although his design was not perfect, for this era it was the most advanced machine possible. The demand for timber strength was so great that soldiers had to be sent into the deep forests near Luoyang to cut enormous trees. As the water wheel was assembled, the camp was filled with sawing and hammering, even drawing curious crowds from Chang'an. But none knew what this device was for. They say Duke Qing designed it, it must be something marvelous. People of Luoyang speculated, but none guessed correctly. Under Chingo's supervision, construction moved quickly. In just a few days, it was finished. When the great water wheel was set on the Yellow River bank, crowds from inside and outside the city gathered. Chingo ordered a channel dug to lead water beneath the wheel. Under the furious force of the river, the massive wheel slowly began to turn. As it spun, water was guided into bamboo pipes, flowing into a dug canal, and from there into nearby fields. It can do this? Gasps rang out. Water could be used this way. In just moments, the water drawn from the river by the wheel equaled what hundreds of strong men could carry in an hour. In farming seasons, watering had always been backbreaking. Fields too far from water cost half the labor time just for hauling water. It was exhausting, slow, and often led to quarrels over turns at the river. Now, with water flowing steadily into the fields, countless hours of labor could be saved. Even daily water needs could be supplied by its channels. The old farmers rushed forward, scooping up the flowing water. They were shocked and overjoyed. With this thing, we can water fields without hauling water. How much work is saved? Duke Qing truly has great talent. How much strength will this save us? If only a channel could be dug right to my door, it would be perfect. The people were thrilled, imagining endless water flowing to their homes. He Guangyi nearly burst out laughing in joy. With this in Luoyang, the people would have more time to rest, and even expand fields around the city. Next year would surely bring a great harvest. Ho Junji patted the wheel. The heavy timber gave a deep sound. Duke Qing, if His Majesty sees this, he will be delighted. Not necessarily, Chingo said. The wheel is too heavy. Ordinary water cannot turn it. He pointed to the raging Yellow River. Only such a torrent can drive it. Indeed, without Chingo's narrowing of the river, the current here would never have been strong enough. This only deepened his resolve to tame the Yellow River. If wheels like this lined its banks, Tang's grain production would multiply many times over. Gentlemen, this water wheel is not only for watering fields. He signaled, and craftsmen brought fittings to install on it. A massive hammer was fixed to rise and fall with the wheel's rotation, striking again and again. Forging iron. An ironworker shouted at once. Put a table under it with hot iron, and it can replace human hammering. Think how much strength this saves. Yes. It can strike day and night without rest. Men must pause, but the wheel never stops. The smiths looked at it with burning eyes, wishing they could take it home. Iron was costly because forging consumed so much time and effort. But the water wheel could greatly reduce that labor. He Guangyi roughly calculated, just 4 or 5 such wheels, working year-round, could equal the output of 1,000 smiths. Then came even better news. Chingo ordered 10 more wheels built, placed evenly along the Yellow River near Liaoong, so all the people could benefit. "Thank you, Duke Qing." The people cheered wildly. In just over a month in Liaoong, he had given them blessings beyond counting. They crowded to see and touch the wheel. Meanwhile, He Guangyi sidled up to Chingo, smiling. "Duke Qing, may I ask, what other wonders does this water wheel hold?" "At present, this water wheel can only be used like this. Its structure is too simple and primitive, it still needs improvement." Though others thought the machine perfect, only Chingo knew its flaws. It still needed constant refinement. "By the way, I've already taught the craftsmen how to make the wheel. You must oversee them, and get more built and put to use quickly," Chingo instructed. It was farming season now, and water was in urgent demand. No problem at all." "Wait, you mean you're going back to Chang'an?" He Guangyi suddenly caught the hidden meaning. "Didn't the governor always want me gone quickly?" "That's not what I meant." Suddenly, He Guangyi did not want Chingo to leave. In just 1 month, Chingo had given him enough achievements to last for years, even a decade. If he could stay longer, He Guangyi would gladly keep bowing like a servant. "Nonsense." Chingo ignored him and went straight back to Luoyang. Ho Junji laughed. "You're just a governor. To have Duke Qing's help once or twice is already your fortune. And you still want him to stay?" "You're right, General." He Guangyi sighed with regret. Now he finally understood why His Majesty trusted Chingo so much. Compared with Chingo's achievements, killing one arrogant, corrupt prefect was nothing at all. A few days later, Chingo returned to Luoyang. As soon as he arrived at his residence, he received a letter and several dozen taels of silver. After reading, he realized that though he had not stayed to the end of the last banquet, even in just 1 day, the red tickets he received were more than anyone else's. In fact, none of the others had half as many as Chingo. His cane wine was declared the uncontested first, and the silver was his prize. Though Chingo cared little, as prize money, it had some value. "Shopkeeper Chen sent word, many in Chang'an are waiting for your cane wine to go on sale," the messenger said with a smile. Chingo smiled faintly. His goal had been achieved. After so much effort, now everyone wanted his cane wine. Truly? Hearing this, Liu-chan was thrilled. She had worked hard to make the wine. Cane was an unwanted crop, so she had even bought land outside the city to plant it. For this wine, she had spent heavily. Now the time had come to profit. "How much cane wine is left in the house?" Chingo asked calmly. Because much of the cane rotted, only 50 jars were brewed, Liu-chan calculated. 50 jars. Far too few. On the first day of sale, they would be gone within an hour. If they planted more now, they would have to wait until next year's harvest. Too long. By then, all the advertising would be wasted, and perhaps no one would even remember cane wine. Even if its taste could still win the market, it would never be as hot as now. "Yu-chan, 50 jars are enough. Follow my plan, and these 50 jars will sell for the value of 500. Chingo carefully explained his idea. Liu-chan, never having heard such marketing before, was amazed. Selling like this, the cane wine will surely be the talk of the city. Of course. Chingo was full of confidence. Prepare well. This time I'll make cane wine the most luxurious product in Chang'an. A few days later. After morning court, Emperor Lier was about to return to Taiji Palace when a eunuch reported that Chingo had already returned to Chang'an days ago. At once, his heart tightened again. "Where is he? Summon him to me now." The eunuch was about to leave when Lier stopped him. "No need. I'll go find him." "Where is Duke Qing now?" "Your Majesty, he is at Baiwei-ju." Lier froze slightly. Now was the busiest time there, the crowds overwhelming. If he went, it would cause a commotion. They say Duke Qing is holding something there, a promotion event, with valuable prizes. It has drawn a great crowd. Shall we wait until evening, after the crowd is gone, before meeting him? Promotion? Prizes? That stirred Lier's curiosity. What new trick is Duke Qing playing now? The eunuch said, "I don't know, but many say the prize is especially precious. They say it is Duke Qing's newest wine." Now Lier was even more interested. If it was Chingo's invention, he had to see it himself. Pick a few strong palace guards. They'll come with me to Baiwei-ju. Then he thought again, and called for Empress Changsun to join. They had both been too busy lately. It was time to go out together and relax. At Baiwei-ju, the word "crowded" was not enough. The line stretched for blocks, filling 2 streets with a sea of people. When Lier and his party arrived, they couldn't even see the doors. At least 1,000 people were in line ahead. When will we ever get in? So many people. Princess Chingo was excited at the scene, waving to the crowd. If not for her parents, she would have rushed into the crowd already. In the palace, she had never seen such a thing. Lizzie! The Empress's voice was sharp. The princess fell silent at once. Last time, she had sneaked into Qingxiu's caravan to Luoyang and been locked up for a month afterward. Today was her first day out again. She dared not cause trouble and risk extending her punishment. Li'er frowned. He would not wait all day. He was about to send someone into Baiwei-ju to fetch Qingxiu directly. But just then, a thin, monkey-like man with a sly face stepped up to him. "Sir, do you want to enter Baiwei-ju? There are over 1,000 ahead of you. If you wait here, the event will be over before you get inside." When a stranger came up, Li'er's guards immediately moved to block him. But Li'er gestured for them to step back. "And you are? Master, judging from your presence and the fine clothes of your family, you must be from a wealthy household," the skinny man said with a grin. "Speak plainly. I mean no harm. I only saw you queuing here with the crowd, it doesn't suit your status. A gentleman like you, busy with great affairs, even one wasted hour could cost tens of thousands of strings of cash, no?" Li'er smiled faintly. In a way, the man wasn't wrong. "I have business to attend to. If you want to talk trade, find someone else." The wiry man quickly replied, "I don't want to waste your time. On the contrary, I can get you into Baiwei-ju without lining up." "You?" Li'er sneered. He didn't believe this fellow had ties to Qingxiu. A guard whispered to him, "Your Majesty, be careful." The man went on, "You saw yourself, this line will last till night. But we've had someone here since yesterday when curfew lifted. We secured a fine spot. With it, you'll be inside within a quarter of an hour. We know we can't climb high enough to reach masters like you, so we serve you in small ways. Just give the brothers some coin for their trouble, enough for a drink, and everyone's happy." The skinny man rubbed two fingers together, greed flashing in his eyes. Only then did Li'er understand, this man was selling Q spots. So in Chang'an now, there are so many ways to make money, and so easily? Li'er thought it odd. The man chuckled. "Not easy, we serve gentlemen like you. It costs little. Indeed, lining up wasted time." Li'er didn't bother arguing and agreed. "Good. 1 spot, 5 taels of silver, cash up front." At last, seeing Li'er hooked, the skinny man opened his lion's mouth. What? Since becoming emperor, Li'er had handled countless treasures, but he had not lost sense of money's worth. They were 10 people in total. That meant 50 taels of silver. Many merchants couldn't earn even half that from one trip of trade. "You're no poor man. Why mind such a sum? With the time you save, you'll earn far more than 50 taels, the man urged. But Li'er would not be taken for a fool. Though 50 taels was nothing to him, he would not let these people trick him. His gaze turned cold. He considered ordering his guards to seize the man. If not for wishing to hide his identity today, he might have already done so. The skinny man tried again to persuade him, but suddenly a large hand clamped his shoulder, making him cry out in pain. "You dog! Making profit from scalping places again?" It was Shui Wanche, glaring fiercely, terrifying to see. I didn't." Before he could lie, Shui slapped him flying. "Do you know how many like you I caught today? Get lost. If I see your lot again, Duke Qing will have you locked up for 2 years at least." The threat worked. The man clutched his swollen cheek and fled, his companions running too, afraid of Shui's blows. "General Shui? Master Li, you are here too?" Both recognized each other at once, shocked. Shui Wanche lowered his voice. "Your Majesty, why not send word before coming? I only learned Duke Qing returned days ago, so there was no time." Li'er looked at the endless line and smiled bitterly. "General Shui, can I have a small privilege, enter without queuing?" "Of course. If your Majesty had warned us, we'd have saved good seats. But now none remain." "No matter." Li'er cared little for seats, just not to wait for hours. By now, Baiwei-ju was packed full. Even the third-floor hallways were crammed, some bringing their own stools. Soon after Li'er entered, Qingxiu, seeing enough people inside, ordered the doors shut, no more guests admitted. Had Li'er come later, he might truly have needed to reveal himself as emperor to get in. "Brother Qingxiu." Princess Changel pointed happily at him standing at the top. "It's been over a month since we saw him. Friends, Baiwei-ju has been open for over a year. Today I thank you for your support." Qingxiu's gaze swept the hall, then stopped. He saw Li'er and Empress Changsun in the crowd. Their eyes met, and both smiled knowingly. In court, Li'er always sat highest. Now, in Qingxiu's place, Qingxiu was the one at the center of attention. Li'er shifted uneasily. He had never sat in such a crowded spot. "Today, Baiwei-ju will give you an unprecedented gift of thanks." Believe me, if you gain something in this promotion, others will envy you. The crowd's curiosity burned. By the sound of it, is he about to give us some new trinket he's made? Yuchi Jingda muttered with expectation. Qingxiu waved his hand. Maids brought out several boards, carved with numbers large to small. The highest number read 50 taels. I know all of you are regulars here, and you spend much each time. Tang Jian teased, Duke Qing, will you let us eat here for free forever? The hall erupted in laughter. Ha! Minister Tang is wrong. I run a business, not a charity. Qingxiu smiled. Of course I cannot afford to feed you free every day. But I can give up a bit of profit, so you pay less. That much is no problem. Duke Qing, explain clearly. At once, everyone's interest was stirred. As you all can see, Qingxiu pointed to the plaques. Take this 50-tael plaque as an example. Whoever buys it today is essentially depositing 50 taels in Baiwei Ju. Later, when you dine here, you can deduct up to 50 taels from your bill. But today, if you buy this plaque, I will personally add 20 taels on top. That means, with only 50 taels, you will have 70 taels in credit here. The moment he said this, everyone's attention was caught. Many of them were regulars, often spending dozens of taels at a banquet with guests or merchants. Buying such a plaque meant saving much money in the future. Someone asked, can it only be bought once? Of course not. Qingxiu's voice grew strong and persuasive. Buy 150 tael plaque and get 70 taels of credit. Buy 2, that's 140 taels, gaining 40 taels for free. The hall erupted. None had ever seen such a way of doing business, it was irresistible. As Duke Qing said, the more you buy, the more you get. Buying enough might equal profits from a whole trade journey. Many were eager, staring at plaques from 10 to 50 taels, calculating how much to buy. Seeing the moment ripe, Qingxiu poured on more fuel. Friends, this is no time for hesitation. These plaques are sold only today. After today, even with 10 times the money, you won't get them. A rare chance indeed. The hall exploded again. People rushed to buy. 3 plaques of 50 taels for me. I want 2, 50 taels each. I'll take 2 as well. Like snatching cheap vegetables, they threw down silver, afraid of missing out. In moments, nearly 1,000 taels had been exchanged. The speed was terrifying. No ordinary business made money this fast, and the guests were fighting to give it away. Duke Qing is truly a genius in trade. Liaoong shook his head. Even if all Chang'an's merchants were tied together, none could match this mind for business. Even Empress Changsun was caught up in the mood and bought 2 plaques of 50 taels. She meant them for Princess Chang'e, who loved Baiwei Ju's dishes. Thank you, mother. The girl beamed, clutching the plaques. So now I can come eat here often with brother Qingxiu? You may not leave the palace without permission. Empress Changsuan's voice rose again, her heart once relaxed now tense. Among the crowd, Li Yuchan watched in shock. It was the first time she had seen wealth gathered from customers like this. In just this short while, the money received was almost equal to several months' income of Baiwei Ju. Even with the discounts, there was still profit. And these wealthy patrons spent lavishly, whatever they bought, they would use up quickly. After the frenzy, the crowd slowly grew calmer. Money still flowed in, but not as wildly as before. Qingxiu watched carefully. He didn't care how much silver had come in, because selling plaques was not his true goal. This grand show was only a prelude. I thank you all for your support. He bowed. I only meant to hold a small token event, but since you've been so generous, I must bring out more to satisfy you. His words hung with suspense. He waved, and servants brought out a huge sealed jar of wine. No aroma escaped, yet all craned their necks to see. If Duke Qing brought it out, it was surely no common thing. Alongside the wine were a finely carved agate horse statue, gleaming and beautiful, and several Eastern pearls in a dish. The pearls especially drew eyes, even Liaoong stared. In the Imperial house, pearls were the highest luxury. His crown and the Empress's jewelry were decorated with them. And they came only from Liaodong as tribute. In Chang'an, they were priceless, rare beyond compare. What is he up to? Each item placed was more precious than the last. Clearly, they weren't just for display. Today, among those who bought plaques, the one ranked third in spending will receive this agate horse as a gift. Qingxiu pointed to the half-man-tall statue and announced loudly. The hall gasped. Such a treasure, he was giving it away for free? Surely a joke. Boy Qing, are you toying with us? This piece alone could sell for hundreds, even 1,000 strings in Chang'an. Chang Yaojin demanded. His words echoed the crowd's doubts. There was no such thing as free treasures. Uncle Chang, doubt me in anything, but not my honor. Qingxiu's face turned stern. I promise before all, this gift is real. If I lied, it would destroy my reputation. All of you are my witnesses. His words rang like iron. None could doubt them now. Everyone's hearts trembled at his boldness. Good. Duke Qing is truly generous. Tang Jian clapped the loudest. He had already calculated that his spending placed him third. Others regretted, if only they had bought less, they might have landed this prize. Tang Jian, imagining the agate horse soon in his house, could not hide the smile spreading across his face. Old Cheng slapped his thigh on the spot. You should know, he had only one plaque worth 50 taels more than Tang Jian's, and yet he still missed it. I say, all the plaques I just bought, I'll give them all to you. Look, this agate steed, could it be? No, Tang Jian refused very firmly, leaving Chang Yaojin even more frustrated. Even though everyone knew this thing already had an owner, quite a few eyes were still staring at it greedily. This thing really was mouth-watering. Duke of Qing, such a rare treasure, could you tell us about its origin? Among the seated crowd, Liaoong suddenly spoke. He clearly was very interested in this object as well. As soon as Liaoong spoke, many of the gathered nobles and officials felt the voice was extremely familiar. Looking toward the sound, they were almost so shocked they collapsed onto their chairs. Wasn't this man their Emperor Liaoong? Liaoong felt the gazes coming from all directions, but he still smiled calmly and did not reveal his identity. Everyone there was sharp. Seeing his attitude, they knew he wanted to stay hidden, so they hurriedly pretended not to recognize him. This honored guest asks well. Qingxiu smiled as he looked at Liaoong. The raw material of this item is agate from Qingtian in Daiyuan. Because its quality was excellent, the king of that country had it carved in the likeness of his beloved horse. In total, 13 were carved. Later, Daiyuan went through repeated wars and coups, and these agate steeds drifted into private hands and eventually spread through trade in the western regions. A few days ago, a western merchant, asking Qingxiu for help with some business, deliberately presented this agate steed as a gift. Although this thing was of great value, Qingxiu was not very fond of jade and stone carvings, so he simply took it out as a gift for others. Though it had historical roots, it came from the western region's countries and, to Qingxiu, had little value as a collectible. The origin of this item is not shallow. I've heard that Daiyuan's Qingtian agate is extremely precious. Something carved this perfectly could even be worth 10 times more. While the crowd was discussing, Qingxiu ordered the maids to bring up another tray and show it to everyone. On the tray were a few scattered eastern pearls, but of excellent quality, each about the size of half an egg. Many people craned their necks to look. These were eastern pearls. Not something any but royals and nobles could afford. Now he was bringing them out. Could it be? The second great gift is these top-grade eastern pearls from Liaodong, tribute from the Jianzhou Jurchens when I led the army to campaign in Liaodong last year. Qingxiu noticed the crowd's gazes growing hotter, as though they were anticipating something. That's right, just as you guessed, these pearls are also a great gift I am giving. As long as the total amount of your plaques reaches second place in the hall, you can take all of these pearls away. This declaration shook the whole room again. To give Eastern pearls as reward gifts, was there anything more outrageous? Across all Liaodong in a year, even counting the Khitans and Shi's tribute, there were not even 500 pearls, and all went to the royal family. Meanwhile, some circulated through trade, but only 200 or 300 reached the common people, most sold off or contributed back to the court. The rest of lower quality were kept by local gentry as treasures. And now, just by spending more silver, you could freely take away such high-quality pearls? Even flipping them for sale would bring enormous profit. Ha ha ha. Young Qing, well done, I like it. From now on, you should do more events like this with rewards. Chang Yaojin clapped and laughed loudly, while Tang Jian's earlier excitement had completely vanished, replaced with gloom. The two men's moods had reversed in that instant. Even Liaoong himself liked these pearls very much. He suddenly felt regret. Why hadn't he bid higher to win second place? Duke of Qing was able to obtain pearls from Jurchen tribute? Empress Zhangsun was also surprised. It's not strange. During the campaign against Goguryeo, the Jurchens only submitted to him. No one else could command them. With such authority, it's natural they offered him tribute. Liaoong did not find it unusual. Ah? Everyone looked eagerly at those big, round pearls. They really were enticing, but unfortunately, none of them had any chance with them. Yet after these 2 rounds, people faintly understood something. These 2 items Qingxiu presented were only rewards for third and second place. Then for first place? Everyone's attention focused on the big wine jar on stage. Aside from the pearls and the agate steed, the only possible prize left was that jar of wine. Could it be that jar of wine is the reward for the highest bid? People did not understand, but they grew more and more curious about the wine. Could this wine really be so precious, even greater than the agate steed and pearls? All at once, everyone was eager to see what was special about this wine, even longing for a taste. Since we've come this far, I think you can already guess what I prepared as the first prize. Chingo slowly stepped aside, pointing to the wine jar. This, as the prize for first place, is called sugarcane wine. The hall instantly erupted. They had long heard of Duke Qing's personally brewed sugarcane wine, famous at banquets, and all of Chang'an, high and low, awaited it eagerly. After all, everyone who had tasted it said it was truly the best in the world. Though they already expected the wine to be expensive, they had not thought it could be more precious than pearls. In the end, no matter how precious, it was still only a jar of wine. Chingo of course felt their doubtful gazes, but he was not anxious. He slowly explained. The brewing process of sugarcane wine is extremely complicated. To be honest, just this one jar took more than a dozen of my finest brewers at Baiwei residence nearly a year to complete. The ingredients used were also extremely rare, including many spices from the western regions. Each spice had to be refined by the most delicate methods for several days before it could be used. Chingo vividly wove an astonishing story around the sugarcane wine. Even Li Yuchan, watching behind the stage, marveled at his storytelling ability. Though she knew the wine's background clearly, she still felt dazed by his words. After this story, the crowd immediately looked at Chingo with deep respect. The man truly loved brewing. He was willing to pour in so many precious resources, just to produce one jar of supreme wine. Duke Qing really put his heart into it. This wine must be unmatched in the whole world. If it is truly that troublesome to make, perhaps its value is the same as Eastern pearls. Fortunately, I attended the banquet back then and was lucky enough to drink a cup of sugarcane wine. That taste was truly rare in this world. Yes, I also had the fortune to taste a cup. The flavor was fresh and sweet, unlike ordinary wine. Hearing people praise the taste of sugarcane wine so vividly, even those who had never tasted it felt their appetites stirred. Even Liaoong was tempted, wishing he could open the jar right away and drink. Could it be that even the imperial wine of the palace cannot compare? Empress Zhangsun couldn't help saying, at least dozens of jars of imperial wine could not be exchanged for those few top-grade Eastern pearls, right? Chingo listened to the discussion, knowing that his goal was already halfway achieved. The reason he had spent so much effort telling stories was not only to say how good his wine was or how hard it was to brew. It was to make them understand, if they missed today, who knew when they could drink sugarcane wine again. This hunger marketing especially worked on these wealthy men. They did not fear spending money, they only feared spending without effect. Sure enough, everyone was already stirred by Chingo's words. What about the agate steed? Agate could be mined in Dayuan anytime, and a skilled craftsman could carve one just as fine. What about the Eastern pearls? Precious, but produced every year. But this jar of sugarcane wine, absolutely unique in the world. Ha ha ha, Duke Qing, I'll gladly accept, thank you. From the crowd, an elder laughed heartily. This was Duke Yongxing, Yu Shernan. No one expected that this old man would turn out to be the most loyal guest of Baiwei residence. Liaoong was not surprised at all. He often chatted with Yu Shernan and knew that although he was old, he was extremely obsessive about fine food. And Baiwei residence, the top restaurant in Chang'an, was naturally his favorite place. Master Yu, congratulations. I see this wine belongs to you alone. Chingo clasped his hands in salute. Even I have only tasted a few bowls. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be the first in Chang'an to drink sugarcane wine to your heart's content. Yu Shernan was about to speak, but suddenly Chang Yaojin shouted, Young Qing, I want to buy 3 more plaques of 40 taels each. No one expected Chang Yaojin to suddenly buy more plaques. But calculating quickly, if he did, he would become the top buyer today. Then the sugarcane wine would belong to him. Yu Shernan did not expect someone to cut him off at the last moment, and his face grew dark. General Chang, isn't this a bit improper? I am already first. Haha, that may be true, but the sale isn't over yet. Surely Duke Qing can't forbid me from buying. Chang Yaojin grinned. I'm quite interested in that sugarcane wine too. Chingo was happy to see this, but pretended difficulty. Master Yu, there's nothing I can do. After all, everyone here is a guest. I understand. Yu Shernan waved his hand and said loudly, then I will add 1 more plaque of 30 strings. General Chang, if you're interested, I don't mind competing till the end. This immediately provoked Chang Yaojin's pride, as if he couldn't afford it. With these two leading the way, others in the hall also became restless. Some favored the pearls, some the agate steed, and some the sugarcane wine. Since it was not closed yet, they all still had a chance. I'll take 2 plaques of 50 strings. Give me 6 plaques of 30 strings, I'll go all out today. The hall erupted in another round of frantic buying, the scene hotter than an auction. The sudden frenzy stunned everyone. Some were so caught up that they shouted along. Even Liaoong almost couldn't resist joining, though luckily he held back. There were many of his own officials present. If the emperor himself set the example of wasteful spending, what would it look like? The unluckiest in this round was Tang Jian. In recent days he had just bought land and invested in a guild, so his money was tight. Originally he held steady in third place, but after this frenzy he was kicked out of the top 10. Seeing the agate steed so close yet suddenly far away, he truly wanted to smash his head into a wall. Fate was against him. Chingo, however, stood calmly at the side, smiling as he watched everyone buying. It wasn't about how much silver he earned today. The key was that he had raised sugarcane wine to a noble status. From today onward, sugarcane wine would not be forgotten. Instead, as time passed, it would stand firmer as a luxury. Scarcity makes value, that was always true in any age. After this final buying frenzy, only Yushernan still held first place. The second and third places had changed to two wealthy merchants. Chang Yaojin, failing to get the sugarcane wine, simply gave up. He had no interest in pearls or the agate steed. One of the merchants could have challenged Yushernan for the wine, but Yu was Duke Yongxing and determined to win. The rich did not fight officials, so the merchant gave up. Thank you all for participating. Today's sale ends here, but it is not the only one. If there are more in the future, I hope you will join again. I guarantee the rewards then will be even richer than today. At the end, Qingxiu's words whetted everyone's appetite. Could he really bring out even greater treasures? But no matter what, the sale ended perfectly, at least for Qingxiu. Today, sugarcane wine had been placed firmly as a luxury. In the coming year, he could release small amounts from time to time to keep people eager. Then, when next year's sugarcane harvest came, he could release it in large quantities and make a huge profit. Duke Qing, all the merchants in Chang'an together are not half as skilled in business as you. As Qingxiu was deep in thought, Liaoong approached with a smile, clapping his hands. Liaoong was quite surprised and said, I really want to know, how did you come up with so many business ideas? Even those rich nobles were all played around by you. I don't know either, maybe heaven truly gave me this gift. I was born suited for this work. Qingxiu laughed, by the way, your majesty came here without notifying me in advance, so I could prepare to receive you. That's not necessary. I did not intend to make a big fuss. Liaoong waved his hand. I originally wanted to wait until you attended morning court to discuss matters with you, but who knows when you will go. He really knew Qingxiu well. If there was nothing urgent, Qingxiu really planned to rest for a while longer before considering attending court. That's fine. Qingxiu gestured to prepare a private room. Empress Zhangsun, sensible as always, took Princess Chang'e outside to play. Li Yuchan, who was very fond of the little girl, clearly thought Princess Chang'e reminded her of Qingxiu's obedient daughter, Qing Ruyuan, and offered to accompany Empress Zhangsun outside. Once seated, Qingxiu changed from his earlier casual attitude and said seriously, the letters I sent to Chang'an recently, your majesty must have read carefully, right? Of course. Qingxiu had sent 5 or 6 letters. From the Jurchens in Liaodong to people's livelihood, he proposed more than 10 matters. Among them, he repeatedly emphasized 2 things. Restoring the people's strength, building facilities to benefit them, and managing the Yellow River. I thought you would urge me to seize this year's opportunity to quickly expand into the western regions. Unexpectedly, you asked for recuperation of the people, the same as the ministers in court. Qingxiu shook his head slightly. Though the proposal is the same, our thoughts are not. Their idea is to completely stop expansion and be content with present borders. But my idea is to rest 1 year, then expand even better. To secure Chang'an's safety, Tibet must be suppressed. To weaken Tibet, the Heshi corridor and western regions must be controlled, blocking them strategically and holding firmly the trade rights with the West, drawing in huge amounts of silver and wealth. To abandon such profit and vast territory would truly be a crime through the ages. I knew your vision is different from theirs. Liao's eyes were burning. As Duke Qing once said, the western regions are wide and rich in gold and silver. Without the thought of seizing them, one cannot be called a worthy emperor. Liao's ambition for expansion was no less than Qingxiu's. But I don't understand, why do you insist on managing the Yellow River? Since the Wu De era, the Yellow River has never flooded. And in the foreseeable future, at least 5 years, the Yellow River would cause no great harm. Your Majesty, if you manage the Yellow River only to lessen disasters, then the country will forever be drained by it, treating the symptoms but never the root. Why not think differently? What do you mean? Liaoong did not understand. Why not make the Yellow River into a river that benefits the people and the country, no longer flooding and causing endless harm, but instead irrigating fields and freeing the people's labor? Chingo was not speaking idly. He explained what he had done in Liaoong with the Yellow River, and how he cleverly used water power to make water wheels. He even ordered someone to bring the water wheels drawings and explained in detail its uses right before Lier. To think it could be so powerful? If he had not seen the actual objects, Lier would have thought Chingo was joking. If labor could really be freed so easily, it meant far more manpower could be used in more valuable places. Must we manage the Yellow River in order to spread water wheels widely? Chingo said firmly, that is necessary. Only the Yellow River can drive such huge water wheels. Though windmills can be made smaller, their efficiency is too low, far less effective than using the Yellow River directly. Can your Majesty imagine hundreds of water wheels forging iron day and night, and all people need to do is place the red-hot iron billets on them? The vision Chingo described made Lier hard not to yearn for it. Currently, iron forging was limited. In the army, very few soldiers wore full suits of heavy armor, only the elite. If iron could be produced endlessly like that, even archers could wear full armor. Are you absolutely sure? I mean, if the Yellow River is managed as you require, will it truly allow forging iron day and night? Chingo looked directly at Lier, expression resolute. It must be so, not a word of falsehood. Managing the Yellow River was no easy task. For the Tang to undertake large-scale management, the manpower and resources were unimaginable. Throughout history, dynasties avoided touching the Yellow River if possible. Many rulers acted rashly and worsened the river's instability, causing disastrous results. At present, the Yellow River showed no need of management. That meant if anything went wrong, it could cause even greater floods. Then millions of people would suffer. That year would not be for recovery, but for endless repair of floods. If it were other ministers, they would surely oppose without hesitation. But Lier knew, Chingo was right. At least, very likely right. To him, this was also a gamble. I can agree, to give manpower and resources to manage the Yellow River. After brief struggle, Lier agreed. Whatever materials or labor you need, I will help you allocate. Chingo said solemnly, in 3 years, your Majesty will know how correct today's decision is. Having resolved, Lier felt relieved. Then he asked Chingo about many details of the Yellow River project. Only then did Lier realize, Chingo did not want to manage it casually. He had a complete plan and route. So clear, it seemed he had planned it for many years, waiting only to carry it out today. This made Lier even more reassured. Since Chingo had done all the preparation, success was almost certain. By the way, in Liaoong I experienced many things recently. Your Majesty must know some of them too. Chingo suddenly changed the topic, implying something. Including your killing of Liaoong's governor? Lier slightly lifted his eyelids. The two men looked straight into each other's eyes. Lier did not suspect Chingo because of this matter, but he did not understand why the latter mentioned it now. I know your Majesty does not suspect me. It's just that I did not expect you to suppress this matter, not letting it stir waves in the court. Chingo had even prepared himself for Lier to put on an act and scold him. Lier did not speak, only rose and paced slowly. Those who impeached you in court, most of them were connected with local officials by family ties. I see the realm as a great enterprise for all ages. The people depend on Tang's strength to survive. But those local officials, far from the emperor, long ago became used to holding absolute power in their regions. And now, one person appears who, without the court's approval, directly executed a local court-appointed official. To them, is this not a kind of intimidation and suppression? Lier recalled when he once led armies, he had seen many local officials who held life and death over the people. Even the emperor's power in the localities was little more than that. So your Majesty intends to tacitly allow my methods, to use them to intimidate local officials? Chingo immediately understood Lier's intent. Lier nodded slightly. Exactly so. Not only will I not blame you, I will grant you the Jiajie to act in my stead and purge the localities. To straighten the court's atmosphere, I surely will. Wait, what, grant me Jiajie? Chingo suddenly came to himself. He nearly missed the key word Lier mentioned. Jiajie. Since ancient times, those who gained this power were either great ministers or powerful ministers, and most who received it did not have a good end. This power was immense to the point of terror, not only hard to wield well, but sure to bring endless jealousy. Your Majesty granting me Jiajie, have you thought of the consequences? Chingo suddenly laughed lightly. If I acted recklessly, granting me Jiajie would cause terrible outcomes. Lier looked at Chingo with a smile. I know you know the weight of things. Even if reckless, everything you do has its reason. Giving you Jiajie means you no longer need to hold back. You can go all out. I believe you can bear it more than anyone in history. Just like the killing of the Luoyang governor, if Qingxiu had held Jiajie, there would have been no such trouble. And once he undertook the Yellow River project, he would deal with many local officials and powers. By then, the corruption he uncovered would only grow, and he would need authority that represented imperial power. In short, I want to give you this power. I only fear you dare not accept it. Your Majesty is mistaken. With power in hand, who would refuse? I accept. Would Qingxiu ever decline power? Besides, this was what he deserved. The two looked at each other and then both burst into loud laughter. Back at the palace, Empress Zhangsun first took Princess Changel to rest. Li Er returned to the Taiji Hall. He had no mind to handle affairs, and instead ordered Yuan Tiangang brought in. Your Majesty, you granted Duke Qing Jiajie? As soon as they met, Yuan Tiangang asked this heavy question. Li Er's granting of Jiajie was not a decision made lightly. Beforehand, he had asked Yuan Tiangang to divine a hexagram. The result greatly surprised him. The hexagram was great prosperity. This directly made him decide he must grant Qingxiu Jiajie. With Duke Qing, Tang will flourish. I am not like Emperor Yang of Sui, suspicious of others. I will not be stingy with power. Li Er said calmly, today I called you only to divine again. Still about Duke Qing? Yes. I have decided to give him Jiajie. Though the hexagram already showed great prosperity, I want to know, how will it prosper? Usually quick to divine, Yuan Tiangang hesitated this time and cautiously said, to tell the truth, after the last divination, I secretly tried again. But I got no result, the hexagram was chaotic. Li Er frowned. That was not the answer he wanted. But Yuan Tiangong's next words eased him. Divination is to help people seek advantage and avoid harm, not to see the entire future. To insist on that goes against its true purpose. Since your Majesty has decided to fully trust Duke Qing, why worry about what a later hexagram might say? You are right, Li Er pondered a moment and nodded. He suddenly realized, since working with Qingxiu, he had been strangely bound to divinations. Just like last year, when the hexagram foretold disaster, but Qingxiu turned it around and saved the year. Heaven may bring calamity, but human effort can still remedy it. To be bound by omens was truly laughable. Yuan Tiangang, I have decided, from now on, except for the yearly New Year's divination, I will never again ask you for hexagrams. Li Er's words greatly surprised Yuan Tiangang, but also pleased him. This was the bearing of a true sovereign. I understand. Yuan Tiangang bowed slightly, then withdrew from the Taiji Hall. Though his status in court would now greatly decline, he did not care. For heroic rulers, how could they ask ghosts and gods instead of the people? 3 days later, Qingxiu attended morning court. He often skipped sessions, sometimes for a month or two, so no one found it strange. But today, seeing Duke Qing at court was rare. Even so, most people looked at him differently. His execution of the Luoyang governor, Li Er had never publicly announced how it would be handled. Today was Qingxiu's first time at court since that matter. Surely Li Er could not keep silent? Will His Majesty punish Duke Qing? At most, like before with the envoy's death, rebuke him, fine him some silver, and that's it. Don't joke. The one who died was a court official. Since ancient times, who could kill a court official in the provinces at will? What kind of person is that? Today this matter won't be brushed aside. His Majesty will certainly punish Duke Qing. I agree with you. The ministers whispered, but Qingxiu heard every word clearly. I've only missed morning court for a little over a month, and you all already have such big opinions about me? Qingxiu glanced at everyone and spoke lightly. The moment he opened his mouth, all the whispers stopped. No one dared to speak again. Qingxiu couldn't be bothered with them. Just then Li Er entered court, and the ministers bowed. My beloved subjects, is there any business to report? Li Er first asked, and after handling some trivial matters, he did not announce dismissal. The ministers all unconsciously grew tense. They faintly felt something big was coming. Looks like that kid Qing is in trouble. Not long ago, without court approval, he executed the prefect of Luoyang. How could such a matter be easily smoothed over? Cheng Yaojin noticed Li Er's calm expression and whispered to Qin Qiong beside him. But this time he got no reply. Feeling puzzled, he turned his head, only to see the seat beside him empty. He then remembered Qin Qiong hadn't attended morning court for many days. He was so ill that even when Li Er personally visited, he couldn't rise to greet him. Ah? Cheng Yaojin sighed, his expression dimming. Today I want to announce before you all a matter of great importance. Because Duke Qing had long been away from Chang'an, it had to be delayed. Hearing this, almost everyone assumed Li Er was about to strike against Qingxiu. That he hadn't dealt with him until now was the real surprise. If not for Duke Qing's special status and astounding merits, he might already have been dragged back to Chang'an in chains. Qingxiu remained calm, which made others secretly admire his composure. About to be punished by the emperor, yet his face did not change. Duke Qing. Qingxiu stepped forward. Present. The officials all held their breath. They knew what was about to happen. Liaoong stared at Qingxiu for a long time before slowly speaking. Not long ago, you went to Luoyang, managed the Yellow River, built windmills, improved life for the people, and executed the corrupt prefect Zhang Jijie. Though you did not report to the court but acted first and explained later, your intent was good. And Zhang Jijie's oppression of the people was excessive. You should be rewarded. These words nearly made the court officials drop their jaws. Qingxiu had killed a court-appointed official without permission, yet Liaoong did not rebuke him at all. Instead, he scolded the dead man and ended with, "Should be rewarded?" They wondered if they had heard wrong. But what Liaoong announced next utterly shattered their sense of the court. Thinking of Duke Qing's devotion to the people and countless great merits, seeing his eagerness to discipline local officials yet lacking power, I now grant him Jia Jieyue, authority in place of the throne. From now on, if Duke Qing, while inspecting localities, encounters corrupt officials like Zhang Jijie, he may directly exercise power to punish them, as if I myself were present. Jia Jieyue, the civil and military officials had never dreamed Qingxiu could receive such terrifying authority. And from Liaoong, such a wise and firm ruler. Liao's grip on power was beyond doubt. Even the crown prince had checks placed on him. Yet he could hand Jia Jieyue directly to Qingxiu. Unimaginable. But looking deeper, this was a disaster for most officials. Many of them had tangled networks of power outside Chang'an, with local officials tied to them by family and patronage. With Qingxiu's personality that brooked no corruption, if he visited certain places, whose power would not suffer? At that moment, many officials shared one thought: Duke Qing must never be allowed to hold Jia Jieyue. Your Majesty, what virtue or ability do I have to accept this? Since ancient times, those who held it were men of the highest talent. I cannot bear it. Qingxiu spoke as if to decline, though it was not real refusal. Tradition required 3 refusals, with the emperor insisting, and only on the 4th could it be accepted reluctantly. Before the civil and military officials, the performance had to be done, so as not to look ugly. I sincerely grant you Jia Jieyue. Compared to the great talents of old, what do you lack? Today you must accept. After the back and forth 3 times, Qingxiu was about to accept with feigned reluctance. But before he could, a voice suddenly rose from the officials below. Your Majesty, Jia Jieyue must not be granted. If power runs rampant and local officials can be punished at will, what dignity remains for the court? The one who spoke was Wei Zhang. He fired the first shot, drawing all the fire onto himself, letting the others who intended to oppose feel much better. Normally, many were annoyed by this old man, but now he seemed more pleasing than anyone. We ministers believe Wei's words are reasonable. Not that Duke Qing is unworthy, but since ancient times Jia Jieyue has always been granted with utmost caution. Though Duke Qing is devoted to the court and people, his punishment of local officials is too hasty. As far as I know, Luoyang still has no prefect, with only the governor filling in. Whether opposing Qingxiu outright, or fearing for their local power, officials all argued it could not be done now. They were clever, they did not say it could not be granted, but urged Liaoong to delay, or wait. As long as it was postponed long enough, with more affairs piling up, it might quietly fade away. Qingxiu did not speak. He knew this decision was not for these fools to make. They underestimated Liao's resolve. Liaoong looked at them with a cold expression, saying nothing. After a while, as their voices weakened, they noticed with fear that his face grew darker. Is my granting of Jia Jieyue for you to decide? Or are you afraid Duke Qing will cut off the bribes from your followers in the provinces? These words instantly made cold sweat pour from them, and they dared not say another word. My will is set. On what grounds do you delay and resist me? Do you expect to choose who should receive Jia Jieyue in the future? This was even heavier than before, and the officials were so shocked they fell to their knees on the spot. We dare not. How could we have such thoughts? Whomever His Majesty appoints is heaven's will. We can only follow heaven's will, how dare we command it? Since His Majesty believes Duke Qing worthy of the Jia Jieyue, then he deserves it. We have no more objections. It was Liao's imperial authority, just a few words, and they no longer dared utter a single complaint. Usually Liao humbled himself, even keeping Wei Zhang, who constantly rebuked him, as a mirror for himself. They had truly thought they could casually point fingers at a matter Liao had already decided. These fools. Xiao Yu shook his head slightly, mocking the kneeling ministers in his heart, thinking they looked like clowns. He himself had only just learned of the Jiajie today. As chancellor, he had not spoken a word of opposition. But these idiots, seeing Wei Zheng make a stand, actually thought they could copy him one by one. Wei Zheng did not fear losing his head, but could they compare? I know that today, when I grant Duke Qing the Jiajie, many in court still refuse to accept it, thinking I act too rashly. Li'er slapped the dragon throne and suddenly stood up. The heavy sound echoed through the hall, shaking hearts. Aside from the echo, silence filled the court. Duke Qing has governed the people and expanded our land by 1,000 miles in war. Any one of his achievements is enough to make him a duke. To give him Jiajie, what is there to oppose? If anyone can match Duke Qing's merits, I will grant him Jiajie as well. But who can? When it came to merit, no one had anything to say. Even if all the ministers combined their military merits, it was not half of Qingxiu's. What could they argue? What I grant today, if anyone dares speak against it again. Li'er sat back down. Though he said no more, everyone knew the consequences. I grant Duke Qing the Jiajie to act in my stead. To see the Jiajie is as if to see me. All matters may bypass the court, to act first and report later. Qingxiu, naturally, replied smoothly, "Thank you, your majesty." If before the ministers only looked up to him, now it was full respect and awe. Even Gao Shilian grew dispirited. He no longer dared oppose Qingxiu in anything. Qingxiu could now freely cut down Gao's allies in court, and Gao had no way to respond. But it was not finished. Li'er then announced openly. He ordered Qingxiu to take charge of managing the Yellow River across the Tang realm, from its source to the sea mouth, with full authority. All local officials along the Yellow River must obey Duke Qing's command. All financial and material resources are his to use. Any who disobey, Duke Qing may execute first and then report to court. Only now did the ministers realize why Li'er had first granted the Jiajie. It was preparation for this. The Yellow River flowed through Tang's fertile heartlands, where most officials were allies of court ministers. With Jiajie in hand, Qingxiu could execute their subordinates at will, and none of them could say a word. Now, their local underlings would have to restrain themselves. The ministers inwardly wailed. To govern the Yellow River while also disciplining officials, Li'er truly meant to purge the realm with thunderous force. I said before, this year must be used to restore the people. Naturally, within this year, the mountains and rivers of the country must also be set in order, and the pests of past years dealt with. Otherwise, even if we win battles abroad, most spoils will be swallowed by local officials. How then could we face the soldiers fighting outside, or the commoners toiling at home? Li'er looked at Qingxiu again. Duke Qing, my demand is not high. Within 5 years, make the Yellow River flow smoothly, and guarantee no breaches for 50 years. How is it? But anyone who knew the Yellow River knew, that was by no means a low demand. If it flooded 2 or 3 times a year, if it breached once in 2 years, it was already considered well managed. No breaches for 50 years, that was absurd. 5 years is too long. In my view, at most 3 years. Qingxiu's words made all the ministers' hearts tighten. Though they were used to seeing him make impossible pledges, this promise still shook them. In an instant, no one had objections to his Jiajie. The responsibility and power matched perfectly. When things settled, Li'er was about to dismiss court. But Qingxiu suddenly stepped forward. Your Majesty, I heard Liaoong still has no prefect. Today's appointments are tight. There is no suitable candidate for Luoyang's prefect, so the governor is filling in for now. Luoyang was no ordinary city. It was the eastern capital, the first stop beyond the passes. The court used Luoyang to control the east. Its importance was beyond words. Unless an official was capable and deeply trusted, he would never be sent there. Though Zhang Jijie had many crimes, he was indeed a capable minister, otherwise he would not have held such a post. So while Li'er outwardly said his execution was deserved, he was troubled at not being able to fill the vacancy quickly. I have a candidate who can serve as prefect of Luoyang, to share your Majesty's burden. Qingxiu's words shocked all. Even Li'er grew curious. Who could Qingxiu recommend? Who is this person? The Tanhua of the last palace exam, Huang Qianhe. Qingxiu confidently gave the name. Huang Qianhe. To the ministers, the name was strange. Almost none knew it. Wait, isn't he just a registrar at the Ministry of Rights? One man suddenly remembered and revealed his identity, leaving the court even more stunned. This man had only ever held a petty post, with light duties. On what basis could he be made prefect of Luoyang? Huang Qianhe never imagined it. He had only worked half a year at the Ministry of Rights, in a low-ranking registrar post. And suddenly, an edict fell on his head, naming him prefect of Luoyang. Even after the eunuch finished reading, he thought he was dreaming. His colleagues who heard the edict looked at him with blazing envy. Why don't you accept the decree? The eunuch barked, and Huang Qianhe finally came to his senses, rushing forward to receive it. It's real, but why would His Majesty appoint me as prefect of Luoyang? Holding the imperial edict, Huang Qianhe could not understand. Boy, cough cough, I should say, Lord Huang from now on. The eunuch smiled at him. Do you know who recommended you? Huang Qianhe quickly shook his head. This humble official does not know. I only know that I have worked sincerely in the court and have never met any great figures. He could not believe he was promoted just because he did his duties well. How outstanding would he have to be to suddenly parachute into Luoyang as prefect? You really don't know? The eunuch was puzzled, but seeing Huang Qianhe's expression, it didn't seem like an act. This humble official truly does not know. Could you, father-in-law, give me some guidance? It was Duke Qing. In court he personally recommended you to His Majesty, saying that once you arrive in Luoyang you will surely accomplish great achievements. The eunuch winked at him. Strange indeed. Who would have thought a small registrar like you could cling to Duke Qing's great tree? How did you do it? His question was exactly what Huang Qianhe wanted to ask himself. If it was about Duke Qing, he only remembered their single connection. During the palace exam, Duke Qing himself had written the questions, and he had praised Huang's performance greatly. But after that, not only had he not built a relationship with Duke Qing, he hadn't even seen him once. In any case, from now on you must properly thank Duke Qing. Don't let his effort be wasted, the eunuch reminded. Yes, thank you for the advice. So, in such a muddled way, Huang Qianhe was promoted. He had planned to visit Duke Qing's residence after finishing his duties, but unexpectedly the court's order was for him to depart immediately. He had to set out for Luoyang today. Huang had wanted to stop by Duke Qing's mansion before leaving, but unfortunately Qingxiu was not at home. With no choice, he set out first, planning to thank him in the future. Of course, Qingxiu indeed had matters at hand. Huang was just a step late. Before him, Sun Simiao had personally come to invite Qingxiu to Qingxin Hall. Qingxin Hall was the largest medical hall in Chang'an. Qingxiu had heard of it, but did not know who its master was. Entering, he saw medicine chests full of rare herbs, seldom seen in the markets. And in such a grand medical hall, even poor commoners could get treatment and medicine, the fees always within their means. Even the rare medicines were no exception. Qingxin Hall was practically running at a loss. The owner of this hall is no ordinary person. He must be a famous physician of great medical virtue, Qingxiu judged. Sun Simiao showed a guilty look. For Duke Qing to say this truly shames me. Haha, I meant the owner of this hall. Wait, don't tell me the owner is you. It is so. Sun Simiao sighed. Back in the chaos at the end of Sui, I already had some fame among the people. Many gentry and merchants invited me to treat them, and I earned quite a bit. But the more I practiced, the more I saw the world suffering. I alone could not save it. So I spent all my wealth to build this medical hall. Not for profit, but so the poor of Chang'an could afford treatment, and not die at home for lack of money. Qingxiu recalled when he first met Sun Simiao, he was practicing medicine in a village hut, poor like a barefoot doctor. Who would have thought he could now own such a grand hall in the busiest part of Chang'an? When Sun Simiao arrived, all the physicians stood up. Greetings, master. Why do you have time today? Is your health well? Sun Simiao gestured for quiet, then said, Everyone, this is the famous Duke Qing of Chang'an. He pointed to Qingxiu, and the physicians looked at him with deep admiration. We have long heard of you. You healed General Li's back sore, and in half a month brought him almost to recovery. That is a divine doctor descended to earth. Duke Qing's skills are extraordinary, we admire you to the utmost. Clearly, compared to his political and military status, they revered his medical skill even more. No wonder, they alone knew how miraculous it was to cure such sores. Today, those present are not only my students, but also some imperial physicians and famous doctors of the city. Indeed, Sun Simiao had gathered half of Chang'an's medical world. Please, sit down. As soon as Qingxiu sat, he found they were still standing respectfully, which made him a bit embarrassed. Only after several gestures did they finally sit, though their reverent faces did not change. We all heard, you are willing to let us use the tools and medicines you employed for General Li's treatment, free of charge. Is that true? One physician couldn't help but ask first. He had at least 40 patients with back and foot sores. If he could get those instruments and medicines, it would mean their lives saved. Of course it can be provided freely. Qingxiu noticed a few physicians looking visibly excited. But not without condition. Surely Master Sun already told you. His requirement was that before receiving the tools, each physician had to submit one excellent prescription. Once submitted, Qingxiu would provide them medicines continuously. on the condition they be used to treat the common people. If they treated nobles and received payment, aside from keeping their fair share, the rest must be handed untouched to Qingxin Hall to cover expenses. Most of these doctors came from families practicing medicine for generations. Qingxiu believed they surely had effective prescriptions. Sure enough, when he spoke, some looked troubled. I say, must you hesitate over this? Sun Simiao couldn't stand it anymore. Duke Qing gives even precious penicillin freely, to save the people. And you begrudge a few prescriptions, willing to take them to the grave rather than help others? His words made them ashamed, yet someone still muttered, Master Sun, it's not that we are unwilling, just what? You claim to be men of compassion, yet when asked to show it, compassion turns into business? Sun Simiao thundered. Master Sun, you may have misunderstood. It's not that I am unwilling to give the prescription. Before I inherited medicine in my family, I swore before my father never to reveal a single word of our ancestral formulas. Otherwise, it would be rebellion against my ancestors. One older doctor looked troubled. His reason sounded both laughable and absurd. As soon as he said it, others quickly agreed, saying it was the same for them. All had sworn before their ancestral tablets never to pass prescriptions outside the family. Though this sounded ridiculous, it was indeed the main reason they dared not share. Otherwise, they would be branded unfilial, despised by their clans. If their fathers or elders still lived, they could even be cast out of the family and erased from the genealogy. For them, that was worse than death. Sun Simiao's face turned dark. He had never expected such a reason. For a moment, he could not argue. He could not force them to bear the name of betraying their ancestors. Qingxiu, however, found it deeply sad. Throughout history, countless medicines had been lost this way, leaving many diseases incurable. He gently struck the table. The heavy sound cut off all their words. These prescriptions in your hands, perhaps in 10 or 20 years you may never even meet a patient who needs them. But beyond your reach, tens of thousands of people will die without treatment. And you would rather carry these formulas to your graves? His gaze swept over their faces. No one dared meet his eyes. Only Sun Simiao could answer, but he did not. Today I give you these special syringes and penicillin because I want the sick anywhere to be treated safely. I never intended to monopolize these formulas. If I too locked penicillin away, would it not also vanish from history? These words shook everyone. Penicillin could truly cure so many illnesses. If it had been lost, it would be tragic. A doctor of similar age to Qingxiu carefully said, Could I go home and discuss it with my father? If he agrees, I will hand over the prescription to Duke Qing. Others wavered as well, saying they would ask their elders. Qingxiu sneered. Did they think this was business, to be bargained step by step? Gentlemen, this Qingxin Hall was built by Master Sun, spending all his wealth, only so the poor could afford medicine. I spread penicillin for the same reason. Qingxin Hall will only keep those who truly wish to heal. Those who only want profit are unworthy of using penicillin. At his words, he looked toward the guards at the door. They understood and opened it wide. Qingxiu's voice rang, Those who share prescriptions today, I will accept. But once you step out that door, for any reason you will never be allowed back. To seek wealth, go elsewhere. If you will not give of yourself, do not enter this hall. Sun Simiao echoed firmly. Qingxiu intended to rebuild a new generation of advanced doctors, raise Tang's medicine, and pass it down through students for generations. But it required abandoning old ways, free from ancestral chains. Those who still had to ask permission at home were not the people Qingxiu wanted. Now they were cornered. Over 40 doctors looked at each other, weighing his words. Some older ones, too bound by tradition, finally left, apologizing, Forgive us, Duke Qing, we dare not betray our ancestors. But when they left, the younger ones at last gathered courage. Duke Qing speaks truly. If doctors still hold back, we are not worthy to be doctors. One man, about Qingxiu's age, rose with indignation. We should be like Duke Qing, not bound by the ancestors' rules. Qingxiu looked at him with approval. To say this in such a time was rare. The man declared he would give Qingxiu all the methods he had studied and those handed down by his family. What is your name? Qingxiu asked. My name is Zhang Qingji. Duke Qing may call me as you wish. Good. I will remember you. That stirred the others. Many who had hesitated finally decided. Even if only to gain a link with Qingxiu, it was worth it. Some even thought their elders would praise them for it. My family has a secret cure for stroke. I will bring it to Duke Qing. My ancestors specialized in dysentery. One dose cures it. Please accept it, Duke Qing. One by one, they declared themselves. Qingxiu had their names and formulas written down. After those unwilling to share left, almost all who remained were young doctors. Qingxiu had decided, he would use them to form his first medical corps. Do not worry. Your decision today is the right one. Chingo smiled. Though some may call you unfilial, I promise, your ancestors will be proud of you. With his promise, they were reassured. Thank you, Duke Qing, for your favor. They stood together, bowing deeply. As Chingo looked at the list of prescriptions, an idea began to form in his mind. After the physicians and doctors left, Chingo once again checked the register. Master Sun, this collection of prescriptions is truly complete. From the most basic cold injuries to more difficult illnesses like wasting disease, even epidemics that only appeared once in history, there are corresponding formulas. Sun Simiao was deeply surprised. Duke Qing may not know, but I once taught them everything I had learned in order to make them hand over their prescriptions. Yet the result was, alas. The old man was bitterly disappointed in them. Not everyone is like you, traveling the world only to heal, without caring for money, Chingo said, unsurprised. Nobility is never the profession itself, but the person in it. Speaking of which, these prescriptions cover illnesses from external wounds to the 5 organs. This must mean their inherited medical skills each have a certain focus. That's true, Sun Simiao thought for a moment. That Zhang Qingji who spoke up just now, his family has, for generations, been skilled in treating bruises and fractures. Their bone-setting techniques are even slightly better than mine. Chingo immediately said, in that case, he should focus deeply on injuries and fractures. Why should he bother with other fields? That may be, but how can a doctor walking the world only treat fractures? If a patient comes with an illness outside his specialty, he must still know some methods. Chingo despised such scattered learning, knowing a little of everything but excelling at nothing. After all, in ancient times medicine could only be passed down through families. Outsiders had no access to other families' secrets. Thus, doctors were always limited. Sometimes hundreds or thousands of people in one area had to rely on a single barefoot doctor. Chingo categorized the prescriptions by type and effect, orthopedics, internal medicine, and so on, clearly listing them all. From today, Qingxin Hall will assign doctors by category and responsibility. Those skilled in internal diseases must not treat injuries. Those skilled in injuries must not treat internal diseases. Each will focus only on his strongest field, improving his art instead of dabbling in what he cannot do well. For the first time, Sun Simiao saw such detailed division of responsibilities. But after the surprise, he thought it impossible. If divided like this, Chang'an would need 10 times as many doctors just to cover every category. I know. Chingo had already thought of it. Since doctors are lacking, then we shall find them from among the people. If we cannot, then we will recruit young talents and train them ourselves. Sun Simiao was astonished. You mean, to train doctors in bulk, like the Imperial Academy trained scholars? Exactly. Chingo was confident. With so many prescriptions in hand, with skilled physicians to teach, we can select veterans to train apprentices. In just a few years we can raise a large group of capable doctors. Ancient medicine was not as complex as modern medicine. Chingo had read many medical texts himself. In a few years one could not master all, but could at least become a beginner able to practice. This thought had never occurred to Sun Simiao. But now, hearing Chingo, he found it reasonable. With money and manpower, it was possible. The more he thought, the more excited he became, his hands trembling. He had spent decades healing patients, hoping to reduce suffering. But Chingo wanted countless Sun Simiaos across the land. If in the future every village had 3 to 5 doctors, then truly there would be no sickness in the world. This matter must be led by you, Master Sun. Chingo looked at him solemnly, his meaning clear. Sun Simiao had decades of experience in all illnesses. He was like a living textbook, no one better to teach. I understand. I will follow Duke Qing's orders. Sun Simiao agreed without hesitation. Master Sun, your duty will not only be to teach. I have something even more important for you. Chingo suddenly asked, do you fear corpses? Ridiculous. I have seen countless untreatable dead. I am no more afraid of corpses than of patients. Sun Simiao laughed heartily. Good, very good. Chingo's eyes grew thoughtful. 2 days later. At the East Market execution ground in Chang'an, several criminals condemned to death were brought out after being paraded through the streets. These vicious criminals knelt on the ground, trembling as they awaited beheading. The common people gathered, eager to watch. For many, nothing was more entertaining than seeing executions. As noon approached, the executioner raised his blade, ready to strike. It's coming. The crowd grew excited, waiting to see heads fall. But just as the executioner prepared, the officer in charge whispered new orders to them. You can't be serious? The executioner was shocked. Never before had he received such an instruction during execution. This is a direct order from above. If you mess this up, not only you, but your superior will be punished. The messenger grew anxious. You've killed for 10 years, easier than killing chickens. And you can't manage this small thing? The executioners looked at each other, scratching their heads. Proceed with execution. At the official's shout, the signal board dropped. The executioners raised their blades. The noon sun glinted off the steel. The trembling criminals sobbed in terror, some bursting into tears. Cry for what, damn it, when you were committing crimes, what were you thinking? The executioners waved their blades, then suddenly lowered them, as if they had no intention of beheading. The crowd was stunned. But before they could wonder, the executioners grabbed the prisoners from behind, locking their arms around their necks and choking them to death. The prisoners thought they would get a swift end. Unexpectedly, they were strangled alive by these burly men. Though their hands and feet were bound, the suffocation made them struggle in agony. Even gagged, their throats gave out low, beast-like roars. This way of dying was far more painful than a clean beheading. The crowd was confused. What was this? No beheading, strangling instead? They had watched countless executions here at the East Market, but never one like this. Before long, the executioners strangled them all, then kicked the corpses aside. Damn, this is way more tiring than using a blade. Why did they make us kill like this today? Such trouble. Forget it. Orders from above, you do as told, or you'll bring disaster. If we have to strangle criminals every time, this'll be too much. The officer sent men to check. The executioners shut their mouths and dared not complain. No problem, all dead. The coroner confirmed it. The officer immediately closed the execution. Some curious bystanders stayed behind, and noticed that the men collecting bodies today weren't the usual court servants. Moments later, several burly men carried huge sacks, nearly as tall as themselves, into Qingxin Hall, led into the back courtyard. No damage? Sun Simiao came personally, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the sacks. Rest assured, Duke Qin gave strict orders. How could we dare mess this up? The men untied the sacks. Inside lay the corpses of the criminals just executed at the East Market. Bound hand and foot, strangled, with bruises on their necks but no other wounds. Good. Sun Simiao at once ordered rewards. The men took their money, thanked him profusely, and said to call them again if needed. Duke Qin truly has a way. I had been worrying how to obtain intact bodies. This was Qingxiu's proposal, the most crucial step in passing down medicine, human dissection. To treat the body, one must first understand it. The best way, dissect it. From skin to the organs, careful study of the structure was needed. This idea was not new. In the late Han, the divine doctor Hua Tuo had dissected corpses, learning anatomy. That was why he dared promise Cao Cao he could cut into his skull and cure him. But since the end of the northern and southern dynasties, Emperor Wen of Sui, fearing chaos and killings, spread the idea that corpses must not be cut to preserve order. For decades, doctors dared not dissect, fearing public outrage. Thus many of Hua Tuo's classics were lost. Even simple autopsies became taboo. Qingxiu wanted to rebuild Tang medicine. He had to start with anatomy. Dead bodies must not be touched, such nonsense had to be abandoned. They even needed fresh corpses for study. The best source, executed criminals. Wicked in life, but in death, contributing to the Tang was just. But when Sun Simiao gathered the doctors for dissection, it caused a huge uproar. Aside from Sun Simiao, none dared. Master Sun, the dead must be respected. Even if they were criminals, isn't this desecration? If doctors cut corpses, the world will curse us. We can't bear it. Couldn't we study the body another way, without cutting it open? The chatter gave Sun Simiao a headache. Are you the teachers, or am I? He slammed the table. When things are blocked, they must change. Change brings progress. Will you cling to old nonsense? If we cut one body and discover something, we may save dozens, even hundreds. If this knowledge is passed on, in future centuries it could save tens of thousands. What are you hesitating for? At this, they fell silent. But faced with the corpses, they still held their blades, afraid to strike. You young ones dare not, then I will. Sun Simiao, bold as ever, cut into the body himself without hesitation. Though it was his first dissection, his hands were steady, fearless of mistakes. After all, more executed criminals would come each month. Better to use them well. What are you standing there for? He glared. If I, with my reputation, am not afraid of scandal, why should you, nobodies, fear? That broke the hesitation. The doctors exchanged glances, steeled themselves, and began cutting. Oh heavens! The attendants watching nearly fainted. They'd seen cows and pigs cut open, but never humans. Yet once the first cut was made, the mental barrier broke. Soon they pushed aside fear and studied the structure of the body intently, leaving all doubts behind. So it went on until evening, when everyone was so tired and exhausted that they finally realized it was already dark. Yet Sun Simiao was still carefully studying the structure of the human body. Only then did he marvel that the human body's structure was tens of thousands of times more intricate than he had imagined. No wonder Hua Tuo could become a divine doctor of his age. Even after hundreds of years no one can compare to him. Sun Simiao wiped the sweat from his forehead, deeply moved in his heart. Everyone, from now on, at least twice a month we must dissect corpses, and be sure to write down all our insights and reflections, so that others may also benefit. Since Qingxiu was appointed to manage the Yellow River, all the officials had been on edge, waiting for him to tour the regions under his disciples' administration. But they waited anxiously for a long time, and Qingxiu never set out. He didn't even leave Chang'an. This was hardly like someone in charge of managing the Yellow River across the whole country. Perhaps he doesn't even know how to manage the Yellow River. Managing the Yellow River is a massive project, no less difficult than leading an army into battle. Maybe Duke Qing has also realized he has no clue what to do. All the high officials faintly came to a consensus, believing Qingxiu was only a figurehead. These rumors naturally reached Qingxiu, but he didn't care at all. If these people could actually understand everything he was doing, that would be strange. Of course, managing the Yellow River was of the highest importance, but in Qingxiu's plan, it was only one step in freeing the people's labor. Outside Chang'an at the Anding Canal, he kept improving his water wheel, trying to increase its efficiency and add more functions. Once the Yellow River was under control, these water wheels would surely be put to use, so before then he had to make them as perfect as possible. I say, it still doesn't work this time. Tang Jian sat on the bank, sweating heavily under the blazing sun above. A servant hurried to fan him. It was already summer, and even under the shade it felt unbearably hot, let alone under the scorching sun. But Qingxiu was still fully absorbed in studying the water wheel before him. Although this water wheel was already much smaller than before, and even an artificial canal like Anding could drive it, Qingxiu still kept instructing the craftsman to improve it, taking it out of the river and reinstalling it again and again. Tang Jian didn't understand water wheels, nor did he have any interest. The only reason he was here was because Qingxiu had requested from the emperor an exceptionally capable official to assist him. The emperor was generous and let him choose freely among the officials of the court. Qingxiu immediately picked Tang Jian as his deputy. Among high-ranking officials, Tang Jian was the most knowledgeable about waterworks. He had inspected the Yellow River during local tours and had gained some understanding. Though not as good as Qingxiu, he still had considerable knowledge. As for how long Tang Jian would serve under Qingxiu? In the emperor's words, until the Yellow River was fully managed, Tang Jian had to keep assisting Qingxiu. Tang Jian originally didn't mind helping, but Qingxiu, instead of working on the Yellow River, spent every day at this little canal, repeatedly studying his water wheel. Duke Qing, you've been tinkering with this water wheel for nearly a month now. When will we start managing the Yellow River? Tang Jian asked gloomily, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Qingxiu didn't answer right away. Only when he saw the water wheel placed back into the canal and slowly turning did he casually reply, didn't I already say? Once the water wheel's problems are solved, we will naturally begin work on the Yellow River. But this? Just as Tang Jian was about to say more, his eyes accidentally caught sight of the water wheel in motion, and he was instantly stunned. This time the wheel was turning at more than twice the speed of before. Not only could it guide water out, but it even had strength left to drive a crank while doing so. Qingxiu had the craftsman connect the crank to a weaving machine. To their amazement, the weaving machine began working with the water's power, neatly weaving scattered silk threads. It can be used like this too? Tang Jian had never imagined Qingxiu could develop yet another function, and almost cried out in shock. He had already thought forging iron non-stop day and night was impressive enough, but now even a loom could be powered by it. Although the water wheel can only make simple circular motions, as long as the machinery is right, the motion can be transformed. Not just weaving, much more complicated work can be done. Qingxiu said with a smile. Now Tang Jian no longer felt hot at all. He stepped forward, examining the water wheel closely, touching here and tapping there, full of curiosity. If this thing could be placed on ships, wouldn't it free up more manpower from rowing? Tang Jian had actually thought of the same idea as Qingxiu. Exactly. That was also my earlier idea. But used on ships it's too limited, only useful when going downstream, and it can't completely replace manpower. But even so, it could still save at least half the laborers. Tang Jian was overjoyed. He tapped on the crank of the water wheel. In that case, this really is. Before he finished, the crank he had struck suddenly cracked open. Immediately, the entire water wheel collapsed piece by piece like a chain reaction. The rushing water below only hastened its destruction. In moments, the water wheel completely broke apart and fell into the river, its many wooden parts floating downstream. Tang Jian was dumbfounded. I didn't do anything. The craftsmen were the first to react and quickly ran downstream to retrieve the shattered parts. If they delayed, they wouldn't even recover those fragments. Forget it, don't bother. Chingo sighed and signaled the craftsman not to waste effort. How could this happen? I only tapped it lightly, and yet. Tang Jian was baffled. How could the wheel be so fragile? But the water wheels Chingo had built in Liaoong were still working fine to this very day, with no signs of breaking. A servant nearby exclaimed, "Lord Tang, you're truly so strong, it's a pity you're not on the battlefield. Get lost." Tang Jian snapped impatiently. Was this fool blind or brainless? Duke Qing, this really is my fault. How much did this water wheel cost to build? I'll compensate for all of it. But Chingo shook his head. No need. This is not Lord Tang's fault. Chingo had been too focused on improving the water wheel's performance and had unknowingly neglected the issue of materials. With the water wheel's size reduced, yet still channeling water and driving a loom at the same time, the pressure was far too great. Since it was only made of wood, the force on it had already far exceeded the material's limit. It would have been strange if it hadn't broken. Even if Tang Jian hadn't just acted rashly, this water wheel would still have collapsed on its own within a quarter of an hour. But this reminded Chingo that he had been too focused on building all kinds of machines. He had forgotten that for many machines, the most important thing was not just their structure, but the strength of the materials. Otherwise, no matter how refined the design, without parts strong enough to support it, it was nothing but rootless duckweed. Chingo noticed the craftsman's discouraged expressions and said, "This matter has nothing to do with you all. It was my neglect of the material issue. Everyone go back and rest for some days. Once I solve the material problem, we'll continue. Give out rewards." At his order, his attendants immediately took out handfuls of silver notes and distributed them one by one to the craftsmen. Having received money and comforted by Chingo's words, the craftsmen were no longer so downcast and thanked him one after another. Afterwards, they studied the blueprints again with Chingo until it was nearly evening, when the sun was about to set, and only then prepared to leave. "Stop, all of you, stop right there. Damn it, you messed up the downstream like this, and here you are laughing and joking." Just then, a loud curse came from afar. Everyone turned to look and saw a city guard officer, holding a wine flask, staggering drunkenly toward them. He was so drunk he could barely walk straight, yet he kept scolding, You're having fun here, huh, hick, do you know the farmland downstream got ruined by your broken contraptions, hick?" They were all dressed in plain clothes, without the airs of officials, so it didn't look like they were from the court. Most likely, that drunken officer hadn't recognized their identities. And with his eyes glazed from drink, even if Chingo stood right before him, he might not have recognized him. "Impudent! You're a city guard officer, drinking while on duty. Do you know what crime that is?" Tang Jian shouted sternly. The officer ignored him, took another swig, and slurred, "Bullshit, you can't control whether I drink or not, even drunk I can still guard the city. Let 10,000 raiders come, I wouldn't be afraid, hick." Tang Jian hadn't expected him to get even worse. "Do you know who we are? And I want to ask, do you know who I am?" The officer hurled his wine flask straight at Tang Jian, too close for him to dodge in time. Just as the flask was about to smash Tang Jian's head, he suddenly felt someone grab his shoulder from behind and pull him back slightly. At the same time, Chingo's figure rushed forward like lightning and caught the flying flask in midair. "Lord Tang, you still want to reason with a drunk brawler? Besides, he doesn't even recognize you." Chingo sneered, making Tang Jian flush with embarrassment. His display of authority was too shameful. Chingo smelled the cheap alcohol inside the flask, frowned, and tossed it to the ground. You threw my wine, hick, but you've got good hands, to catch that." The drunken officer squinted at Chingo, but his vision was doubled, and he couldn't recognize who stood before him. Tang Jian's face twisted with rage. He waved his hand, and the guards beside him, already with blades drawn, were about to move. But Chingo gestured for them to hold back. "Enough. You lot threw things into the Anding Canal, damaging farmland downstream. The locals just came to me about it. I have to take you to give them justice. Pay what you should, apologize if you must, don't waste time. I still have drinking to do." Chingo frowned. "Which city garrison are you from?" "Too much bullshit." The officer was clearly hot-tempered. Before Qingxiu finished, he reached out to grab him. Hurry, come with me downstream, apologize and pay up, or else today. But he grabbed only air. Qingxiu had already sidestepped, calmly looking back at him with a faint smile. Fast reflexes. The officer lunged again, but Qingxiu's movements were ghost-like, too quick. No matter how fast or fierce his strikes, he couldn't touch Qingxiu at all. What's going on? Missing repeatedly sobered him up halfway. He was a seasoned fighter, strong and skilled, yet it was the first time he'd been toyed with like this. Boy, you dare resist arrest! He roared in fury, this time not holding back, and swung a massive fist straight at Qingxiu's head. Qingxiu's face hardened. He no longer retreated but instead raised his own fist and struck back. Bang! The clash of fists made a deep, muffled sound that raised goosebumps. When the fists met, Qingxiu stood unmoved, while the burly officer was knocked back step after step by the recoil. Good boy! The officer roared, his fist numb to the point of losing all feeling. Qingxiu, looking refined and scholarly, actually struck harder than he did. At first, Qingxiu hadn't wanted to trouble him. After all, he was just enforcing the law, and Qingxiu hadn't planned to fight. But since this man was foolish enough to attack with lethal force, Qingxiu couldn't hold back. Had it not been for his role as a city guard, that punch would have shattered his bones. Qingxiu expected him to retreat and call his comrades, but instead, the officer's fighting spirit burned brighter. He tore off his armor, bared his chest, and even taunted Qingxiu with a beckoning gesture. Boy, so you know some martial arts? Let's fight. If I win, you'll come with me right away and kneel to apologize to those villagers. Tang Jian couldn't bear it anymore. Duke Qing, this drunk fool isn't worth it. Just have him taken down. No need. This man was interesting, and Qingxiu's playful side stirred. I'll fight you, but if I win, then what? Without thinking, the officer said, I'll kneel and kowtow 3 times, then I'll pay the villagers myself. Deal. Qingxiu didn't waste words. He cracked his knuckles and stepped forward. Not only will you kowtow, you'll also call me grandpa. Beat me first if you can. The man lunged straight at Qingxiu, and they clashed. As expected, within less than half a quarter of an hour, the officer lay flat on the ground, unable to get up, groaning in pain. Time to keep your promise, isn't it? Qingxiu wiped the blood from his knuckles and smiled down at him. This man was no ordinary person. Not only was he immensely strong, but every strike of his was ruthless and precise. One look and it was clear he was a hardened veteran, a battle-tested elite who had licked blood from the blade's edge. Even Qingxiu had to take him a bit more seriously before finally knocking him down. He found it strange that someone with such skill was not serving at the frontier, but instead stayed in Chang'an as a mere city guard officer. The man lay on the ground groaning, refusing to look at Qingxiu, seemingly wanting to play dead and get away with it. For a hardened fighter like him, kneeling and calling someone grandpa was worse than being cut down outright. What now? A grown man and your word doesn't count? If you keep playing dead, we'll just leave. Qingxiu made as if to walk away, and the man immediately reacted, grabbing Qingxiu's ankle tightly, refusing to let him go. Though beaten so badly he couldn't even stand, he somehow squeezed out enough strength to hold Qingxiu back. Tang Jian flared up at once. You brat, you insisted on fighting just now. Now that you've lost, you won't admit it and won't let us leave? The man muttered in a muffled voice, I lost, but I have no money to pay for the peasants' fields. You still have to pay them compensation. Of course, I'll keep my word. This debt will go on my account. Consider it borrowed from me. Qingxiu almost laughed out loud. In all his years, this was the first time he'd met someone so straightforward. Even Wei Zheng would have to respect him. And if I don't lend you the money? Qingxiu asked. The man only clutched tighter at his ankle. Then just cut me down now. I can't face the villagers otherwise. Before I came, I promised them I'd bring back someone to pay. If I can't keep that promise, I'd rather die in your hands. Qingxiu found it amusing. This man still owed him 3 kowtows and the word grandpa, yet he claimed to keep his promises. Tang Jian thought the man was brainless and was about to order him knocked out, but Qingxiu stopped him. Fine. For nothing else, just for your determination to stand up for the people, I'll pay compensation for them, Qingxiu said with a smile. The man brightened instantly. Really? After all, it was my work that damaged their fields. And throwing things into the irrigation canal does go against Tang law. Qingxiu said calmly, now, can you let me go? Sure. I can see you're a man of your word. You wouldn't trick me. The man perked up, got up from the ground, no longer looking half dead. You also promised, if you lost, to kowtow 3 times and. Before Qingxiu finished, the man quickly said, I lost. Forget the kowtows. At worst, I'll repay you double the money you spent on the peasants' fields. I won't run. I've only been guarding Chang'an for half a year, but every soldier knows me, Su Dingfong. Ask anyone. He thumped his chest in guarantee, not noticing Qingxiu's sudden look of surprise. Your name is Su Dingfong? Yes, that's right. Qingxiu looked him over again, this burly, drunken man, and asked, You're really Su Dingfong? He could hardly believe this man was the same historical Su Dingfong, a brilliant general who swept through battlefields. What do you mean? I am Su Dingfong. How could I be fake? His tone wavered slightly. He hadn't sobered up, but he knew that since coming to Chang'an, every month he drank and feasted until his pay was gone, leaving debts at taverns and among soldiers. He'd borrowed so much he couldn't even remember from whom. Was this man in front of him another creditor? Did you once campaign against the Turks? Of course. At this, Su Dingfong's face lit with pride. Back then, I personally killed no fewer than 100 Turkic raiders on the battlefield. When they saw my banner, they turned and ran. Tang Jian burst into laughter. Only a cavalry captain of the third rank can raise his own banner in the army. You, a mere city guard officer, brag like this? You don't believe me? Su Dingfong snapped. I was a third-rank cavalry captain back then. I was General Li Jing's most trusted vanguard. If you don't believe me, I can show you my old identity token. Tang Jian thought him mad, but Qingxiu grew even more certain. This was indeed the very Su Dingfong whom Li Jing had recommended to him. Qingxiu asked, Since you fought in the Turkic campaign, do you not know who I am? Su Dingfong squinted, trying to make out Qingxiu's face, but his drunken eyes only saw a blur. Wait a moment. He stumbled off, splashed his face with water, and forced himself sober. When his vision cleared, he finally recognized Qingxiu and nearly collapsed. Duke Qing? He dropped to one knee at once. I did not know Duke Qing was here. I was drunk and rude. Please forgive me. He was a completely different man now. Every soldier of Tang admired Qingxiu deeply. Su Dingfong himself had seen Qingxiu's terrifying weapons and ingenious tactics on the Turkic battlefield. In his mind, Qingxiu's standing was equal to Li Jing's. You drank on duty while guarding the city. Does your superior know of this? Su Dingfong stammered and finally said, Whether he knows or not, since Duke Qing says I was wrong, I promise that from now on I'll never drink while on duty again. Nor would I ever dare raise a hand against you. Remembering that he had challenged Qingxiu and even struck at him, he wished he could slap himself. Fortunately, Qingxiu had knocked him down. If he had injured Qingxiu instead, he would have carried a terrible crime. He wasn't afraid of death, only of dying disgracefully. After a lifetime of battle, his life was already pitiful enough. He couldn't let it end with shame. Forget it, get up. I know you were drunk. Remember this lesson. If General Li Jing saw you drinking while on guard, he'd cut your head off. With Qingxiu's permission, Su Dingfong finally rose and saluted Tang Jian as well. Though rough, he wasn't stupid. He knew that anyone by Qingxiu's side was no ordinary man. Tang Jian ignored Su Dingfong, acting as if he didn't see him. Qingxiu looked Su Dingfong up and down and couldn't help but ask. Back then, during the Turkic campaign, you also had merits. You were already a third-rank cavalry captain. How is it that now you've fallen to just a small city guard officer? Damn it, don't even mention it. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Su Dingfong burst into curses on the spot, pouring out complaints. He did indeed have merits in the war against the Turks, but with Qingxiu's firearms assisting, nearly all the Turks died under those weapons. This left Su Dingfong unable to earn great military merit himself. Though he was rewarded, his rank stayed at 3rd grade. After the Northern War was settled, Li Jing carried heavy honors and was often summoned to court, rarely staying on the frontier. That left Su Dingfong, who was always blunt and hot-tempered, without a strong backer in the army. His foul mouth offended nearly everyone around him. His military achievements weren't especially outstanding, his colleagues excluded him, and no one stood up for him. Once people bore him a grudge, it was easy to catch him on mistakes. He was demoted again and again, every fault magnified, his rank dropping steadily. Even when demoted to 6th-rank cavalry officer, he didn't change his blunt ways. Once, because he thought the food was bad and suspected the general of skimming rations, he cursed his superior openly in camp. Since Su Dingfong had once been a high-ranking officer, this could have been handled with a light punishment. But as luck had it, Li Jing was away leading the Goguryeo campaign. The emperor, suspicious of Li Jing's powerful subordinates, used this excuse to demote all his former men in the army. As one of Li Jing's most trusted vanguards, Su Dingfong naturally took the brunt. His insult to his superior was treated as a major offense. His title was stripped, and he was sent to Chang'an as a city guard officer. After that, Su Dingfong gave up. Since he had no hope of returning to the frontier, he stayed in Chang'an, living paycheck to paycheck. Every day he drank and feasted, even patrolling drunk. Earlier, he had been drinking at a tavern downstream, heard that broken parts from the water wheel had ruined villagers' crops, and rushed out in a fury to seek justice for them. Unexpectedly, he ran into Chingo here. To be honest, though I can't control my mouth, I can fight. Why demote me so low, not even letting me stay on the border? Su Dingfong said bitterly, even as a common soldier on the frontier, I'd fight. Believe me, if I could return to battle, I would carve my way back to cavalry captain step by step. Chingo couldn't help but smile. From their brief interaction, he didn't doubt Su Dingfong's words. That foul mouth of his could indeed offend anyone. Thinking carefully, Su Dingfong's fall did have a little connection to Chingo himself. Without his firearms slaughtering the Turks so easily, the war would have been bloodier. In a hard-fought war, a brave warrior like Su Dingfong would have had the chance to stand out, win glory, and rise in rank, just like in true history, where he became a famous general. With such merit, his rank would have risen quickly, and he might have followed Li Jing to court to study governance. He would never have sunk to this state, offending everyone around him, but instead become the great general remembered in history. But as things stood, unless Chingo pulled him up, he would likely waste his life on the walls of Chang'an. Meeting me today is your luck, Chingo said after a pause. Our Tang dynasty won't waste talent. The frontier army is short of men. If you truly can fight, I'll see your skills put to use. Su Dingfong's face lit up. Duke Qing, do you really mean it? Do you think I'm like you, losing and then conveniently forgetting? Heh. If Duke Qing wants, I'd kowtow 3 times, call you grandpa, even kneel here till death and call you ancestor. Knowing he had found a patron, Su Dingfong almost knelt down immediately, but Chingo stopped him. I can't accept you as a grandson. Don't forget, what I said depends on your ability. If you're just a drunkard, then get back to Chang'an and waste your life as a common soldier. Chingo said coldly. I understand. Rest assured, from now on I won't touch a drop of wine in the army, except at victory feasts or when off campaign. Su Dingfong swore. With this promise, Chingo was at ease. This man was at rock bottom. If pulled up now, he could be made into a loyal general, perhaps like Shui Ren Gue. Chingo tossed him a money pouch. Take this. Compensate the villagers downstream. Whatever is left, drink with it. Su Dingfong weighed it, the sum was several times the compensation. He hurried to say, no need. I already swore off drinking. I won't break my word. Then use the rest to pay your debts. With all you owe, your pay alone won't cover it anytime soon, Chingo said lightly. Su Dingfong was deeply moved. Since Li Jing could no longer look after him, this was the first time anyone had shown such generosity. It wasn't a fortune, but for him in his poverty, it was life-saving. He quickly asked, when will you take me on campaign? Even as a common rider, I'll go. When you fix your bad habits first. Otherwise, if you stir conflict in the army, what use are you to me? Chingo left with Tang Jian and the others. Duke Qing, I. Su Dingfong looked after him, but had nothing to say. Duke Qing speaks just like General Li, telling me to learn to hold my tongue. Su Dingfong slapped his head, full of regret. If only he had listened to Li Jing back then, how could he have ended up like this? After leaving, Tang Jian asked Chingo in puzzlement. That man is just a disgraced general, demoted for his crimes. Why treat him so politely? Besides, he doesn't look like someone who can command troops. At most, he just rushes into battle recklessly without fearing death. 1,000 soldiers are easy to find, but one true general is hard to come by. Does Lord Tang not understand this? Tang Jian frowned. That may be true, but who knows if that fellow really has the talent of a commander. There is no need for you to worry about that, Lord Tang. I have always had the eye to recognize talent. Rarely have I misjudged anyone. Chingo said with confidence, for example, Lord Tang yourself is also such a man. Tang Jian raised his brows at this. The emperor only knows of your skill in administration. He does not know that you are also highly skilled in waterworks and the management of the Yellow River, only that you've had no chance to use it. I brought you out from the court so that you can establish great merits, not just shine in administration. Hearing this, Tang Jian felt greatly comforted. He couldn't help but say to those beside him. I told you already, Duke Qing has the eye for gold. There is nothing in this world he can't see clearly. The attendants beside him nearly burst out laughing, struggling hard to hold it in. After returning to Chang'an, Chingo summoned the commander of the city patrol guards to inquire about Su Dingfong, and ordered him to keep a close eye on all Su Dingfong's actions. If he truly quit drinking and restrained his temper, then pass along Chingo's order, he should be chosen from the city guard and sent to the frontier against the Turks. Let him serve as an ordinary soldier for some time to gain experience, this would not be a bad thing. But if he kept drinking every day and failed at his duties, then he would stay in Chang'an as a lowly guard for life. No problem. I will carefully keep watch on him. The commander patted his chest in assurance. Actually, we soldiers all respect Su Dingfong. It's just that his foul mouth makes everyone grit their teeth in anger. If the food is a little poor, he grumbles everywhere, cursing superiors for stealing rations. But how could that be? Under the emperor's very eyes, who dares embezzle military rations? Hearing the commander complain, Chingo almost laughed. This fellow truly offended people wherever he went. That's why I must observe him for a time, to see if he can be of great use. Remember to watch him closely for me. Rest assured. After sending him off, Chingo was about to continue working on the materials problem for his water wheels, when Guzi delivered a letter, saying it had come from Liaoong, from Prince of Hejian. It's him? Chingo immediately thought of Li Shaogong, whom he had sent to Liaoong, and quickly opened the letter. As expected, Li Shaogong brought back good news. Liaoong, Jianzhou. 2 days after Chingo received the letter, the Tangxi allied army had already finished their campaign against the Jurchens and returned. Earlier, the allied forces fought a bloody battle with the Jurchens in Jianzhou. The Shi fought them head-on. The Jurchens refused to abandon Jianzhou, their ancestral land. Even knowing they were outmatched, they fought to the end. For 2 days of bloody battle, the Shi could not break through. Finally, Li Shaogong seized the chance, launching a sudden strike on the Jurchens' rear, wiping out all their elite forces on the battlefield, even capturing their chieftain alive. Knowing he had to eradicate them completely, Li Shaogong first sent word to Chingo, then immediately pursued the fleeing Jurchens with his army. The Jurchens could no longer hold Jianzhou and fled northeast. Some, in desperation, even ran into Goguryeo, hoping to seize towns while defenses were weak. But these wild men, most with stone weapons, had no way against tall walls. Instead, they wasted time and gave Li Shaogong the chance to destroy them completely. After this battle, the Jurchens had no choice but to retreat deep into forests and mountains, living like beasts. More than half their population was lost, dead or surrendered. With the pursuit over, the Tang and Shi armies returned to Jianzhou. The region was now entirely their spoil of war. Saleri was clever enough to hand over all captured resources and people from Jianzhou to Li Shaogong. He even promised to withdraw his troops immediately, not taking a single stone, not daring to claim an inch of land. Li Shaogong was very satisfied. He had wondered how Saleri might scheme against him afterward. He had even thought about teaching him a lesson once the Jurchens were gone. But now it seemed the Shi were fully subdued. Duke Qing said that apart from the land itself, Jianzhou has nothing Tang needs. He allowed me to dispose of everything else as I please. Li Shaogong looked at the dispirited captives and the surrendered Jurchens. Tang only wants Jianzhou's land. Everything else you may take, their wealth, their people, as payment for your Shi people's campaign. Saleri was overjoyed at this unexpected generosity, thanking him profusely. I knew Duke Qing was magnanimous, and generally, you as well. You wouldn't let us suffer losses in vain. Of course, Li Shaogong also took the chance to throw off a burden. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to deal with over 100,000 uncivilized Jurchens. Giving them to the Shi was best. After some thought, Li Shaogong said, "Today, Tang and your Shi tribe destroyed the Jurchens together. This is worth celebrating. I hope Tang's suzerainty over you will last for generations. Today, as we reclaim Jianzhou from the Jurchens, let us swear together that both sides shall be allies for all ages." This idea pleased Saleri greatly, and he agreed at once. He even had his men bring cattle and sheep, and at the Jurchens' ancestral altar, they slaughtered them as sacrifice to heaven, preparing the oath ritual. The Shi tribe shall honor Tang as lord, as elder brother among nations. We shall never betray, and our people are as Tang's people, to be commanded by the emperor, even unto life and death. Until the last stone of Jianzhou rots into dust, this oath cannot be broken. Saleri even cut his palm and let his blood drip into the wine. At this moment, all the Shi people's expressions grew solemn. They knelt below the altar, and like Saleri, cut open their palms, letting blood drip to the ground. Let our ancestors bear witness to this oath. If we betray it, heaven itself will punish us. Li Shaogong stood on the altar. He did not cut his palm as Saleri did, but instead handed a written oath he had personally prepared to the kneeling Saleri. I, Prince of Hejian, though I cannot promise that Tang will never campaign against you, can also swear this. As long as your Shi do not rebel, I will never send troops against you. If I break this oath, may heaven strike me down. This oath ceremony was mostly just a formality. Still, even a promise on paper would make things less awkward in the future. Even if the Shi were to rebel one day, or if the Tang emperor decided no outsider could be allowed nearby, this agreement was at least a way to delay that day for as long as possible. Good. Very good. With the vows made, the Shi soldiers cheered loudly. From now on, perhaps they would no longer have to fight in Liaodong. Though they were hunters and fishermen, they too did not want to live in constant fear, always ready to fight and die. Later, if Duke Qing allows, I will bring you grain seeds from the central plains. You can farm the fertile land by the Heishui River, and I will send people to teach you myself. That will be a small benefit I can secure for you. Li Xiaogong smiled. Saleri beamed with joy. To have Tang farmers teach them was a great blessing. If they could farm and live on crops, who would want to struggle with bears deep in the forests? Thank you, Duke Qing. Thank you, Prince. The Shi people cheered endlessly. Prince, I once thought you were only a ruthless general. Now I see you also have a bodhisattva's heart. Coming down from the altar, Saleri's eyes filled with tears. He even tried to kneel again, but Li Xiaogong stopped him. This is not only to help your Shi, but also to stabilize Jianzhou for Tang, Li Xiaogong said calmly. After this war, I will not return. My army will camp here and continue hunting down the remaining Jurchens until they are destroyed completely. Do you know what you must do? Saleri understood instantly. Li Xiaogong wanted the Shi to continue fighting alongside Tang. Of course. I will see it done. Until every last Jurchen is wiped out, my Shi cannot rest our hatred. He recalled when the Heishui River fell, their ancestors' graves were dug up, corpses destroyed, even skulls made into cups. His hatred burned hotter. Before leaving Jianzhou, I have one last request, Prince. Please agree, it is very important to me. Speak. Clenching his fists, Saleri forced the words through gritted teeth. We want to dig up all the Jurchens' ancestral graves, turn their bones into drums, and beat them day after day to vent our hatred. If you agree, I will give up all the Jurchens' gold and silver treasures and leave them to Tang. Saleri truly was a man of passion. For revenge, he was even willing to give up wealth. Li Xiaogong was surprised, but he respected Saleri more. Though he looked down on these tribesmen, such determination, to avenge even centuries-old hatred, was admirable. Fine, I agree. But remember, those Jurchens who have already surrendered must not be slaughtered at will. Li Xiaogong was not merciful, he only feared Saleri would provoke rebellion again. If that happened, it would be he who had to clean up the mess. Yes, sir. With this promise, Saleri's rage burst forth. He rushed to spread the word among his people. At the victory feast, the Shi soldiers dropped their cups at once and seized weapons, storming toward the Jurchen graveyard. Their hatred boiled over, and they lost all reason. They dug up every grave, dragged out corpses, trampled and spat on them, then smashed bones into dust or collected them to make tools. From a high place, Li Xiaogong watched them rage. Fire soon spread into a great blaze, burning the Jurchens' tombs and their ancestors' bones to ash. These fools, Li Xiaogong muttered. If they dug deeper, there might still be valuable burial goods. What a waste. They were amateurs even at looting. The deputy general grew worried. If the surrendered Jurchens see this, might they rise again? No need to worry, Li Xiaogong said confidently. Do you think these barbarians care about kinship? Today they surrendered to the Shi. They will call themselves Shi to survive. They will not cause trouble again. Unless the Shi cut them down directly, but Saleri has promised otherwise. Don't worry. Just as Li Xiaogong thought, the Jurchens stayed huddled in the prison camps. Even seeing the flames rise to the sky, they only cared about eating the scraps thrown to them. Staying alive was enough. As for their ancestors' bones burning, who had time to care? A few days later, in Chang'an, Ho Junji finally returned with the army from the Goguryeo campaign. Though the welcome was far less grand than when Qingxiu returned, it was still spectacular, opening the soldiers' eyes. Coming back victorious was joyous, everyone saw them as heroes. Emperor Liji did not treat the army poorly. He ordered them to camp outside Chang'an and drew heavily from the treasury, gold, silk, fine grain, cattle, and sheep, for a 3-day feast, letting the soldiers eat and drink to their heart's content. The soldiers had not expected such reward. The news spread through the camp like thunder, and cheers of "Long live the Emperor" shook the sky. This victory had truly been worth it. And the banquet itself could not be small. Li Ji ordered all the civil and military officials to join, sitting outdoors with the soldiers, drinking and feasting together, erasing the distance between them. Qingxiu was also invited. At first, he wanted to refuse, but then he thought again. After all, these soldiers had followed him, fighting in Liaodong for half a year. His own merits included their share as well. Now that they had returned victorious, how could he ignore them? Out of respect for the soldiers, Qingxiu set aside his work on the water wheel and went to the banquet. This banquet was not like the elegant feasts held in the palace. It was set up in the open fields west of Chang'an, with nearly 1,000 tables arranged so that every soldier could have a seat. Even the city guards of Chang'an were allowed to join. Since it was a flowing banquet, wine and meat were plentiful. Even dishes in limited supply were openly provided under the emperor's orders. When Qingxiu arrived, he was astonished. It was the first time he had seen such a bold and open banquet. Each table held a large pot set over charcoal, boiling sheep heads, beef, and chunks of meat. The smell of spices mixed with the aroma of meat filled the air, stirring appetites. Soldiers gulped down wine, then cut steaming meat with knives and ate in big mouthfuls. Some even held sheep heads or ox heads to drink with, eating heartily. Wine jars emptied as soon as they arrived, and soldiers drank until they were drunk, swearing not to stop until they could no longer lift the cup. It had been a long time since they had felt such joy. The nobles and scholars, accustomed to refined meals, frowned at the sight of soldiers gulping strong wine and greasy meat. How uncouth! Faced with the tables piled with meat and murky wine, they did not even know how to start with their chopsticks, and had no mood to drink. In their homes, they ate slowly with servants attending them. That was how one should dine. How could they act like these soldiers, showing such crude behavior? Hey, my lords, aren't you afraid of starving to death, eating like that? Today is a celebration for the whole army's victory, why so stiff? Chang Yaojin blended right into the atmosphere, drinking and eating heartily. But seeing these officials still holding on to their etiquette, he was displeased. When it came to discussing real matters of war, they were silent. Yet at a banquet, they were full of fine words. General Chang, we are not hungry. The officials forced smiles, saying they could not eat. You really should starve for a while, Chang Yaojin sneered. When Qingxiu appeared at the banquet, the soldiers rose in delight. Duke Qing is here. Stop eating. Greetings, Duke Qing. Sir, are you well? Do you eat and sleep well? At once, a sea of soldiers stood up, saluting and welcoming him. He truly held the highest rank here, second only to the emperor. Qingxiu only smiled, nodded, and motioned for them to sit. You've all worked hard fighting abroad. Without you risking your lives, how could I achieve such merit? The credit belongs to all of you. He raised his cup. I do not demand that each expedition wins great glory, but that each of you returns alive and safe. With you here, Tang's foundation is secure. Then he drank in one gulp. The soldiers roared in approval. With a commander like Duke Qing, risking their lives was worth it. When they sat again, one man pushed through the crowd quickly toward Qingxiu. Duke Qing, you really came. It was Su Dingfong. Though at the feast, he carried no smell of wine. He no longer looked ragged and drunk as before, but refreshed, clean, and spirited, like a different man. So, you really did quit drinking? Qingxiu patted his shoulder, smiling. To resist even here, that's not easy. It was Duke Qing's order. How would I dare disobey? Su Dingfong said firmly. He had just seen the triumphant army's grand welcome, and he was deeply envious. He had once returned from the Turkic campaign to similar cheers, but only once. If possible, he wished for a second time, even a 10th time. This strengthened his resolve to quit drinking, even at a banquet, he would not touch a drop. Don't worry. After this year, Tang's frontiers will still have plenty of battles. Men like you will be needed. Hearing this, Su Dingfong's eyes lit up. Could it mean Qingxiu had already agreed to let him follow on campaign? Soon after Qingxiu sat down, Emperor Taizong finally arrived. Not in his usual imperial carriage, but galloping on horseback. As the sound of hooves approached, all the soldiers turned. The emperor is here. They stood at once, shouting together, Long live! At this moment, Liaoong set aside all imperial airs. It was as if he had returned to his years on the battlefield. Riding among the soldiers, he wore a proud smile, showing no distance at all. This was the confidence of a ruler forged in war. Even as emperor, he was at ease among his men. When he reached the main seat, he lifted his cup, nodded to the soldiers, and drained it. This cup is for you all. You worked hard in Liaoong. You not only secured our borders, but also washed away the shame of the Sui Emperor's disastrous campaigns against Goguryeo decades ago. He referred to Emperor Yang's 3 failed campaigns. For the people of the Central Plains, avenging that blood debt meant more than conquering Goguryeo itself. That war had cost 1 million lives. Families across Hebei had worn mourning. I know your merits are no less than any general's. I promise this to the entire army. Every soldier who fought in the Goguryeo campaign will receive 20 bolts of silk and 30 taels of silver. Moreover, all treasures and food seized from Goguryeo's treasury will be divided equally among you. At once, the soldiers roared again like thunder. Long live! Long live! Long live! The cheers shook the western fields of Chang'an. This reward was truly generous, but more important was the fact that they had achieved such an earth-shaking victory. While they thanked Liaoong, they were also deeply grateful to Qingxiu. Without Qingxiu, they could never have won this battle, let alone received such great rewards. For Lier, even such lavish rewards were a bargain. The court had used only a small cost and relatively few soldiers to achieve such a result. The savings in military expenses were enormous. Even if half of those savings went to reward the army, it was still a huge gain. Most importantly, Lier greatly strengthened both popular support and military loyalty. To make it more real, he had carts bring mountains of gold, silver, and silk right before everyone's eyes. When the banquet ended, they could go claim their rewards directly, no empty promises. But Lier had more surprises. Now that Goguryeo has just been pacified, its land still needs to be developed, and people settled to farm it. Any soldier who fought in the Goguryeo campaign, if willing to go settle there, will receive travel and resettlement funds, large tracts of land, and exemption from taxes and corvée for 3 years. This decree was even more shocking. The soldiers, who had just calmed down, burst into cheers again, their voices shaking the sky. Such rich rewards were rare even in all dynasties of history. Qingxiu hadn't expected Lier to think of such a clever way to repopulate Goguryeo. His political skills were clearly growing sharper. After the rewards, came the prisoner presentation. This was Lier's most anticipated part. He sat upright, regaining imperial dignity, waiting for the captives to be brought. First came many Goguryeo and Hua nobles, then came their royal family. The Goguryeo royals hung their heads, not daring to look at Lier. Once brought forward, they knelt and did not rise. I have long heard that Goguryeo's king Gaozong had no mind of his own, ruled by his harem women, ignorant of foreign affairs. The real reason he opposed Tang was you nobles stirring him, sowing discord between Goguryeo and Tang. Lier's words were sharp and heavy, accusing them of their crimes. None dared reply. They lay trembling on the ground, afraid their heads would be cut off. But they did not know Lier's nature. In his eyes, these nobles were like shining trophies. Kill one, and there would be one less. Who destroys their trophies? He immediately proclaimed them as various officials, titles with no real power, just to keep them in Chang'an as living spoils of war. Though they didn't understand why, at least they knew they would not die. When the Goguryeo nobles withdrew, it was the turn of the Hua emperor and his entourage of royals, shamans, and monks. Lier had wanted to keep the Goguryeo king as the grand finale, but that man had already been hacked to death in chaos, gone to Liaoong soil. So the highest-ranking prisoner left was the Hua emperor. He had already abandoned the title of emperor, now calling himself the chieftain of Hua slaves. Before the true emperor, what right did he have to call himself emperor? Guilty chieftain? Hua slave chieftain, greets the son of heaven. He immediately knelt and begged for mercy, terrified Lier might kill him. Lier was surprised at how pathetic he was, so cowardly he didn't even bother scolding him. Just then, eunuchs presented Hua's golden seal and ritual sword. This is the golden seal granted by Emperor Guangwu, and you still keep it now? Lier examined it with curiosity. This small matter had been buried in history, yet the Hua still preserved it. For them, it was their only proof of legitimacy. Our Japan. Hua has always revered the Central Plains as a parent kingdom. We dare not bring shame upon it, the chieftain pleaded. Lier sneered, tossing the seal back onto the tray. Since you know Tang is the parent kingdom, why did you raid our ships again and again, provoking the celestial court? The chieftain trembled, unable to answer. Enough. Lier snorted. I name you Marquis of Dongguo. From now on you will stay in Chang'an, living out your life in the parent kingdom. The Hua chieftain was overjoyed. Not only spared, but given a title. He kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, your majesty. I will serve you all my life. No need. I don't care for your service. Lier said coldly. The man was ugly, fat-faced, big-eared, short and coarse. Disgusting to look at, unfit to sit at the emperor's side. Your majesty is right. I am too ugly, unworthy of your eyes. I should be punished. He stupidly slapped his own face loudly. The sight was so comical that soldiers burst into laughter. With a chieftain like this, no wonder the Hua are so weak. They thought they could oppose Tang? A joke. I once thought Hua was as dangerous as Goguryeo, but clearly I overrated them. The soldiers laughed heartily, the whole air filled with joy. Your majesty, this chieftain's kin and ministers. Lier grew stern again. I appoint them to official titles and they will serve you. But none of them may leave your residence. If they do, don't blame me for being merciless. The Hua chieftain trembled in fear, kowtowing repeatedly. Your majesty spares my life. I am grateful beyond words. I have a great gift for you. Please accept it. This made Li Ji burst into laughter on the spot, and even the officials who had been keeping their composure couldn't help but laugh aloud. This Hua chieftain no longer had a country, his life and death depended on Li Ji's word. And yet he dared to say he had a great gift to offer? What could he possibly give that Li Ji would value? Your Majesty is a heroic figure. Ordinary things would not catch your eye. But I promise what I bring today is no common trinket. As he spoke, the Hua chieftain tried to rise, but under Li Ji's sharp gaze, he grew frightened and stayed kneeling. Speak then, what great gift? Li Ji was a little curious. The Hua chieftain grinned. Your Majesty, among my Fujiwara royal clan, there is a kinswoman, unmatched in beauty. Countless noble youths sought her hand but failed. She is lofty of spirit and unwilling to wed a common man, so she became a shrine maiden. Now that we submit to Tang, we wish to draw closer ties with your Majesty. So I offer this woman to you, for your favor. Li Ji refused at once. I have never cared for barbarian women. Keep her in your household to serve you. Of course, he did not refuse because he disdained women. On the contrary, his appetite for women rivaled even the famous Chancellor of the Three Kingdoms era. Even the crown princess of Li Jiancheng had been taken into his harem. What of foreign women? If they were truly beautiful, Li Ji loved them just the same. But seeing the Hua chieftain's ugly face, he instinctively assumed the royal women of Hua must look just as misshapen. When the man spoke of peerless beauty, Li Ji simply did not believe it. With his looks, what could his judgment of beauty amount to? Most likely another ugly one, not worth seeing. The Hua ruler had hoped to win favor and rewards with this gesture. Being refused, he had no choice but to give up. I didn't expect your Majesty to be such a hero, untouched by beauty. I was foolish to insult you with such an offer. His words made Li Ji laugh again. Though Li Ji disliked him, keeping him in Chang'an as a daily fool to amuse others was not without charm. I once heard that Lu Chan of Shu was so lost in pleasure he forgot his country. I thought it a tale. Now I see it's true, there are men with no heart or liver indeed. Laughing, Li Ji waved him away, eager to return to feasting with his Tang heroes. After the captive presentation ended, Li Ji shed imperial formality, drinking and singing with his generals. Qingxiu joined in, while Cheng Yaojin challenged him in a drinking contest. But after only a short while, Cheng conceded defeat, baffled at Qingxiu's immense tolerance for wine. Uncle Cheng, you are a man of war. How can your drinking be so poor? How will you lead men like this? Qingxiu teased him. As he spoke, Ho Junji came forward with a cup. Duke Qing, how have you been? All is well. They clinked cups. Ho Junji smiled. If Duke Qing is willing, drink with me and see if my wine tolerance is fit for a general. Your skill in war needs no words. I wouldn't dare judge. But as for drinking, Qingxiu drained his cup. Even if all you generals joined together, you still might not outdrink me. Not at all. Even in war, I would not dare compare myself to you, Ho Junji laughed. Cheng Yaojin clapped his shoulder and grumbled, Old Ho, you've earned many merits lately. I can't compare with you. Ho Junji sighed. General Cheng, you live carefree. Why compare yourself to me? Cheng Yaojin's lack of recent glory wasn't because he was inferior. He simply knew when to hold back. He never rushed to seek merit or demand recognition. He was content with his founding achievements. As long as he lived happily, why care about eternal fame? Posterity would always remember his name among those of the Sui-Tang transition. Cheng Yaojin said nothing more and kept drinking. Then Qingxiu suddenly asked, Duke of Chen, I heard you requested to be sent to the frontier again, to fight for the country? That's true, Ho Junji admitted openly. You fought long and earned much glory. Your name is already secure in history. Why seek more? Duke Qing, surely you understand. Ho Junji gripped his cup. A man in this world must leave achievements that resound for all ages, or he has lived in vain. Even after earning merit, one must strive harder, to finish the emperor's great work and leave a name after death. His passion grew as he spoke. His hunger for glory and rank was burning, stronger than Qingxiu could fully understand. Very well. If in time you are sent west, I'd like to ask a favor. Qingxiu said calmly. No problem, Ho Junji began, then froze. How does Duke Qing know I will be sent west? Even he himself didn't know where the next war would be. Yet Qingxiu seemed to. Isn't it obvious? Qingxiu smiled. Liaoong and Goguryeo were pacified. Even Japan had been taken in passing. North of Tang, the Turks were half dead, no need for battle. Only the western regions remained to be opened. To prepare for that, Li Ji had been restoring national strength. And when the time came, he would need trusted generals. Ho Junji was an ideal choice. Whatever Duke Qing asks, just say the word. If I can do it, I will. Even if I cannot, I'll find a way. Qingxiu liked straightforward men. It's nothing too hard. He glanced at Su Dingfong, sitting not far away. Su Dingfong, sensing Qingxiu's gaze, quickly lifted his cup to him in salute. If you go to the frontier, take this man with you. Let him train well there. Qingxiu pointed toward Su Dingfong, sitting not far away. Oh? Ho Junji looked at him. The man was indeed strong, with killing aura all over him, clearly a veteran of bloody border wars. He seemed familiar, as if Ho had seen him before, but he couldn't recall exactly where. What talent does he have to deserve Duke Qing's favor? He knew that anyone Qingxiu valued could not be ordinary. Years ago, Shuiren Gue had also been raised step by Qingxiu, proving to be truly capable. Qingxiu said, "This man is Su Dingfong. During the Turkic campaign, he was Li Jing's third-rank vanguard commander, with great achievements." What? Ho Junji was shocked. Looking again, he now realized why Su looked familiar. Back at the frontier, when he had met Li Jing, he had likely seen this man at Li Jing's side. But he was a third-rank vanguard commander. How, in just 2 years, has he fallen to? Ho stopped himself from saying, a common soldier. After all, most of those drinking here were common soldiers. This is a long story. He had no hope of returning to war for the rest of his life. But I could not watch such a fierce general buried in dust. If he were to end his years wasted like this, it would be too great a pity. Ho Junji understood and agreed immediately. For this man to have Duke Qing's eye is his fortune. Otherwise, the rest of his life would have been wasted. Ho was an old hand in politics. He knew anyone degraded so far had powerful enemies at court who wanted him gone. Only Qingxiu, who ignored courtly rules, could lift him back up. Duke Qing. You came and didn't tell me? Drinking here alone. A tipsy Li Er arrived at Qingxiu's table, soldiers following behind with cups in hand, drinking freely. Your Majesty, your drinking is weaker now. Ha. Since the Grand Emperor abdicated, I deal with endless affairs every day. How could I drink carelessly and neglect duty? Lia left. If not for today's banquet to honor heroes' return, I would not drink. The soldiers were thrilled when he called them heroes. I have long heard Duke Qing has fine talent in writing. Today, I wish to see you compose a poem to celebrate the army's return. Would you? Li Er hiccuped, full of expectation. He had long wanted a work in Qingxiu's hand, but never had the chance. Now was perfect. A poem made on the spot, which he could keep. With Qingxiu's pen, it would surely be a masterpiece, no less than his beloved preface to the Orchid Pavilion. Duke Qing. The soldiers shouted in support. They too wanted a poem written for them. Qingxiu smiled, looking around. Wherever his eyes landed, cheers rose like thunder. Since His Majesty asks, and my brothers who face death with me also ask, if I refuse, I would be ungracious. Good. Li Er brightened and quickly ordered pen and ink brought. But when they arrived, he did not let others prepare them. Instead, he spread paper and ground ink himself for Qingxiu. All gasped in amazement. For Li Er to serve like this, only Qingxiu could inspire it. Duke Qing will write a poem himself? Even officials who had scorned the feast now crowded forward, afraid to miss it. Qingxiu himself hadn't expected such excitement. It only stirred his spirit higher. He took the brush, thought briefly, then said, I know you hope I write something joyous. But today, sitting here with you, I think of our brothers in Liaoong and Goguryeo, who will never return. The hall fell silent. Soldiers remembered comrades who had marched out vowing to win glory, but had died on the battlefield. Many sat in silence, some with tears in their eyes. If not for Duke Qing's brilliance in war, and the fire weapons that smashed enemy walls, most of them would never have come back. Lia sighed deeply. When I fought to unify the land, many loyal soldiers gave their lives. Few survived to today. This peace we enjoy was bought with their sacrifice. Yet they cannot see it. I am ashamed before them. Qingxiu pressed the brush, writing with force that cut through the paper. This poem is for their spirits, a remembrance. May we meet again someday, and be brothers once more on the battlefield. When he finished, the poem was written, the strokes powerful and sharp, each character like chiseled stone. Good calligraphy. Li Er's eyes lit up. Among his collection, few works compared. He lifted the paper, forgetting to even read the poem itself, lost in admiration of the script. Your Majesty? If you don't read it, at least let others see. Qingxiu reminded him. Li Er snapped back, realizing his lapse. Good. I will read Duke Qing's poem aloud myself. He cleared his throat. The hall fell silent. Fine grape wine in a luminous cup, about to drink, the pipa urges me to mount. Drunk on the battlefield, do not laugh. Since ancient times, how many return from war? The poem was short, but its meaning struck like thunder. The soldiers may not grasp lofty words, but they understood this clearly. They held wine and celebrated, but many of their brothers would lie forever in Goguryeo, never returning. A fine poem indeed. Officials and nobles cried out in admiration, some even clapping aloud. Li Er carefully read the poem several times. When he came back to himself, his eyes were full of tears. After reading, he thought of the soldiers who had fought to win the world for him, giving their lives. In a way, they were no longer just subordinates to him, but true brothers of life and death. Sadly, most of them had already died in war. Only a few lived to see today. Drunk on the battlefield, do not laugh. Since ancient times, how many return from war? Lia sighed deeply. When I risked my life to win the empire, I did not fall drunk on the battlefield like others. That must have been heaven's will upon me. Hearing his sigh, the soldiers all felt sorrow, their hearts full of memories. Even Cheng Yaojin, the big rough man, covered his face as if he might burst out crying. He thought of Qin Qiong, lying sick in bed, barely breathing. Back when they left Wagong village together, they survived famine, fought through chaos, and came this far. But just as peace arrived, Qin Qiong could no longer enjoy it. Duke Qing, on behalf of the soldiers who returned from Liaoong, and those who now lie drunk forever on the battlefield, I thank you. Li Er carefully put away the calligraphy, his voice solemn. It was only my feelings put into words. No need for such weight, Your Majesty. Qingxiu smiled faintly. But I haven't given this poem a title yet. Might I trouble Your Majesty to choose one for me? Li Er would not let this chance pass. He frowned in thought, then said, let this poem be titled Zhengguan Huai. By dusk, the feast was still going. Li Er had promised, 3 days and 3 nights, as long as the soldiers could still eat and drink, the banquet would not end. Of course, the nobles and ministers could not eat and drink like the soldiers, so by evening they excused themselves. Qingxiu also left. He would not spend 3 days just drinking and feasting. After saying farewell to the soldiers, he boarded his carriage to return home. Duke Qing, this feast was truly grand. In my decades of life, it's the first time I've seen the emperor himself stand among the soldiers and drink with them. On the way back, Urguzi excitedly retold everything he had seen. Through the ages, only Han Gaozu Lu Bang and now His Majesty have won an empire from horseback, and yet can share joy with the people, Qingxiu said with a smile. The sun was setting. He lifted the curtain of the carriage, letting the red light fill the space. Looking at the mountains, he saw their outline painted by the sunset, and in the darkening sky the faint shadow of the moon already rising. Jade Capital. Thinking of the name, he couldn't help but smile. If such beauty were accompanied by a soft, sorrowful tune, it would be perfect. As he thought so, he seemed to hear faint music in his ears, hauntingly beautiful, matching the scene perfectly. No, that wasn't his imagination. Someone was truly playing nearby. The music was mournful and moving, skillful beyond doubt. But the instrument was unlike Tang instruments, nor those of the northern tribes. Qingxiu quickly signaled Urguzi to stop the carriage and search for the source. Duke Qing, look there! Urguzi pointed toward a nearby camp tent. Indeed, the music came from there. Qingxiu was surprised, it was the prisoners' camp. The high-ranking captives, nobles and royals, were kept there. Inside, a woman in plain white clothes and a pink skirt sat with her back turned, playing a strangely shaped instrument. Though her face was hidden, her graceful figure alone showed she must be beautiful. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, making her all the more alluring. Of course, for Qingxiu, beauty mattered less than the music itself. Looking closely, he saw the instrument in her hands was a shamisen, unique to Wa. So, she was Japanese. And her clothes too, a shrine maiden's garb of Wa. At that moment, several soldiers, drawn by the music, arrived. Unlike Qingxiu, they had no patience to appreciate it. Who let you out of the camp? Without permission, how dare you come out? Take her back and beat her first. The soldiers moved to seize her. Frightened, the woman stopped playing and pleaded, Gentlemen, I will return at once, please don't trouble me. Shut up. One soldier reached to grab her, his eyes full of lust. Clearly, he wanted more than to punish her. Stop. Suddenly, Qingxiu's voice rang out, making them all tremble. Duke Qing. Seeing him, they paled, quickly bowing and stepping aside. The woman turned, frightened, and Qingxiu finally saw her face. Her snow-white skin, flawless features, she was breathtaking. Her chest, full and high, stretched the white cloth tight, trembling with each breath. Hard to look away. She was clearly a shrine maiden of Wa. Strange, how could such beauty come from that ugly, crude people? She didn't know he was Duke Qing, but his bearing awed her, and she dared not speak. Duke Qing, this woman disobeyed orders. We only meant to discipline her. The soldier's voice grew weaker, lacking confidence. Qingxiu said coldly, this woman is a high-value prisoner. His Majesty himself ordered she must not be harmed. If she suffers even the slightest wound in your hands, you shame His Majesty and break his promise. Then, what do you think will happen to you? Once Qingxiu said this, the few people present trembled all over in shock. When they came back to their senses, they were already covered in cold sweat. Just now, blinded by lust, they had acted recklessly. Only after Qingxiu's warning did they realize they had almost made a mistake that could have cost them their heads. Just as Qingxiu said, if this woman were only an ordinary captive, no matter what happened, at most they would have been scolded. But if they had disturbed His Majesty. Many thanks, Lord Qing, you just saved our lives. They quickly apologized and withdrew, not daring to linger even a moment. After they left, the woman finally showed some relief. She looked at Qingxiu cautiously, and in somewhat clumsy Chinese said, thank you, Lord Qing. You know me? Qingxiu was a little surprised. The woman said timidly, I don't know you personally. It was just those soldiers who mentioned your name, that's how I learned you are the famous Lord Qing. Famous? You've also heard of me. Not only me, but in all of Japan, almost every noble and royal family has heard of Lord Qing's mighty name. She was not flattering him. She spoke the truth. In the past, Qingxiu had mercilessly slaughtered the Japanese envoys, and even designed giant tower ships as tall as mountains, using overwhelming force to crush Japan. More importantly, the general they feared most, Li Ji, was also a loyal follower of Lord Qing. How could they not know of such a figure? The interesting thing was that among the Japanese, few truly hated Qingxiu. On the contrary, many admired him deeply, even treated him as an idol. This was the nature of the Japanese. The stronger someone was, even if they trampled them underfoot, they would not feel hatred, but instead worship and revere them. On the other hand, if someone was weak, even if harmless or even kind to them, they would still be despised and bullied without mercy. The Japanese had truly taken this trait, fearing power but not cherishing virtue, to the extreme. Speaking of which, if Lord Qing hadn't saved me just now, I fear I would already be. The young woman still trembled at the thought. My name is Fujiwara Haim. I will remember Lord Qing's kindness for the rest of my life. Fujiwara. That surname sounded familiar. Suddenly Qingxiu recalled, the Emperor of Japan also bore the Fujiwara name. Looking at the woman's noble bearing and the shrine maiden's robes she wore, Qingxiu immediately understood, you must be the sister of the clan leader of Japan, the one he wanted to gift to His Majesty? The young woman's cheeks flushed red, and she nodded slightly. Qingxiu then realized what an extraordinary beauty Li Er had missed. He never expected that the Japanese chieftain really had such a stunningly beautiful sister. I didn't plan to help you at first. It was just that the tune you played caught my attention, so I stopped to listen. Qingxiu smiled. Lord Qing also enjoys music? Fujiwara Haim's eyes lit up. From your tune, it was clear you carried endless sorrow, as if filled with grief you could not express? She was astonished that he could hear the meaning of her song. Secretly, she felt a strange joy. She had found a kindred spirit in a foreign land. At first, I only wished to remain in the shrine as a maiden, to live alone until the end of my days. But then soldiers stormed in and dragged us here. I fear I will never again return to my homeland or see the shrine. At this point, Fujiwara Haim realized her words were improper. She quickly tried to explain, I harbor no rebellious thoughts, Lord Qing, please don't misunderstand me. Qingxiu shook his head slightly. I am not someone who makes a fuss over small matters. But, I must say, you don't seem to care much that your country has been destroyed? From beginning to end, she had only shown sorrow at not being able to return home, yet not a trace of grief for a fallen nation. Fujiwara Haim sighed, who would not love their homeland? But while my brother ruled, he imposed harsh taxes, squeezing the people until they had nothing left. The people lived in misery. In fact, he treated them even worse than General Li Ji, who stormed into Kyoto. For such a country to fall, perhaps it is even a blessing for the common people. Qingxiu gave an awkward smile. So that was the truth. He had heard something of Li Ji's deeds in Japan. Because of the long expedition and harsh conditions, discipline in the army was terribly poor. Li Ji had ruthlessly exploited the Japanese people, treating them as less than human. Even so, no rebellion had broken out among the Japanese. Now it seemed it wasn't that they were easy to rule, but rather that their own chieftain had treated them even worse than Li Ji did. Li Ji only treated them like cattle and horses, taking whatever he wanted, deciding their life and death at will. But their own chieftain had crushed their very bones to suck out the marrow. Qingxiu hadn't expected that someone so ugly could also be so cruel and tyrannical. Compared with him, even Emperor Yang of Sui would seem merciful. No wonder when the country fell, no one mourned, and some even rejoiced. Our Tang dynasty conquers the four corners of the world only to bring civilization and free the people. Qingxiu declared with upright dignity. Indeed. With my own eyes, I have seen it to be true. At this moment, Fujiwara Haim looked at Qingxiu with shining eyes, little stars flickering in them. Qingxiu was already handsome and refined. Now, with his righteous air, he appeared even more extraordinary, enough to move the heart of any woman. Even though Fujiwara had sworn never to marry or draw close to men, upon seeing Chingo she could not help but feel her heart stir. Lord Qing. In this foreign land, I have rarely met a kindred spirit. Might you sit and listen to me play one more song? She lowered her head, her voice almost inaudible. Faced with such a beauty's gentle invitation, Chingo gladly accepted. I usually hear the silk and bamboo instruments of the Central Plains. Music from the Eastern Islands is rare to my ears. Fujiwara sat down, gently closed her eyes, and her slender hands softly plucked the shamisen. Japanese instruments already sounded mournful and sorrowful. With her state of mind, the tune carried endless melancholy, filling hearts with sadness. The sun was just setting, the sky dim, the moon faintly shining. With this music, the sorrow grew even deeper. Fujiwara knew Chingo was listening intently. She had never before played with such focus. Not even when serving the gods at the shrine had she been so devoted. She herself never imagined that one day she would play with all her heart for a man, with nothing else in her mind. Chingo sat quietly on the side listening. Although he did not understand the shamisen, his deep knowledge of music theory allowed him to fully grasp this instrument. From time to time, he gave Fujiwara a few pointers, which actually benefited her, even though she was already skilled in playing the shamisen. Unknowingly, the two had spent more than an hour together. By then, the sky was completely dark, and the full moon had risen high. Although Fujiwara had not yet entered the prisoner camp, which was against the rules, with Chingo present, no one dared to disturb them, letting the two enjoy the night breeze under the moon. I never thought Lord Qing could understand the shamisen so deeply, even though you have never touched this instrument before. Fujiwara truly admired him. In Japan, she had never met anyone who understood music theory as profoundly as Chingo. For a moment, she wished she could sit and chat with him for 3 days and nights without end. All music in the world is connected. As long as you study deeply, all instruments are essentially the same in their roots. If you are interested, I can teach you to play the zheng in the future. That instrument is far more profound than the shamisen. Fujiwara eyes were full of longing. As a master of instruments, she had long heard of the zheng's mysteries. Its range was wide, its variations rich, and its playing far more elegant than the shamisen. Unfortunately, in Japan she had never found anyone who could play the zheng, so she had never been able to learn it. Then it's a promise, Lord Qing. The girl blushed and smiled, even holding out her little finger. Come, let's pinky swear. Chingo had not expected such a graceful shrine maiden to show such a girlish side. Smiling, he hooked his finger with hers. It's a deal. At that moment, the full moon rose to the highest point in the sky, its silver light shining on both Chingo and Fujiwara faces. In that instant, the bright moonlight made Fujiwara look like a goddess descended to earth, noble and elegant. Noticing Chingo's gaze fixed upon her, Fujiwara face turned red and she lowered her head quickly. Yet in her heart she felt secretly delighted to receive his attention. But Chingo wanted more than just gazing at this woman under the moonlight. Would you like to go up the mountain with me to see the moon? The view there is far better than here. Chingo rose and directly invited her. This. Fujiwara looked in the direction he pointed. It was a mountain covered in dense forest, with no sign of people. A dark night, a high moon, a man and a woman alone together in such a place, could it be? If it is inconvenient for the shrine maiden, I do not mind. It's just that the night is late, and I must soon return home. Chingo showed difficulty on his face, though in truth he was playing hard to get. Sure enough, Fujiwara grew flustered and quickly grabbed his hand. No, don't go. I am willing to go together. Indeed, Chingo's tactic worked perfectly. Very well. It has been some time since I last climbed a mountain to view the moon. Let's go together. Fujiwara nodded slightly, her voice almost inaudible, but, we are only going to look at the moon, right? Chingo's answer was to take her hand, and the two walked into the forest together. The soldiers guarding the camp watched Chingo lead the graceful Fujiwara into the woods, full of envy. Forget it. With her status, anyone else who touched her would die. Only Lord Qing can enjoy her. The soldiers laughed a little, then returned to their duties. This was a high-security prisoner camp. If even one captive escaped, not even their heads would be enough to repay Li Ji. In the forest, under the bright moonlight. Exhausted, Fujiwara lay in Chingo's arms, asleep. Of course, she was no match for the battle-hardened Chingo. After only a few rounds she was already worn out, fainting under his repeated advances. In the moonlight, her fair skin was like polished jade, crystal clear, enchanting. Holding her soft body, Chingo sighed, Fujiwara truly was skilled. Though she had never been with a man before, she mastered everything after just a little guidance. Could it be that island women are naturally talented at this? Chingo thought to himself. It was his first time in the wild, and Fujiwara had left him with an excellent impression. Although in terms of beauty she was not above his wives, her figure and gentle nature pleased him greatly. After a while, Fujiwara slowly woke, her face still blushing with lingering shyness. Shall we return? After joy, Fujiwara regained her former grace, quickly tidying her clothes, not daring to meet Chingo's gaze. In the future, as you stay in Chang'an, I will often come to find you. Chingo spoke casually, yet it made her heart race again. Then, please come to me again later. But don't forget to teach me the zheng. Remembering what just happened made her blush even more. Without waiting for Chingo, she hurried off first. Truly, a wonderful night. Chingo lay on the grass, looking at the sky, and laughed softly. Several days later, Anding Canal, west of Chang'an. Open the gate. With a shout upstream, the sluice gate opened, and rushing water poured down the channel. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the water wheel set in the canal, silently praying it could withstand the pressure this time. Not like last time, when the slightest pressure smashed the wheel apart. Tang Jian was especially nervous. More than anyone, he hoped the experiment would succeed. Otherwise, managing the Yellow River would be indefinitely delayed. When would he ever return to court? It's coming. The surging water struck the water wheel. With a harsh creaking sound, it slowly began to turn. Because the core parts had been replaced with metal fittings from a workshop, its first rotations were very slow, even slower than if pushed by hand. Seeing this, Tang Jian's heart sank. He thought the experiment would most likely fail again. Lord Qing, I think there is no need to waste time on this water wheel. Better that I first go deal with the Yellow River, and then. But before he finished, he saw the wheel's speed suddenly increase, in just moments reaching a shocking pace. Even the harsh creaking disappeared, quieter than the old wooden wheels. Clack, clack. The wheel drove the crankshaft. Craftsmen nearby hurried to connect forging hammers and looms, praying that nothing would go wrong this time. Chingo's eyes stayed fixed on the connected machines. At last, the power of the water was easily transformed by the wheel and passed into the forging hammer and the weaving loom. These two heavy machines were actually able to be driven by just one water wheel, and their efficiency was extremely high. Not only that, the wheel even still had a great deal of strength left unused. Success! The craftsmen cheered with joy, overjoyed. All this time, they had worked day and night modifying the water wheel according to Chingo's demands, all for this very moment. This did not just mean they were finally free from this problem, it meant they had created such a precise piece of machinery. This water wheel would surely last for generations, even be passed down and improved. To have taken part in such work meant their names would be recorded in history. Even if only in a few lines, for these craftsmen it was enough to be satisfied. Congratulations, Lord Qing. With this wheel spread widely, who knows how much labor will be saved. More land could be cultivated, more houses and irrigation built. Elder, your name will surely go down in history, and we share in your glory. The craftsmen joyfully congratulated him, but Chingo ignored them, immediately ordering that the wheel's performance be recorded. This is only the first success. Only such a water wheel has value for wide use. If it were the primitive form of the wheel, it would be fine just for small use in Liaoong. But if people along both sides of the Yellow River knew I built only that kind of thing, it would be shameful. As always, Chingo's words shocked them. To him, even this degree of the water wheel was only a beginning? They couldn't even design the prototype wheel themselves. Lord Tang. Chingo called out, and Tang Jian hurried forward, long impatient. We must quickly prepare for mass production of the wheels, and draw up plans for managing the Yellow River. This cannot be delayed. This was exactly what Tang Jian had been waiting for. He quickly said, when I return, I will immediately draft a river control report and deliver it to you. No need. I will write it myself. Chingo directly refused. Tang Jian was surprised. Did Chingo not trust him? It is not that I distrust you, Chingo read his thoughts. I simply have a method none of you would ever think of. In this era, there was no better way to control the Yellow River than the method of confining the water to attack the sand. And in terms of knowledge of the river's geography, Chingo knew more than anyone. Come to my residence, we will discuss in detail. And quickly spend money to gather workers. Build more wheels at once, the more the better. Chang'an City. The Japanese royal family, after being granted titles by Li Heir, were all placed in new housing in the Dongping district. Though the houses were crudely built, the materials plain, the buildings made the Japanese royals extremely happy. Even such rough houses were many times better than the palaces they had lived in back in Japan. The Tang Emperor is so kind to us, he built us a palace. Even though we can never leave this district, to live in such a grand palace, we are content. Yes. Though the Emperor destroyed our country, for such treatment, we accept it. Even the Japanese chieftain was excited, no longer longing for home. The food and housing here were better than before. Even if he was now a long-term prisoner, life was no worse than when he had been emperor in Japan. If Liaoong knew they thought he was treating them well, he would not know whether to laugh or sigh. He had deliberately humiliated them, their houses were the worst among the surrendered nobles. But their knowledge was so limited, what the Xiongnu would scorn as a shack, they treasured as a gift. Fujiwara Heim, unlike the others, did not relax. Remembering her homeland still brought sorrow. She feared she would never again return to her native land. She sat in a pavilion and took out her shamisen to play alone to ease her sadness. Just then, her gaze fell by chance on the city gate, where a guard escort was passing through. Among them, she suddenly recognized a most familiar figure. Lord Qing. She was so excited she almost waved and called out. But when she saw how he was now surrounded by crowds, proud and high-spirited, she forced the words back down. She sadly realized the gap between her and Qingxiu was far too great. Even if they had once shared a fleeting night, there could be no ending for them. One spring night is enough. What more could I hope for? Fujiwara Heim could only give a bitter smile. But just then, as she secretly watched him, Qingxiu turned his gaze toward her and gave her a meaningful smile. Her heart leapt, and a small smile unknowingly touched her lips. So he still thought of her after all. The Yellow River strategy Qingxiu devised astonished even the well-traveled Tang Jian. Never had he seen someone so familiar with every terrain and environment along the Yellow River, as if Qingxiu had traveled the whole course himself. His confining water to attack sand method shocked him even more. If not for Qingxiu's proven results in Luoyang, he would have thought it mere sabotage. Qingxiu laid out complete plans for each part of the Yellow River basin. Besides confining water to attack sand, he also used diversion, cut-off, and other methods, never bound to one approach. For his goal was not merely to make the river stable and stop flooding, but to fully harness its water for the people and the empire. At first, Tang Jian was doubtful. But once he set out from Chang'an to Yinzhou and saw the method in use, its power amazed him. Narrowing the river strengthened the flow, which then scoured away the silt, lowering the riverbed, and at the same time powering the wheels. Even the local officials were shocked. Qingxiu was born for the Yellow River. With results already visible, Tang Jian grew confident, and immediately asked the court for leave to spread along the Yellow River, to turn its waters from harm to benefit. Qingxiu did not travel with Tang Jian to see the work firsthand, but still received reports from all areas. At this rate, it will not take 3 years. In 1 year the Yellow River will run clear. In 2, its floods will be fully controlled. Along its course, every county will have wheels to use, freeing nearly 1 million laborers. After roughly understanding the situation, Qingxiu also began to feel an itch in his heart. Yinzhou was not far from Chang'an, located within Guangzhou. With carriages and horses traveling quickly, it would only take a few days to arrive. He also wanted to go personally and see with his own eyes how the Yellow River in Yinzhou looked after the management. Until now, he had only seen the situation of the Yellow River in Luoyang, as well as the records of the works done there. Since managing the Yellow River depended on local conditions, naturally he needed to see more places. Guzi, prepare the carriage and horses. We will make a trip to Yinzhou. Qingxiu stood up, picked up the documents on the desk, and gave the order casually. How long will we be gone this time? Should we notify the local officials in advance so they can prepare a welcome? Guzi responded. No need. If notice was given in advance, and local officials had time to prepare, perhaps he would not see the real situation he wanted to see. Guzi said no more and immediately prepared the carriage and horses. In just a short while, everything was ready for departure. Walking out the door, Qingxiu saw his wives all busy in the courtyard. Though there was nothing in this mansion that really needed their attention, no one was idle. Cui Yuran often pulled the other wives out to gather flowers. In just one spring season, they had collected many rare flowers from outside, most of which were planted in the courtyard. At this moment, the wives were busy in the garden, tending to the flowers themselves instead of leaving it to the servants. Perhaps because Qingxiu had been occupied with the water wheel modifications these past days, only now did he notice the rich fragrance filling the courtyard. Husband. Cui Yuran saw him and happily called him over to admire the flowers. I picked this from the western outskirts of Chang'an a while ago. What do you think? Not bad. Qingxiu nodded in praise. If I'm not mistaken, this cluster is called hydrangea? It seems rare in the wild, mostly planted by flower lovers in Chang'an. So husband knows it. Cui Yuran was delighted. Then, when the flowers bloom outside the city in a few days, will you go with me to see them? Qingxiu was about to agree, but suddenly remembered that he was planning a trip to Yinzhou. How could he accompany her to view flowers then? But seeing her expectant face, he could not bear to disappoint her. Among all his wives, Cui Yuran was the most obedient, never making requests of him. Now that she made such a request, how could he refuse? Thinking quickly, Qingxiu came up with a good idea. If we only see flowers outside Chang'an, it is too dull. I have walked those paths countless times. If you truly wish to see flowers, I will take you with me to Yinzhou. We can admire the blossoms along the road slowly. How about that? Really? Cui Yuran was startled, then overjoyed. She had never traveled alone with Qingxiu before. Usually, she shared him with her sisters. Even if only for a few days, to admire flowers along the way and spend nights alone with him was a rare blessing. Then, husband, allow me to dress up a little, and then I will leave with you. Excited, Cui Yuran hurried back to her room to change. Of course, she, selfishly, did not tell Changsun Pingting and the others. Otherwise, this trip would no longer be their world of two. Watching his happy wife, Qingxiu suddenly thought, though he often traveled, his wives always stayed behind in Chang'an, waiting for his return. In the future, if there is a chance, I should take them out more often, he thought. Yinzhou, along the Yellow River. Since the Yellow River here had been managed and nearly 100 water wheels installed, the local people's lives had truly improved. Not only was irrigating the fields easier, but even the prices of iron and cloth had dropped. After daily farming work, people now had more free time, either to rest at home or apply to the government to open new lands. For the first time, the people of Yinzhou, who had long struggled for survival, experienced the benefits of automated water. If this continued, in just a few years the lands along the Yellow River in Yinzhou would become the wealthiest region in Guangzhou after Chang'an itself. One day, the river officers were inspecting the water wheels along the river. They had been personally taught by Tang Jian how to maintain the wheels. Normally, their main duty was to ensure proper operation. But that day, they found the wheels turning much more slowly. Before, one wheel could drive 2 looms and a forging hammer. Now, it could not even power a single loom. The wheel's movement itself had become extremely sluggish. After a simple check, they discovered the Yellow River's flow had slowed down, to the point that even the wheels could hardly turn. Everyone, have you noticed the water has become much more turbid, nearly as bad as before it was managed? One officer scooped up river water in a bowl. When it settled, he found more than half was silt. This was shocking. Even before management, the Yellow River had not held so much silt. And after the method of confining water to attack sand, one bowl usually contained only a few grains of sand. But now it had worsened terribly. The officers did not dare spread the news to the people, fearing panic. Instead, they reported it directly to the governor. When Governor Lu Dingxiang came, he saw the flow had become terribly slow, the Yellow River murky beyond belief. It was no longer water, it was mud. Such heavy, slow flow could no longer drive the wheels, and many had already stopped. The officers had to remove the wheels from the river, fearing the silt would damage them. My heavens, how could this be? Looking at the bowl full of silt, Governor Lu was deeply shocked. He had only been governor of Yinzhou for 2 years, but in all the history he knew, such an extreme case had never occurred. The murkier the Yellow River became, the higher its riverbed would rise. Soon, floods would be inevitable, even a change of course. He never thought that after just 2 years in office, he would encounter such a disaster. This river always grew murkier year by year, but never so quickly as this. Though the court repaired the river, and for a while it became clear, with wheels improving life, yet in only 2 months, the county magistrate said cautiously. Nonsense! The court's river works are wise and correct. How can it be the court's fault that the Yellow River grows turbid? Lu Dingxiang harshly shouted him into silence. Although he scolded them, Lu Dingxiang in his heart still leaned toward the county magistrate's words. For years the Yellow River had been stable, why was it that only after the court's repairs had it become so terrible? In just 2 months, such a disaster had formed, and it was connected with the much-debated, confining water to attack sand, method. Although building embankments and diverting floods could only treat the symptoms, at least they brought the river some stability. But this new method was being used for the first time, who knew if it would cause even worse consequences later? When the method was first applied, Lu Dingxiang had already been doubtful. But since the work had been personally approved by the emperor, with Lord Qing leading it, how could he dare voice any complaint? If this really is the result of Lord Qing's management, then isn't it harming the country and the people, all just for his fame and achievements? Lu Dingxiang cursed in his heart, but he dared not say it aloud. Otherwise, his post as governor would be finished. Report. Urgent news. Suddenly, a messenger rushed in on horseback from upstream. Upstream, a disaster has broken out. What disaster? All the officials and river officers pressed him quickly, afraid he would collapse before speaking. Upstream. The messenger's face was full of terror. The Yellow River upstream has begun flooding. Muddy waters have risen above the embankment, spilling into the farmland. With a bang in his head, Lu Dingxiang felt the string of his fears snap. What he dreaded most had happened. Quick! Gather manpower, mobilize the workers, bring as many as you can. Raise the embankments, widen the channels. The river officers looked troubled. Sir, some time ago Lord Tang gave orders. Without his command, we cannot widen the channels or raise the embankments. Lu Dingxiang shouted in fury, what nonsense! If you hesitate any longer, the river will burst, and countless people will die. At those words, no one dared delay further. They quickly gathered people to repair the river. Watching the muddy flow threatening to overflow the banks, Lu Dingxiang forced himself calm and ordered the water wheels downstream to be removed, and the narrowed channels to be dug open again. He could not care about anything else. He only thought the sudden flooding and muddiness must surely be caused by the wheels and the confining water to attack sand method. He knew nothing of the Yellow River. He could only hope these emergency measures would delay disaster. Otherwise, if the flood came, his hard-earned achievements would be lost. Qingxiu's carriage did not travel quickly. They went slowly, so Cui Yuran could enjoy the flowers. It was midsummer, flowers blooming everywhere. Compared to the outskirts of Chang'an, the scenery along the way was richer and brighter. At first Cui Yuran had wanted to pick a flower from every place they passed. After only a few days, before even reaching Yinzhou, the carriage could hold no more of her flowers. Husband, before I married, I wished that if I ever had the chance to travel, I would collect every flower I saw. Now it seems even 10 carriages would not hold all the flowers along this road. She spoke joyfully, holding a bouquet close to her nose, face full of delight. Flowers and beauty together made a truly stunning scene. When we reach Yinzhou, I'll show you the local flowers. But midway through, Qingxiu suddenly fell silent. Then he quickly ordered Erguzi to stop the carriage, and went himself toward the Yellow River's bank nearby. What is it, husband? Cui Yuran was caught off guard. His change in manner was too sudden. But she quickly put down her flowers and followed him, along with the guards. Qingxiu's face darkened as he saw laborers at the riverbank. They were widening the channel. But Tang Jian had already managed the river with the confining water method and strictly forbidden anyone from tampering with the banks. Yet here, nearly 1,000 workers were digging furiously, as if afraid to lose a second. Even the supervising river officers were digging with them. What are you doing? Qingxiu strode forward and shouted at the officers. Narrowing the river was an imperial project, finished after much work. And yet you widen it again. This is disobeying the court's orders. The workers, covered in dirt, stopped when they heard his words. The newcomer's bearing showed he was no ordinary man, perhaps an important official. But the exhausted river officers, already full of anger, were enraged by Qingxiu's rebuke. They did not recognize him. To them, who was this man to command them? What do you know, boy? Upstream is nearly flooded. If we don't widen the channel, Yinzhou will be destroyed. Get out of. The man suddenly froze, his face turning pale. For Qingxiu had revealed an identity plaque, the badge of a duke. Thud. The man knelt at once, terrified. I did not know you were a noble duke, my lord. What I said just now was foolish nonsense. Please don't take offense. I'll punish myself. Without waiting for Qingxiu to speak, he began slapping himself hard, beating his face black and blue. The sight drew many officials and workers to watch. They were shocked. At such a moment, even a duke had come here? Enough. Stop that. Tell everyone to halt digging. You must not widen the channel further. Qingxiu gave his order impatiently. If this continued, all the previous work would be wasted. Yet even with his command, the officers hesitated, standing dumbly without passing it on. Why are you still stunned? Did you not hear me? Widening the channel was the governor's order. I dare not disobey. It was not that he did not fear the duke, but rank and office were different. A duke's title did not grant him direct authority over an appointed governor. Even a governor bowed respectfully to a duke, but that did not mean the duke could give him orders. I am Lord Qing, Duke of the nation. If I command you to dig, you dig. Why delay? Qingxiu could no longer bear the hesitation. He revealed his true identity and used his prestige to force them into obedience. You are Lord Qing? At these words, the whole place erupted. The common people and officials who had been watching all cried out in shock. They never imagined that Lord Qing would personally come to Yinzhou. At once, they all bowed in respect. Greetings to Lord Qing. Enough. Qingxiu had no patience for ceremony. Stop the work immediately. If you widen the channel again, disaster will follow. Though people still hesitated, with Qingxiu's repeated orders, none dared disobey. Even aside from his imperial authority, his reputation alone was enough to make all tremble. They hurriedly pulled out the stakes they had sunk into the river and filled in the channel they had widened. Qingxiu even stayed to observe, only relaxing once he saw the water grow more forceful again. Relieved, he also grew angry. Tang Jian had poured countless manpower, wealth, and silver into the Yellow River works, barely managing to hold it in check. Yet after only a few days' absence, these people had undone it all on their own? You do not understand the wonder of the confining water to attack sand method. I understand your anxiety. But this project was set by the court. You have truly benefited from the waterworks yourselves. Why destroy it now by widening the river? And this is court-built. Qingxiu's rebuke left them speechless. No official dared speak. Were they to say it was precisely Lord Qing's method that caused the water to turn muddy upstream and the banks to collapse? At last, an old officer stepped forward cautiously. Do not blame them, Lord Qing. The upstream banks are about to burst. We widened the channel only out of necessity, not to destroy the works. Even if the method has benefits, the most important thing now is to stop the river from breaking. What do you mean? Qingxiu frowned. The reports he had received all spoke of smooth waters. Since when was the Yellow River about to burst? And even if it did, what did that have to do with narrowing the channel? Please, Lord Qing, come with us. Let us explain in detail. The county magistrate invited him to the yamen and handed him a report sent from Yinzhou only a day before. It said that much of the river there had already burst its banks. Newly reclaimed farmland was flooded, and even houses had been swept away. How could this be? Reading the report, Qingxiu was more confused. Before leaving, all had been well. How, in less than half a month, had it turned to disaster? But he remembered the river he had just seen, indeed, unusually muddy. Husband, do not be anxious. Perhaps this is normal? I have heard the Yellow River floods once every few years. That is nothing unusual. Cui Yuran saw his furrowed brow and felt distressed. I had planned to take you to Yinzhou City, to see the river works. But now, it is better you stay here. If floods come, it will be dangerous. Qingxiu rose, ordering Cui Yuran to remain where she was. He himself mounted with other officials and rode swiftly to Yinzhou City to see the situation. He also told Guzi and his guards to stay and protect his wife without fail. Riding along the Yellow River, he saw its color had turned foul, the riverbed raised much higher than expected. Lord Qing, the magistrate begged, shouldn't we widen the channel? Otherwise, if the river floods, the people will suffer. They still stubbornly believed that widening the channel would lower the water level. They did not know that this was poison to cure thirst. Slowing the flow only made silt pile higher, raising the bed even more. No. Qingxiu refused on the spot. If you do not want the people to suffer, do not touch the channel. That is no solution. I will settle this matter soon. Do not worry. But if anyone dares dig here again, I will cut him down myself. His sharp command left all silent with fear. If even Lord Qing spoke so, who would dare argue? Heads bowed, they followed behind him. Among the commoners, fear lingered. Even with repeated orders not to dig, they still trembled at the sight of the swollen river. So the local officials told them plainly, Lord Qing had come to Yinzhou to solve the problem himself. When he returns, the Yellow River will not flood. All will be as before, stable and safe. Do not fear. Indeed, Lord Qing's promise reassured them more than the court itself. Hearing that he had vowed to fix it, they finally calmed. Even when the waters nearly rose above the embankments, they did not panic as before. Yinzhou City. Lu Dingxiang watched the raging river, threatening to spill over, and sighed to the heavens. These past days he had worked the people day and night, digging the channels open. But it had not gone as he hoped. At first the bed did lower. But before long, the water rose again, faster than ever. In just a day, it had climbed higher than before. So he no longer dared widen the river. Instead, he ordered the people to pile the embankments higher. For every foot the water rose, he raised the banks 3. Such a ridiculous method could not hold back the endless flood. Now, even as people still labored on the banks, the waters threatened to break through at any moment. Just then, the sky, clear a moment before, grew dark and heavy. All looked up. A mass of black clouds blotted out the sun, covering the land for miles. Crack! Thunder boomed, each violent rumble shaking their hearts with dread. Could it be a storm? It's over. If heavy rain falls now, the river will surely flood. It will be a great disaster. Heavens, why now of all times? The laborers dropped their tools, filled with despair. If this storm poured down, not only would the past 10 days of labor be wasted, their houses and fields would all be destroyed. Lu Dingxiang was overcome with fear. He hurried into the carriage and ordered at once to move far from the riverbanks. Sir, should we return to the prefecture office? Return your mother's head. In his rage, Lu Dingxiang kicked over the driver. If the Yellow River floods, hiding in the prefecture office won't save us. Drive north, as far away from here as possible. As Lu Dingxiang fled in panic, the workers on the embankment no longer cared about their tasks. They dropped their tools and scattered. Unless they could raise the levee several zhang in an instant, the flood was certain once the storm broke. Better to run as far as possible. The banks of the Yellow River fell into chaos. Workers fled in droves. The nearby townsfolk also packed their things and ran. The panic spread through all of Yinzhou. In just moments, the city was in turmoil, the streets packed with people rushing everywhere. In past years, the Yellow River had flooded Yinzhou, but never had chaos reached such a level. Lu Dingxiang cared nothing for the confusion in the city. He drove his coach out, heading for higher ground. Only once the carriage was safely away did he feel a little relief. Then he began to curse. All Tang Jian's fault. All the court's fault. Insisting on this confining water to attack sand nonsense. Things were fine before. Even if the river flooded sometimes, at least we could manage and lessen the loss. How could it end up like this? But suddenly, the carriage jolted to a stop. The sudden halt nearly threw Lu Dingxiang headfirst to the ground. Dog servant. Tired of living, are you? He flung open the curtain, cursing. The next moment, his voice died in his throat. He dared not speak another word. For before his carriage stood a troop of soldiers blocking the way. At their head was a man tall and proud, clearly no ordinary officer. But Lu Dingxiang quickly calmed. These men were not here for him. And he was still the prefect. Why block my way? Go deal with the chaos in the city. Don't you know what's happening? The young man at the front rode closer, coldly asking. So you know the city is in chaos. And as prefect, instead of leading the people, you are the first to run for your life? Lu Dingxiang froze, then shouted angrily, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this and block my way? Before he could finish, the whip cracked. A red welt slashed across his face. Snap. The sharp sound alone made hearts shudder. Lu Dingxiang was dazed from the blow, the pain nearly making him faint. How dare you strike me? But before he could say more, the man grabbed his collar and yanked him out the carriage window, hurling him to the ground. The fall nearly broke his bones. He lay groaning in pain. I will not only strike you. I will cut you down myself. With that, the man revealed an identity plaque before Lu Dingxiang's eyes. In agony, he looked closely. A duke. Which duke? He raised his head, forcing his mind to match the face with a memory. Lord Qing. Lu Dingxiang collapsed in terror, his bones soft as mud. He tried to rise and kneel, but only flopped weakly on the ground. He had once glimpsed Qingxiu at a banquet in the capital. With a little effort, he remembered. And now, recalling how he had shouted at such a man, he almost wanted to die on the spot. Even the sting of the whip was forgotten. The city is in chaos. As Yinzhou prefect, why did you not restore order? And as the river swells, why was your first thought to flee? Qingxiu's questions left him speechless. Trembling, he dared not answer. Do you not understand me? Restore order in the city at once. Qingxiu cracked his whip again. Though it did not strike him, Lu Dingxiang howled in fear. Cue quickly. Send men, restore order. Assign every officer. Tell the people not to panic, the prefect is returning at once. His aides, terrified, ran back to the prefecture to spread the orders. Qingxiu then forced Lu Dingxiang into the carriage, to return with him. Lord Qing, the situation is dire. The city is in chaos, and the Yellow River may burst at any moment. The prefect hesitated, unwilling to return. Going back now meant waiting to drown. Don't make me say it a third time. Qingxiu leveled his whip at him, the threat so sharp it nearly made him wet himself. Back in the city, Qingxiu saw Yinzhou's true crisis. Dark clouds blotted the sky, lightning crackled. Soon, heavy rain was certain. The river was swollen. If the banks broke, no one knew if the whole city would be submerged. Inside, the people panicked. They ignored the soldiers' words. If not for Qingxiu's strict order that the soldiers not beat the people, there would already have been bloodshed. This need not have happened. The people of Yinzhou were not strangers to Yellow River floods. But that fool Lu Dingxiang had fled, making everyone believe a disaster of river course change scale was coming. Fear spread like fire. When the people panic, nothing can be done. You've been an official for years, and at the crucial moment this is what you do. Qingxiu glared coldly at Lu Dingxiang. The man only lowered his head, silent. Lord Qing, should we not first send the people to the walls? If the river bursts, at least some may survive. One official suggested. Nonsense. Do you think orders can even spread now? The urgent task is to restore order and calm the people. Qingxiu barked. These men only thought of cutting losses, never of solving the Yellow River's problem at its root. Hearing his words, the officials finally came to their senses. It was true, just as Qingxiu said, orders could hardly be passed now. If the people were not calmed, then before the Yellow River even burst, the sea of people would drown the city first. Yet the only method they could think of was to use force to suppress the people. But with Qingxiu's ban, who dared do that? Seeing them at a loss, Qingxiu sighed. He glanced at Lu Dingxiang. That man did not even dare raise his head, afraid that Qingxiu would vent his anger on him as the cause of all this. Of course, he did not yet know that Qingxiu punishing him was only a matter of time. Spread the word. Tell the people of the city, Qingxiu said, looking at the pressing crowds. Tell them Lord Qing has arrived and has personally taken over all affairs of Yinzhou. If anyone disturbs order again, behead them. Qingxiu was full of confidence. He trusted his own name. Once it was announced, the people would obey without question. Go quickly. Messengers rushed off, sending out loud-voiced officials to shout through the city. Lord Qing is here. From now on, all orders come from Lord Qing, no disorder allowed. Lord Qing commands, anyone who breaks order will be executed on the spot, no exceptions. Before the heralds had even crossed from the north to the south of the city, the news spread like wings, flying everywhere. The people who moments ago had been terrified, fearing death in the flood, were suddenly relieved and full of joy. Lord Qing is here, now we'll be safe. With him here, the Yellow River will surely be dealt with quickly. Truly heaven's blessing. But why didn't he come sooner? The panic vanished. The people rejoiced, they were saved. Even if Qingxiu did nothing but stand on the walls, as long as they saw him, their fear faded. Even if floodwater lapped at their feet, they would not worry again. Lord Qing is in the East District. Somehow the word spread through the crowd, and people surged toward the east. Though crowded, they kept order, pressing forward in an orderly way. Even thieves and pickpockets shrank back. Who would dare act out now, when Lord Qing himself was here? At that moment, Qingxiu stood atop the walls, gazing down at the sea of faces, every eye fixed upon him. An ordinary man could never bear such pressure. But Qingxiu stood calm as ever. That must be Lord Qing, someone cried. Who else could stand so firm under such weight? Everyone, I originally came to Yinzhou to inspect the waterworks, but now I face the Yellow River's flood. This flood is not caused by narrowing the river. There must be other reasons. Prefect Lu Dingxiang failed to understand this, and disobeyed orders to widen the channels. But I do not blame him for it. Even if people speak against the method of confining water to attack sand, I do not think them wrong. After all, few understand the river, and fear is natural. But no matter what, before the Yellow River rests, I will not leave this city. These words at last settled the people's hearts. Even with dark clouds and thunder above, they no longer felt fear. At first, Lu Dingxiang breathed in relief when Qingxiu said he would not blame him. But then Qingxiu suddenly ordered him seized and dragged forward, kneeling on the wall before the people. Hold him down. Qingxiu barked. Lu Dingxiang, terrified, stammered, I am innocent. I only widened the river to protect the people of Yinzhou. I never meant to destroy the court's works. Did I not say I would not blame you? And I do not mean to punish you for that crime. Qingxiu said coldly. Still not understanding, Lu Dingxiang pleaded, then why bring me here? I swear I will devote myself to the river from now on, all by your command. But a guard kicked him to the ground, leaving him rolling in shame. What is this? The people below were puzzled, whispering. Everyone, the chaos in the city was not only from the flood. At the very moment danger came, Prefect Lu abandoned the levees, abandoned the city, and tried to flee. He thought not of resisting the flood, but only of saving himself. Qingxiu's rebuke made the people roar in anger. They had thought the panic was heaven's doing. But now they knew it was their prefect who had abandoned them, throwing them into despair. Since the panic began, many had died in trampling, others robbed and beaten by opportunists. It's true. I heard the chaos began the moment the prefect fled, and everyone thought disaster was certain. That beast. My uncle died trampled just now, all because of him. If not for his reckless digging, at least punish him for this crime. The crowd roared with fury. These officials, who usually forced them to toil, now ran without even a word of warning. How could they forgive that? Everyone, I ask you, can such an official be tolerated? Qingxiu shouted. He cannot. And should such an official be executed? He should. The people's cry was full of rage, filled with the will to tear him apart on the spot. Lu Dingxiang trembled. He knew he could not escape punishment now. Qingxiu's public denunciation left no doubt. All my years of effort to become prefect, and after only 2 years, it's all over, he wailed in his heart. He did not believe he would be killed. He thought the people's cries for blood were only venting anger. Surely Qingxiu would not really hand him over to the mob? Had he known what happened in Luoyang, he would not have thought so. Kill him! Kill him! The people's furious cries rolled like waves, until Qingxiu raised his hand for silence. Slowly, their voices faded. You speak well. The duty of an official is to benefit the country and the people. Yet this man has brought harm to both. How could he be forgiven? Qingxiu turned his cold eyes to a guard at his side. That chilling gaze made the man tremble. Clang! Qingxiu stepped forward, drew the sword from the man's waist, and walked slowly toward Lu Dingxiang. What are you doing? Terrified, Lu Dingxiang collapsed to the ground, crawling backward to get away. Could it be that Qingxiu really meant to kill him? What are you waiting for? Qingxiu glared at the officials frozen in fear. Can't even hold a prisoner? You surely don't mean to really. Fools! I've already drawn my sword. Do you think I'm joking? At his shout, they rushed to seize Lu Dingxiang. They knew if they hesitated, the next to face the blade would be themselves. Lord Qing. Strip me of office, throw me in prison if you must, but why kill me? I am still an imperial official. In governing Yinzhou, if I have no merit, at least I have labored. Lu Dingxiang struggled in vain, pinned tightly by the officials. Bullshit. Qingxiu pressed the blade to the back of his neck. The cold steel made his hairs stand on end. He dared not utter another word. Can your pitiful effort compare to the lives trampled to death in the chaos? So what if you're an imperial official? Qingxiu's voice dropped, heavy and cold. Have you forgotten? I hold the imperial axe and tally. It is as if the emperor himself is here. Even a regional inspector, I may cut down. At those words, Lu Dingxiang's mind went blank. But he had no time to think further. The next moment, the sword rose and fell. His head rolled to the ground. Before the eyes of the whole city, the prefect of Yinzhou was executed. The people fell into stunned silence. Lu Dingxiang fled in crisis. He deserved death. I will now personally oversee the Yellow River's control. If I fail, the emperor himself will punish me. Qingxiu's voice rang across the city, deafening, echoing through the sky. Only then did the people wake from shock. Excited cries rose. Now that he was dead, they saw hope again. Just then, the storm clouds above began to part. Sunlight broke through, falling upon Qingxiu, casting him like a god descended, bright and majestic. At his feet lay the head of the traitor. To the people, it was proof he was chosen by heaven. Lord Qing slew the corrupt, and the sky cleared. That shows heaven approves. Yes. He truly acts with heaven's will, sent by the emperor to save us from the Yellow River. With Lord Qing here, we need not fear. He is heaven's chosen. The people were moved to tears and joy. Even Qingxiu had not expected this. He only killed Lu Dingxiang, yet heaven itself lent him a moment of glory. More importantly, with the clouds gone, there would be no storm to swell the river. Just what he needed. Everyone, return home and await the good news. I will tame the Yellow River. His words carried more weight than an imperial decree. No one disobeyed. The crowd dispersed, calm now, no longer panicked. But Qingxiu's real work was just beginning. Once the people left, his face darkened. He ordered the officials to hunt down the thieves who had looted during the chaos. Once caught, execute them outside the city. Leave their corpses exposed for 3 days, to warn all. All river officers, gather the laborers you can. Open the treasury, take out silver, and recruit more men, the more, the better. Normally, even an inspector would need imperial approval to touch the treasury. Only Qingxiu dared spend it at once. After seeing the prefect beheaded, no official dared question him. Better obey than be next for the blade. The laborers had feared returning to the levees. But when they saw Qingxiu himself leading the work, they were inspired. And with his rich pay, 10 coins a day, as many workers as would come, who could resist? To labor beside Lord Qing, that alone was glory enough. When they reached the levee, Qingxiu looked at the Yellow River, nearly turned to a river of mud. He instantly understood the cause. Even without the confining water method, the river would have become like this sooner or later. Narrowing had only delayed it. The silt came from upstream. Overgrazing or overfarming had stripped the soil, which washed into the river. The damage was too deep. Without restoring the upper basin and stopping erosion, the Yellow River could not return to the state of 2 months before. But for now, his task was simple: prevent the flood. Stop raising the banks. Do not widen the channel, it is useless. Dig diversion channels along the sides to carry water and silt away. Diversions would not cure the root, but for now, it would hold back disaster. The laborers obeyed at once, even the officers grabbed shovels to dig. Before, under Lu Dingxiang, none had faith. But with Qingxiu leading, they trusted. Whatever he commanded must be right. Soon, both banks were alive with work, filled with confidence that the Yellow River's threat would be beaten back. But Qingxiu kept his eyes fixed on the distant upstream. One question haunted him: where exactly had the land been overused? Yinzhou lay at the western edge of Guangzhou. Beyond to the west was Longshan, past which one crossed the Tang border. The land of Longxi was unfit for farming. Vast virgin forests still grew there, with thick vegetation, and no problem of soil erosion. Farther north, in the Pinglu Mountains, the Tibetans had no conditions for cultivation. Their small herds of livestock would not damage the land. Could it be the Lus Plateau in the Hetao region? Qingxiu already had a conclusion in mind. Most of the silt carried by the Yellow River came from the Lus Plateau, the Hetao region west of the Tang. The Yellow River's disaster lies only in Hetao, that saying was about this very land. Here, the Yellow River curved around, providing abundant water for farming. Thanks to geography, there were no great floods. After Tuyuhun was defeated, Hetao was incorporated into Tang territory, and migrants were resettled there to farm and open the land. Qingxiu suspected the overcultivation in Hetao had caused erosion, filling the Yellow River with silt and turning its lower course into this state. While he pondered, the laborers on the riverbed were already seeing results. Thanks to his spending of large sums to hire strong laborers, what should have taken 7 or 8 days of work was nearly done in just one day. The diversions were dug, the river split into branches, spilling into barren lands. The raised riverbed finally began to lower. And the diverted river water carried silt, improving the barren soil. One day it might even be farmland. Seeing results, officials and people alike worked with greater spirit. The commoners especially, sweating profusely, they were not only working for the court, but for their own lives, their own crops. After making his rounds, Qingxiu was satisfied. But he knew this was only a temporary fix. Left alone, in less than a year the river would flood again. No number of diversions would help. He stepped down from the levee and called a county magistrate, ordering him to summon the regional inspector. Lord Qing, the inspector of Yinzhou, is no longer here. Early this year, because of his fine record, he was recalled to the capital. It said a new inspector will be appointed this year. The magistrate smiled bitterly. But with the Yellow River in such a state, who would dare take the post? Coming to Yinzhou now meant inheriting disaster. No one would find that worthwhile. Qingxiu nodded. So the man I executed, Lu Dingxiang, was the highest authority in Yinzhou? Before, yes. But now, it is you, Lord Qing. The magistrate flattered him. Qingxiu disliked the fawning. Have you sent word to the court? The magistrate looked puzzled. What matter do you mean? Had Lord Qing not given any orders before, why report to the court? Fool! I killed Lu Dingxiang. Shouldn't you report it, so the court can appoint a new official? At this, the magistrate's legs nearly gave out. It was Lord Qing who killed him. Without his word, who dared report it? It would seem like tattling behind his back. Who wasn't afraid of being hated by him for it? Qingxiu frowned. I killed Lu Dingxiang with reason, and I hold the Imperial axe and tally. I fear nothing. Why are you more afraid than me? If I leave tomorrow, who will govern Yinzhou? Should the city stay in chaos? You are right. I will arrange for someone to report to the court at once. Remember, report the truth. Qingxiu added impatiently. Say it as it is. Don't add or twist words. Yes, understood. With Qingxiu steadying the city, within days Yinzhou calmed from its earlier panic. The people still farmed, shops still opened. Aside from the prefect's head on the wall and the bandits' corpses left to rot, little seemed changed. Cui Yuran's carriage was finally allowed into Yinzhou. It was not that Qingxiu forbade her. But when chaos gripped the city, he feared for her safety and delayed her entry. She had wished to travel with her husband. But knowing Yinzhou was in troubled times, she gave it up. Yet Qingxiu took her out to the wild fields, carefree, as if the crisis had not touched him at all. Husband, is the city all right? Walking with him in the woods, she worried he still fretted over Yinzhou. These past days, the city's affairs are settled. Besides, I am not the prefect. Enough worry has been given. Qingxiu seemed relaxed, as he should. He had come to enjoy the land. It was only chance that brought him here when the Yellow River flooded, with useless officials. Now that the river was stable, he tossed all remaining matters to the local officials. As they reached the Yellow River's banks, Cui Yuran, never having seen such vast waters, was both awed and playful. Husband, shall we take a raft across the river? I have never crossed it. She pointed to the rafts going back and forth, excited. She wondered how they stayed steady in such surging water, and wished to try it. Of course. Chingo was curious too, he had never ridden one. At her call, an old boatman rowed his raft over quickly. Seeing Cui Yuran's dress, he knew she was a noble lady. A single trip's reward might equal a month's labor. But as soon as Chingo stepped aboard, the boatman glanced at him and froze. Lord Qing. Ah. You are Lord Qing. Why would such an honored man ride my little raft? He was shocked and overjoyed. He never dreamed such a figure would set foot on his boat. At once, he tried to kneel and bow before Chingo. Forget it, forget it. Chingo couldn't stand such an old man bowing to him, so he quickly helped him up. It's enough to show your meaning. I don't want everyone I meet kneeling to me. You can absolutely accept my bow. If it weren't for you, Silver State City would probably be finished. This old man wouldn't even be alive here to ferry passengers and earn money. The old boatman was full of emotions. Even though he hadn't seen with his own eyes Chingo killing Lu Ding on the city wall and driving away the dark clouds in that glorious moment, just hearing others spread the tale made him feel that Chingo was as astonishing as a god. What's more, he had personally witnessed that since Chingo came, the Yellow River had become more obedient than his own son. When Chingo told it to calm, it calmed. I only did my best, nothing more. If every official under heaven were willing to do their best as you do, then the world would truly be at peace, and no one would suffer again. The old boatman laughed loudly, then pushed the raft. Duke of Qing, please sit firmly. I'll take you safely across the Yellow River, and I won't take a single coin. This can't be done. What do you mean it can't? Not only me, but at this Yellow River crossing, I'm afraid no one would dare take even the smallest fee from you. With a shout, the old boatman pushed with his bamboo pole and headed across the Yellow River. Duke of Qing, at which ferry do you want to stop? Chingo said calmly, it doesn't matter. This is my first time crossing the Yellow River anyway. Why don't you just keep rowing west, and we'll see where we end up? All right then. The old boatman laughed again. He really intended to let Chingo see the 9 bends of the Yellow River. Heaven gave the Yellow River 9 bends, oh, the yellow sky blows dust and sand. As he rowed with all his strength, the old boatman sang loudly into the wind. From time to time, boats passed by, and their boatmen joined in singing with him, making it a carefree scene. Everyone, do you see this? The Duke of Qing is sitting on my boat. Do you see that? The old man not only ferried but also proudly boasted to passing boatmen about how honored his passenger was. My heavens! It really is the Duke of Qing, did you see? It is indeed. Finally, I've seen him in person. Why didn't I get to ferry him instead? Is that lady the Duke of Qing's wife? She's so beautiful, like a goddess descended to earth. Row the boat, you fool. The boat's about to tip, stop staring. The old boatman drew many envious glances. To have ferried such a hero once was enough to brag about for half a lifetime. Cui Yuran was amused to giggles by these boatmen. Back in Chang'an, she rarely saw such simple, down-to-earth folk. The old man's raft, though shabby, would surely attract countless passengers once it became known he had once carried the Duke of Qing. Even Chingo hadn't expected that, without meaning to, he had become this old boatman's living advertisement. With a cheerful smile, Chingo greeted passing boatmen and travelers without the slightest air of arrogance, completely unlike the high and mighty dukes of the court. We're almost there. The old boatman's shout made Chingo realize they were close to the shore. They were now outside Silver State, in the Hutao region. But it wasn't as he had imagined. He remembered that when the Hutao was reclaimed, the court had sent many to farm here. By rights, there should be fields everywhere. But at a glance, there was not only no farmland, there wasn't even a single farmer in sight. If you found the ride comfortable, don't forget to spread word in the city about my ferrying skills. Help this old man earn a few more coins. Chingo didn't reply. He was about to speak when he suddenly noticed across the Yellow River a large herd of cattle and sheep being grazed by shepherds. But those herders weren't dressed like Han people, they wore the clothing of Tanguts. What's going on here? Chingo frowned and pointed. The old boatman glanced over and casually said, aren't those Tanguts? It's common for them to graze here. But this clearly is Tang territory. How did Tanguts come here? Although the Tanguts lived nearby, the court had already assigned them pasturelands. They were only allowed to graze on the gobi outside Hutao, never within. Otherwise, what if their livestock ruined local farmland? It's indeed Tang land, but as you can see, no one's farming here. Since the land is idle anyway, the frontier troops simply lent it to the Tanguts, in exchange for some cattle, sheep, or local goods. Chingo was even more surprised. Why is no one farming here? The old boatman sighed. In the end, it's because this land is too barren. The Hutao, though called fertile compared to the northwest Gobi and western deserts, was nothing compared to the lands of Tang. It couldn't match the vast fertile plains of the Central Plains, nor even the Guangzhou Basin. Farmers used to rich Central Plains soil, even with heavy tax relief, found the Yellow Plateau only gave enough to feed themselves, nothing more. Now that the Tang had just quelled chaos, and fertile Central Plains lands still lay unused, how could anyone willingly toil here? Over time, those who could escape did so, and those who couldn't simply joined the Tanguts in herding. Gradually, the fields fell barren and were rented out by the officers to Tanguts for grazing. Hearing this, Qingxiu's expression turned grim. These officers were truly ignorant. The court had once poured troops into crushing Tuyuhun and reclaiming Hutao. Even if left barren, it should never be leased to Tanguts, lest they slowly infiltrate and claim it as their own homeland. After long enough, they really would see this as their ancestral land and refuse to leave. The Tangut herders, seeing Qingxiu and Cui Yuran disembark across the river, were at first wary. But noticing it was only the two of them, they relaxed, though Qingxiu immediately felt their covetous eyes on Cui Yuran. These Tanguts. Qingxiu gave a cold snort. Clearly, they weren't here merely to graze. Seeing the couple well-dressed, clearly wealthy, and seemingly defenseless, the herders began deliberately driving their livestock toward them. Qingxiu noticed each carried long knives and bows, and from their eager looks, they seemed ready to strike. Husband. Cui Yuran also sensed hostility approaching, and as a weak woman she couldn't help but panic. There were at least more than 20 of these herdsmen, and each carried bows and long knives. Their dark skin, coarse faces, and the way they advanced with long bows and blades on their backs while staring with ill intent created a crushing sense of pressure. It's fine. Qingxiu gently patted Cui Yuran's shoulder. Don't you think their faces look rather funny? Funny? Cui Yuran was puzzled. Qingxiu smiled again. They don't look like Han people with thick brows and big eyes. Their eyes are almost slits, shifty and sneaky. Isn't that funny? Even under the blazing sun, they probably don't feel the glare, their eyes can only open to a slit at most. Pfft. Cui Yuran was amused and burst into laughter. As you say, it's really like that. I've never seen such faces in Han lands. The Tangut herdsman had first been excited, seeing that this beautiful and noble-looking lady seemed afraid. But now, seeing her laugh out loud at them as if they were clowns, they were utterly confused. Was this mocking them? Fury surged through them. Here they stood with bows and knives in hand, yet two unarmed people laughed at them like fools. This was the greatest insult. What are you laughing at? The Tanguts didn't speak Han, so they angrily shouted in their own tongue, even drawing knives to threaten. I just think your faces are ugly, a bit funny and ridiculous. Qingxiu directly replied in their tongue, not hiding the mockery in his words at all. You're looking for death. The Tanguts erupted in rage, drawing bows and blades at Qingxiu, shouting threats. Throw down all your valuables now, or die. From their past experience, ordinary folk would at once hand over everything in fear. But Qingxiu stood firm, not shaken in the least. This is Han land. You sneak here to graze, and you dare raise blades against Han people? Qingxiu said calmly. Han land? Do you see any Han here? Ha ha ha. Even the Tang army here doesn't care about us, who cares whose land this is? The herdsman laughed loudly, dismissing Qingxiu's words. Qingxiu realized those short-sighted frontier officers had left behind a serious hidden danger in Hutao. If this continued, one day these foreigners would surely carve away the land. Hurry and hand over the money. The Tanguts shouted again. But Qingxiu ignored them and stepped forward. They were stunned, though they held bows and knives, he stood there with unshakable confidence. Kill him. Unable to hold back, they loosed arrows at Qingxiu. Once he was dead, they could take his woman and his wealth, only his fine clothes would be wasted. More than 10 arrows flew straight at him. With a slight movement, Qingxiu dodged with speed too fast for the eye to follow. Catching one arrow aimed at his face, he instantly hurled it back at their leader. Whoosh! The arrow flew faster than when shot from a bow. With a sharp crack, it pierced the Tangut leader's cheek through and through. Ah! The man clutched his face, howling. Before he could react, Qingxiu, ghost-like, was already upon him. With a fierce kick to his chest, Qingxiu sent him crashing to the ground, then snatched a falling blade mid-air. With one stroke, he cut the man clean in two. In just a few breaths, the leader was slain. The others hadn't even knocked a second arrow before they saw their chief's severed head rolling on the ground. The Tanguts froze, dumbstruck. Who would have thought this pampered-looking noble could fight like this? But after a moment's shock, they quickly fired arrows together, grouping tightly to avoid being cut down one by one. Good coordination. Even Qingxiu was surprised, they were clearly battle-hardened frontier fighters. He grabbed the headless corpse as a shield against arrows. As they raised bows again, he dropped the body, shifted his steps, and in a flash closed in on them. Even a flurry of arrows couldn't touch him. Ah! Seeing him nearly upon them, one herdsman flung his bow at Chingo. As Chingo cut it in half, 7 or 8 rushed in with blades. From a distance, Cui Yuran's heart nearly stopped. She dared not look at what would happen. The next instant, blood sprayed. Those who rushed in screamed, cut down and thrown back, some losing arms, others their heads. The long knife in Chingo's right hand had broken, but from his left sleeve he flicked out a hidden cane sword. Its edge, sharp as mud-cutting gold, dripped fresh blood. What kind of man is this? The rest were stunned. Realizing they could never win, they abandoned their cattle and sheep, mounted horses, and fled. Chingo snorted coldly. How could he let them escape? They had trespassed and even tried to kill him, death was certain. He wiped his blade clean, ready to pursue. But suddenly, dozens of arrows whistled from afar, shooting down the fleeing Tanguts one by one. Hoofbeats thundered, an armored Tang army unit galloped up, bows in hand. The general allows you to graze nearby, but that does not mean you may rob at will. Get off your horses and surrender at once. The leading Tang officer roared angrily, as his men surrounded the Tanguts completely. Wounded and shot from their horses, unable to flee, the Tanguts hung their heads and surrendered in despair. Chingo was very displeased with these frontier troops. The people had almost all been killed by him already, and only then did they slowly arrive? If he hadn't known some martial arts, had they come so late just to collect his body? He stepped forward to question directly, is this how you guard the frontier? Allowing the Tanguts to cross the border and act at will. The soldiers had just captured the Tanguts and were still thinking how to deal with them. When they saw Chingo coming over, clear signs of awe showed on their faces. They had seen from afar how Chingo, 1 against 10, struck down these Tanguts one by one. Such a master, how could even soldiers not be awed? Sir, you don't look like a local here. This place isn't very safe, you'd better leave quickly. This time you only met a few herding Tanguts. If you run into their camp, there are at least several thousand herdsmen. You couldn't handle that alone. The captain still tried to persuade Chingo to go, but Chingo simply held out his identity token. I'm not in a hurry to leave. I have a few questions for you. The captain frowned, looked closely at the token, and instantly broke out in cold sweat. So it is Duke Qing himself. Why did you not inform us beforehand? He jumped off his horse at once to bow to Chingo, and all the soldiers with him followed suit. How do you know I am Duke Qing? The captain said respectfully, a few days ago, we heard that Duke Qing was in Silver State managing the Yellow River. Around Hatao, who else but you could it be? This one was quick-witted. It was our negligence in patrolling the border that let the Tanguts slip in and frighten you. Please come with us to the camp to rest, and let the general greet you himself. Chingo gave a cold snort. I don't think that's necessary. You frontier troops seem to be on quite good terms with the Tanguts, you've even started land leasing business together. The captain instantly broke into sweat and dared not raise his head. Who is the officer in charge of your garrison? Reporting to Duke Qing, it is General Lu Qishuan. The name sounded familiar to Chingo. Thinking carefully, he recalled, back when the Tibetans first attacked the Tang frontier, Lu Qishuan was the captain defending the city. Though the Tibetan raid had taken everyone by surprise, and the city's troops were caught unprepared, Lu Qishuan led the only 5,000 soldiers in the city and fought back, defeating the Tibetans and saving tens of thousands of civilians from slaughter. Later the court commended him specially, even Chingo had heard his name. This man was once a hero. How is it that he now does business with the Tanguts? Chingo asked coldly. The captain bowed his head, not daring to say a single word, afraid that one wrong word might enrage Chingo. I will not go to your camp. Let him come meet me here in 1 hour. If he comes on time, then fine. If he's late, he can deal with the consequences himself. With a flick of his sleeve, Chingo turned toward the Yellow River ferry. What are you waiting for? Go quickly. The captain ordered his men to ride hard and deliver the message to General Lu, while he and the rest followed behind Chingo, afraid more Tanguts might show up. Although Tanguts sometimes robbed lone Han travelers here, if even one Tang soldier was present, even thousands of Tangut camps would not dare be reckless. Otherwise, Lu Qishuan's retaliation afterward would wipe out their tribes, women and children included. Chingo sat at the ferry with Cui Yuran, admiring the Yellow River's waves. The captain dared not disturb him, only waiting quietly at the side. About half an hour later, Lu Qishuan came riding with his guards from the distant camp. Before even reaching the ferry, he dismounted and hurried forward. Seeing the captured Tanguts who had been shot from their horses, his face turned dark and terrifying. If today those Tanguts had truly harmed Chingo, even sacrificing his entire clan of 9 generations would have been considered merciful. He dared not delay, quickly stepped forward to bow and apologize. Greetings to Duke Qing. Not knowing of your presence, I failed to welcome you, and even let you nearly be harmed by these barbarians. Qingxiu ignored him, still gazing at the surging yellow river. This attitude made Lu Qixuan even more uneasy. Carefully he asked, did these barbarians wound Duke Qing at all? With just them? Qingxiu sneered disdainfully. The captain rushed to add, before we arrived, Duke Qing had already cut down more than 10 Tangut bandits without a scratch, frightening the rest into fleeing on horseback, only for us to shoot them down. Lu Qixuan's face twitched. So if not for you intervening, those Tanguts would all be dead? That's right, the captain broke into cold sweat. Then what are you waiting for? Kill them all, cut off their heads, and send them to the Tangut chief. Tell them never to come here again. And you, go back and take 20 strokes of the army rod from the inspector. Lu Qixuan flew into a rage, pointing at them and scolding harshly. Yes. The captain secretly groaned, but hurried to see the executions done. In a short while, the Tanguts were all beheaded. The captain personally presented the heads. Please look, Duke Qing. Qingxiu glanced casually. Only today do you realize that colluding with Tanguts violates military discipline? Absolutely not. I only agreed with the Tanguts that the land left unfarmed could be used for grazing. I never allowed them to settle here. Lu Qixuan quickly defended himself. And the cattle, sheep, and goods from the land lease? Don't tell me you handed them to the treasury. I dared not keep them. I only distributed all the goods among the soldiers, since they live far from home, as comfort to them. Lu Qixuan truly felt wronged. Soldiers on this northwest frontier were treated far worse than other garrisons. Since Tuyuhun was destroyed, all Tang's strength and resources had shifted to the northeast and the steppe. Gold and silver poured there. Though the enemies were fierce, the soldiers there received full pay and had chances for military merit. If lucky enough to campaign with a commander like Duke Qing, they could return home rich and honored. But the northwest was different. The tribes here were scattered. The Tang army barely needed to fight, just a show of force, and they scattered in fear. So the Tang court paid little attention to this desert frontier, neither adding troops nor improving soldiers' treatment. Military pay was low, and on top of that there were no battles to fight, no military merit to earn. Many soldiers no longer wanted to stay here. Even if they removed their armor and returned to farming, or tried every means to find connections to get transferred away from the northwest, they would rather do anything than stay here. Lu Qixuan naturally knew the soldiers' hardship. Doing business with the Tanguts was also out of helplessness. Otherwise, these vast fertile lands would simply lie idle. And since the court did not allow soldiers to farm the land, it was truly a waste. What he said is true. Qingxiu looked toward the captain at the side. The man answered firmly, not a word is false. Every year after trading cattle, sheep, and specialties with the Tanguts, the general had the soldiers drive the herds away to sell elsewhere. The money was divided among the soldiers. He did not keep a single coin for himself. As he spoke, the captain pointed at the boots worn by some soldiers behind him. These boots were made of thick material, warm and durable, and very comfortable to wear. In Liaoong and Mabe, every soldier had a pair like this, distributed by the court. But in the southwest and northwest, the soldiers did not enjoy such treatment, they had to buy their own. Qingxiu knew the court's policies well. With the meager pay these soldiers usually received, they could never afford such good boots for themselves. Clearly, Lu Qixuan's men were living somewhat better than expected. In the Hutao region of the northwest, there are more than 10,000 soldiers. After deducting daily expenses and sending some money home, there's basically nothing left from our pay. Lu Qixuan lowered his head. I know trading with these barbarians is forbidden by the court. But I myself rose up from the ranks. Seeing the soldiers live such bitter lives, I could not bear it. Before Qingxiu could reply, the soldiers all saluted him together. Please, Duke Qing, do not blame the general. Qingxiu thought of Silver State, where Prefect Lu Dingxiang lived in luxury every day, yet abandoned the entire city and fled when the floods came. But here, this frontier general shared hardships with his men, even seeking ways to earn money to improve their lives. The contrast could not be sharper. The court has not abandoned you frontier troops. It is only because the fighting in Liaoong and Mabe is intense that the court shifted its focus there. Qingxiu could not bring himself to blame Lu Qixuan. He patted his shoulder. Things will get better. Once Liaoong and Mabe are settled, life in the northwest will improve. Lu Qixuan gave a bitter smile. I understand. From now on, I will not allow Tanguts to graze here again. That is good. When I return to court, I will report the frontier situation to His Majesty, so more pay can be given to you. And in the future, you will surely have battles to fight and military merit to gain, I guarantee it. At these words, the soldiers were finally stirred up, even showing excitement. More pay was good, of course. But even better was the promise of battles, of merit. In this great Tang, who joined the army not for honors and titles? Even if one never became a grand general, at least they could win rewards, return home in glory, buy land, and enjoy a peaceful later life. Lu Qixuan did not know the court was preparing to campaign in the west. He thought Qingxiu was merely comforting him. These Tanguts may be annoying like flies, but they're just a minor rash. Surely the court won't wage war over them. A rash? That's only your view. Qingxiu shook his head, pointing at the barren grassland of the Lust Plateau beneath their feet. Do you know that it is precisely because of the Tanguts overgrazing that large amounts of silt from the upper Yellow River have washed downstream? Silver State has already suffered heavily. The Yellow River nearly overflowed its banks. Overgrazing? Lu Qixuan was puzzled. Once the grass is eaten bare, the soil is destroyed on a large scale. The wind and rain easily sweep it away, and it settles as silt on the riverbed. Qingxiu explained simply, and Lu Qixuan barely understood. The consequences of soil erosion are so severe? Lu Qixuan scratched his head. But the Lust Plateau didn't become like this only because of the Tanguts grazing. I've been stationed on the frontier at least 6 years, and since then the upper Yellow River has often been turbid. Qingxiu was surprised. Is that so? Yes. And ever since the Tibetans appeared, the Hutao region has worsened daily. Sandstorms grow fiercer, and the water muddier. Lu Qixuan sighed. I've heard from old soldiers who fought here long ago that about 10 years ago, the soil's fertility was almost no worse than Guangzhou. As long as the young men worked hard, the harvest was enough for a family to live well for a year. Unlike now. Qingxiu noted the timing, specifically when Tibet had risen. The rise of Tibet. He lowered his head, thinking deeply. Suddenly he called for a horse, mounted, and galloped toward a nearby peak. Watch over my wife. I'll be back soon. Lu Qixuan didn't know why Qingxiu suddenly set out. Afraid of any mishap, he mounted and followed closely. Before leaving, he warned the captain, guard the Duke's wife with your lives. If anything happens to her, I'll never spare you. If the Duke's wife suffers any harm, we will all lose our heads, understood? He left those words and raced after Qingxiu. The captain dared not slacken and ordered all his men to stay on guard around Chuiyuan. Keep your eyes open. If the Duke's wife so much as loses a hair, I'll take your heads. Chuiyuan hadn't thought that just one light word from Qingxiu could make these soldiers so determined to protect her with their lives. You needn't go this far. Rest assured, my lady. We will protect you until the Duke returns, and no harm will come to you. The captain gripped his spear, eyes still scanning the surroundings. As Qingxiu rode on, he found that Hutao truly no longer resembled what he had seen when he went beyond the pass a year ago. Not only were sandstorms everywhere, but many lands once suitable for farming had turned into desert. The farther upstream, the worse the environment became. He reached a high point on the Lust Plateau and looked west into the distance. At the horizon, he could faintly see the hazy outline of mountains, the very mountains that led toward Tibet. At that moment, Qingxiu suddenly realized why the soil erosion had become so severe. Thanks to the temperature cycle changes of this era, even the perennial snow on the Tibetan plateau had melted, revealing vast tracts of land suitable for farming. But compared with the central plains, this land still could not be called fertile, and vegetation was scarce. If farming was done without restraint, it would surely lead to land damage and even soil loss. For nearly 1,000 years past, the Tibetans had always been the most primitive farming people. Their level of civilization was even lower than the nomads of Mabe, who often dealt with the central plains. Once these Tibetans discovered that large-scale farmland could yield far more than herding, they would inevitably farm without restraint, unable even to manage the most basic practice of letting fields rest as Central Plains farmers did. The result was obvious: the already poor soil was rapidly destroyed by large-scale farming, and the soil was carried away with the rivers. And the source of the Yellow River was in the folded mountains of the Tibetan Plateau, precisely the area where Tibetans now found most suitable for farming. At this thought, Qingxiu suddenly understood. The source of the Yellow River's damage lay here, the Tibetans grazing and slash-and-burn farming near its source, constantly destroying the natural environment. This led to erosion of the Yellow River's soil and water, with Silver State and Hutao the first to suffer. No wonder. Qingxiu frowned. So, to solve the Yellow River's problems, he must act at the source. If grazing and farming in the folded mountains were stopped and the natural environment restored, the sediment in the Yellow River would gradually decrease, allowing the people downstream in Tang territory to enjoy its benefits again. But since the folded mountains were one of Tibet's most fertile regions, they would never abandon such land just to let Tang enjoy the river's benefits. Chingo gazed northwest. The endless mountains blocked his sight, but he knew that over them lay the folded mountains and the Yellow River source. If this matter is not resolved, even 10,000 years of waterworks will never calm the Yellow River. He frowned, just as Lu Qishuan caught up, saying, "Duke Qing, you should not be here alone. If you hadn't let the Tanguts into Hatao, how could this place be so dangerous?" With a single light remark, Qingxiu made Lu Qishuan's face flush red with shame, leaving him speechless. But Qingxiu did not dwell on it, instead pointing toward Mount Jinlu in the distance. "What has the fighting there been like recently?" "There? Since March this year, there's been hardly any battle. The Tibetans fought to retake the heights of Mount Jinlu all last year, losing countless men. Each defeat left mountains of supplies abandoned. Finally this year they couldn't hold out." At this, Lu Qishuan looked at Qingxiu with admiration. If not for Duke Qing's foresight in seizing the terrain first, the frontier army would never have had it so easy. He himself had fought in the battles of Mount Jinlu. The Tang troops, holding the heights, had easily struck down Tibetans who could only climb in vain, using fire, arrows, and rolling stones. With only a few hundred soldiers holding key passes, even tens of thousands of Tibetans could not break through. The Tibetans had been bled dry for a year. Now with Tibet proposing a truce and giving up Mount Jinlu, the very chokehold over them, it meant they no longer had the manpower or resources to continue this endless war of attrition. "That is very good." Qingxiu suddenly laughed. Wasn't this the opportunity he had been waiting for? "Lu Qishuan, haven't the soldiers always complained that in the northwest there are no battles, no merit to earn? Trust me, they will soon have the chance to gain merit and return home in glory." His words were cryptic, leaving Lu Qishuan confused. But Qingxiu only laughed and rode down the mountain without further explanation. Chang'an. The news of Qingxiu killing Prefect Lu Ding had spread back to Chang'an, together with reports of the Yellow River flooding. Ordinarily, Qingxiu's slaying of a prefect would have been sensational. But compared to the flood, it seemed insignificant. It implied that Duke Qing's recent efforts in waterworks, with Tang Jian, had achieved nothing. Some even believed that his untraditional methods had only made the Yellow River more prone to flooding. After all, they had no concept of soil erosion. To them, the flood was either heaven's punishment or poor governance. Calling it heaven's punishment was like blaming the emperor directly, so they preferred the gentler explanation, poor governance. The emperor faintly felt the flood was not due to Qingxiu's methods. But the next day at court, petitions flooded in like snowflakes, calling on the emperor to halt Duke Qing's waterworks. "We believe Duke Qing is not incapable. But since ancient times the Yellow River has always flooded, its course must not be tampered with. This flood is the warning sign. Your servant heard that even Duke Qing himself had to use diversion methods locally to stop the flood. Does this not show that the court must follow the old ways? Your Majesty, we advise waiting at least half a year before deciding whether to continue the works." The officials clamored until the emperor grew dizzy. In the end, their meaning was just one thing: stop the works. It was not aimed at Qingxiu personally. The flood itself had truly frightened them. After only 2 months, Silver State had nearly been drowned. If things continued, would the waters not reach Chang'an itself? Tang Jian, rushing back from afar, heard the minister's chatter with a face dark as iron. He knew better than anyone how wise and effective Qingxiu's methods were, especially turning the river into power for water wheels, benefiting both country and people. "Your Majesty, though the Yellow River flooded, I believe it was not caused by Duke Qing's methods. In truth, no one knows why the Yellow River flooded. If channeling water and installing wheels truly worsened the disaster, why was there no problem when the works were first completed?" Tang Jian argued strongly, giving no chance for the others to persuade the emperor to abandon the works. Both sides clashed. The emperor himself felt troubled. He trusted that Qingxiu always acted with foresight, rarely caught unprepared. But now, however it looked, the flood seemed caused by Qingxiu's works. Even if he trusted him, it was hard to ignore what seemed so real. Qingxiu knew the cause was soil erosion. But the emperor, as a man of his age, could not possibly understand. "Everyone, today's discussion about the Yellow River, I am not asking whether we should stop the works. What matters is this: it has been discovered that the riverbed is rising day by day. Within 2 years there will surely be a major flood. Solving this problem is the urgent task." The ministers, who had been debating heatedly just now, all fell silent at once. When it came to arguments, they were never afraid. But managing the Yellow River? That responsibility was too great, the difficulty too high, beyond their understanding. It was not something anyone could casually speak on. Your Majesty, I am certain the flood was absolutely not caused by Duke Qing. It only happened to come at this time. Tang Jian stepped forward again. I believe the lower reaches still need the river narrowed to strengthen the flow, with many water wheels installed. That is what truly benefits the state and the people. At these words, quite a few began whispering among themselves, which greatly irritated Tang Jian. He raised his voice. If you have something to say it openly. Why whisper behind others' backs? Do you not know that since Duke Qing improved the river near Liaoong, in just 1 month the steel production there equaled that of an entire previous year? Even the Ministry of War has been buying steel from Liaoong. This left the ministers speechless. Li'er thought for a moment, then asked, since Duke Qing managed Luoyang's river, has there ever been flooding there? No. Not only no floods, but not even signs of danger. The Yellow River was truly tamed there. Tang Jian said firmly. Even Li'er now found it strange. Minister, why have you lately spoken so highly of Duke Qing? Not only Li'er, everyone in court felt the same. Tang Jian seemed like Duke Qing's little devotee, speaking for him in everything. Tang Jian thought, how could it be mere praise? If they had seen Duke Qing's methods and waterworks, they would be even more enthralled than I am. I am only stating the truth. Your Majesty sees even more than I do. Tang Jian said earnestly. Li'er pondered, then finally decided. All officials of 3rd rank and above, within 3 days you must present memorials on Yellow River management. They must be reasoned and practical, with usable ideas. The ministers nearly groaned aloud on the spot. To test them on managing the Yellow River? That was like forcing them to hang themselves. And the memorials had to be reasoned and usable, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not write such things. In addition, Li'er slowly rose. Tang Jian will continue leading the Yellow River works, following Duke Qing's methods. Until the set date, there will be no wavering. Your Majesty is wise. Tang Jian rejoiced. He had already worked hard through dozens of prefectures and counties along the Yellow River, securing funds and manpower from the court. If the work stopped now, it would be nearly impossible to resume later. Ignoring the minister's sighs and regrets, Li'er ordered the eunuch to end court. He understood well, if you doubt a man, do not use him, if you use him, do not doubt. Since he chose to trust Duke Qing, he would trust him fully. Qingxiu was reliable, Li'er never doubted it. Not long after, Changsun Wuji, Xiaoyu, and other trusted ministers received Li'er's summons, joining him in carriages to the hot spring villa outside the city. When they arrived, servants led them inside, only to find Li'er already soaking in the spring, wearing a bathrobe. Gentlemen, I had meant to summon you to the Taiji Hall for discussion, but something unexpected forced me. He pointed to his knee and gave a bitter smile. Clearly, his rheumatism had flared up again, and badly. Yet strangely, half a year ago after soaking in the hot spring, Li'er had found the water could ease his pain. Each bath also lessened his fatigue. Since then, he had grown fond of hot springs, coming every few days. When the pain was bad, even at midnight he would rise and order a carriage to bring him here. Of course, the hot spring villa reserved a private bath just for him, at high cost. Though he was emperor, Qingxiu never waived the fee. After resting briefly, Li'er looked much better. He stepped out, wrapped in a towel, and invited the ministers to sit with him at a table. Servants brought tea and fruit, then withdrew. Fuji, you should often soak in the springs too, it does much good. Li'er said with feeling. Your Majesty, you have labored too much lately. Changsun Wuji sighed, seeing his condition. And he knew why Li'er had gathered them here, so he said nothing first. I know Duke Qing's waterworks are correct. But the flood in Silver State is also a fact. I refuse to stop Tang Jian's project, for I will not let others use it to slander Duke Qing. But the upper Yellow River still needs work. His gaze swept over their faces. I need you to recommend a capable minister who can manage the Yellow River. This left them troubled. Before, they would have unhesitatingly recommended Tang Jian, he alone in court had deep knowledge of the Yellow River. But now, apart from him, they truly had no one else to name. Your Majesty, I have heard that Vice Minister of Rights Zhang Jingzhong once helped manage the Yellow River locally. Perhaps he is a good candidate. Xiaoyu spoke first. At this, Li'er brightened. Explain in detail. Xiaoyu recounted Zhang's life. But Li'er was disappointed. Zhang had some involvement with the Yellow River, but not much. His only notable experience was helping with works in Hunan during the Wuda era. Beyond that, nothing outstanding. Besides him, is there no other in court skilled in waterworks? At this, the trusted ministers looked at one another, speechless. After all, Tang had been founded too recently. They had little history with the Yellow River, and had not yet cultivated a true group of skilled water officials. This attempt at managing the Yellow River was itself a good chance, but with the urgency now, they could not wait for talents to grow. Xiao Yu then said, "Your Majesty, I heard that Duke Qing's results in managing the Yellow River in Silver State were excellent. Why not let him stay in Silver State to continue the work?" Ah? Li'er only shook his head slightly without explaining, but Xiao Yu immediately understood. Li'er wanted Duke Qing to remain in Chang'an to advise him and also to handle troublesome court matters in his stead, just as he had done with the grain levy in Jiangnan. To keep him only in Silver State managing the river would truly be a waste. Then appoint Zhang Jingzhong to go to Silver State to manage the Yellow River and let him temporarily act as prefect there, with full authority over the works. Li'er, though helpless, saw this as the only way. "Your Majesty, that man must not be appointed." Suddenly, a voice startled everyone. Li'er immediately looked toward the door. Sure enough, Qingxiu had somehow already arrived, leaning on the doorway, listening to their talk. All were astonished. They thought he was still in Silver State, but here he was, returned. "Duke Qing, your journey to Silver State was indeed hard." Though he didn't know when Qingxiu had returned, Li'er's heart was steadied by his presence. His return at least meant that the Yellow River near Silver State was under control, with no need for worry. "Your Majesty is in fine spirits today, discussing state affairs in a hot spring?" Qingxiu sat and smiled. "Nothing but this stubborn rheumatism." Li'er patted his knee, sighing. "Tell me, you know medicine. Do you have a cure for rheumatism?" Qingxiu only shook his head. "Rheumatism cannot be cured. At best, hot springs ease the symptoms." Li'er's heart sank. Sun Simiao had once told him rheumatism had no cure, and he had refused to believe. But now, even Qingxiu said so. That meant it was true. Still, soaking in springs was better than suffering in the palace, pounding his legs to bear the pain. "Back to the point, Duke Qing, you seem to disapprove of Zhang Jingzhong?" Xiao Yu remembered Qingxiu's earlier words and asked. "It is not that I disapprove. I have known of him before. He works diligently, but always by the book, never thinking beyond the rules. In court, where precedents exist, he is competent. But entrusted with great responsibility, he will achieve little." Qingxiu raised his teacup, explaining the man's strengths and weaknesses. "Son-in-law, you've never served in the Ministry of Rights. How do you know him so well?" Changsun Wuji was astonished. Zhang Jingzhong, though not low in rank, was almost invisible in court. Even Changsun Wuji knew little of him, yet Qingxiu, never part of the inner bureaucracy, knew him in detail. "Father-in-law, not just him, 9 out of 10 officials in this court, I know thoroughly." Qingxiu smiled faintly, utterly confident. The others were astonished, but none doubted him. Whatever he did, it was as if he had a god's eye view. Compared to his past deeds, knowing the officials was hardly surprising. "Since so, Duke Qing, do you have a good candidate? If the Yellow River floods Silver State, the whole Guangzhou region will be shaken." Li'er pressed eagerly. But Qingxiu's answer was even more startling. "Why should your Majesty continue works in Silver State? I have already handled it. For at least 2 years, there will be no disaster." Li'er was confused. "But in 2 years the floods will come again, they must be controlled. Your Majesty, treating disorder before it strikes is true governance. Chasing and blocking the river year after year is only treating the symptoms. If in these 2 years the source of the Yellow River is resolved, then the people will never again be displaced, and the court will be free of floods." Such words were easily said. The ministers shook their heads. Since the time of Yu the Great, no ruler had solved the Yellow River once and for all. The river's rise and floods were endless, no one knew the root cause. How could it be solved at the source? Even Li'er frowned, silent. It seemed impossible. For thousands of years no one had succeeded. How could it be done in 2 years? "Your Majesty, if treated at the root, the results will come faster than you think. I have a way. Within 2 years the Yellow River will be cleared, and for decades after, its waters will stay pure." "My son-in-law, you needn't speak so hastily. We do not doubt you," Changsun Wuji quickly tried to calm him. Such a promise was too great. "He. Fuji, don't worry. If Duke Qing says so, he must have a way." Li'er leaned forward, afraid Qingxiu might swallow back his words. "Duke Qing, explain in detail." "I have a way, but no hurry." Qingxiu stood. "Come with me. We will play a game. When it ends, you will all understand." They were puzzled, but Li'er rose first, and the others followed. "Your Majesty, does the rheumatism hinder your movement?" "Much better, don't worry for me. Now I could even ride out if I wished." "That is good." Qingxiu smiled mysteriously but said no more. They followed him to a private hot spring room. But the pool inside had been drained, leaving only a sandpit, as large as the Taiji Hall. "Gentlemen, please move this sand, pile it high on both sides of the pool." At that moment, servants brought in shovels. "Pile sand?" For what? The ministers were confused. Xiao grumbled, Duke Qing, surely you don't mean to make us labor for you? Eh? Lord Xiao, forgive my bluntness, but if you worked for me, even if I only fed you without pay, I'd be at a loss. Qingxiu shrugged, leaving them all embarrassed. I only want you to see why, after thousands of years of attempts, the Yellow River still floods without cease, and why just these past 2 months, Silver State nearly flooded again. Li Er asked, and what has that to do with piling sand? Your Majesty, follow my instructions, and you will see the connection. Qingxiu smiled. Li Er's interest was immediately stirred. Though Qingxiu seemed to be playing tricks, his words had never been false. Very well, it has been long since I exercised. Today I may as well recall the days of battle on the field. Li Er flicked his sleeve, grabbed a shovel, and began piling the sand just as Qingxiu instructed. Now the ministers had no choice. If even the emperor was doing it, they, however unwilling, had to follow suit. So they stepped forward and, like Li Er, shoveled sand into high mounds. Soon many of them were dripping with sweat. Li Er was fine. Before his ascension, he had fought on horseback for days without rest. Though his body bore the illnesses of war, he was still strong. But the older ministers, already frail and sickly, were nothing like him. When had they ever done such labor? As for Qingxiu? He did not join in at all, only sat aside watching them work, occasionally giving orders, looking even more like the leader than Li Er himself. At last, after much toil, the sweating ministers finished piling the sand high as Qingxiu required. Son-in-law, Huff, now you can tell us? Changsun Wuji wiped his brow, panting. No hurry. Qingxiu waved his hand and looked toward the servants, who quickly passed the word. Soon, water was released from the spring source, hot steam rising as it gushed out. The flow traced the paths in the sand, and as it grew stronger, it struck the newly built mounds. In moments, most of the sandbanks collapsed, carried away downstream. What is the meaning of this? Just as they were puzzled, the water was shut off. Qingxiu said, pile the sand high again. Even Li Er was confused and about to ask when Qingxiu cut him short. Does your Majesty not want to know how to cure the Yellow River? Do as I say, and soon you will see. Li Er was silenced. With the word said so, he could only continue. My loyal ministers, let us work a while longer. Your Majesty, we are not tired. Forcing themselves to answer, they picked up their shovels again. But now, the wet sand was heavier, far harder to move than before. Every scoop brought up water along with sand. Fang Xianling had to stop often to catch his breath. Half an hour later, they had raised the mounds again. But before they could rest, Qingxiu ordered once more, and the water surged. In less than half an incense stick, the mounds collapsed again. Changsun Wuji nearly fainted with frustration. They had labored half an hour, only for it to be washed away in moments. Everyone was exhausted. Lords, you have worked hard. Please pile them again. Everyone could already guess the next line. But this time, they were too tired to even lift a shovel. Even if they could, doing it again and again would cost them their old bones. If only Wei Zheng were here. Never had they missed Lord Wei so much. That old man, tough as iron, would have shoveled sand all day if Qingxiu asked and Li Er permitted. Duke Qing, at least tell us the meaning of this? Li Er asked, baffled. What has piling sand to do with the Yellow River? Gentlemen, I won't force you. Even a few more shovels will do. This is important, especially for your Majesty. If your strength fails, just watch. Then you will understand. At this, who could stop? Even if some wanted to sit out, with Li Er himself shoveling, none dared. Reluctantly, they prepared to dig again. But this time, when Li Er moved his shovel, he found there was no sand left. The previous floods had washed much of it downstream. Beneath their feet was only stone floor, almost no sand at all. Now it's ruined. Son-in-law, you insisted on washing the sand, but now it's gone. We can't dig anymore. Changsun Wuji complained. Haha, this is enough. You may rest now. Servants brought tables with tea and snacks. The ministers, exhausted, sat gratefully. But Li Er still stood, staring at the cleared floor and the flowing water, which stirred up silt beneath. Your Majesty, what are you thinking? Li Er replied absent-mindedly, I only think, if this trickle of water were magnified hundreds, thousands of times into a mighty river. He suddenly looked at Qingxiu, who only smiled. Your Majesty understands? I see it now. Li Er slapped his forehead and exclaimed, now I finally understand, your method of binding water to attack silt is truly ingenious. The emperor's sudden realization left the ministers puzzled. Qingxiu explained. Imagine you were laborers building riverbanks. The sand mounds were the levees. He then ordered the source opened again, this time with a strong current, forming a rushing stream across the sandpit. With this vivid scene, and Qingxiu's words, the ministers suddenly understood. They had thought Qingxiu was toying with them. But now they saw his painstaking effort. It was the most direct lesson possible. The floods happen downstream because sediment builds up, raising the riverbed above the levees. But the method of binding water to attack silt clears away the buried sediment. Liaoong voiced his own insight, but if the river carries too much silt, beyond what the current can wash away, then no method of water control will succeed. Exactly. Qingxiu nodded, pleased. Liaoong truly grasped it at once. Now, Your Majesty, do you see why the Yellow River gathers so much silt? It is washed down from upstream, the sand and soil carried away. Liaoong answered immediately. Indeed, 1,000 words could not equal this simple, direct lesson. He could now reason it out himself. Not only Liaoong but all the ministers suddenly understood. In that case, since water flow inevitably carries silt, then the Yellow River is unsolvable. No matter what we do, at best it only delays the rise of the riverbed. Changsun Wuji voiced the chilling conclusion. If that were true, one day the riverbed, higher by several zhang than the ground, would no longer be contained. The surging Yellow River would burst forth, drowning everything. But thinking further, wasn't that what was called the Yellow River's course change? When the river channel could no longer bear the rising riverbed, the waters broke through and found a new way to the sea. After long erosion, a new channel formed. Then after hundreds or even thousands of years, sediment built up again, raising the riverbed, preparing for the next course change. But in such changes, countless people along the way suffered. Directly or indirectly, the dead numbered beyond count. The destruction was no less than a great war. In fact, history recorded that every change of the Yellow River's course was a disaster enough to shake a dynasty. Knowing the truth, the ministers became even more despondent. Their resolve and ambition to manage the river disappeared. Has no one thought, if there were a way to stop the water from carrying away silt, then wouldn't the lower river remain clear, without sediment buildup? Qingxiu's words were hard for them to accept. From their earlier test, it seemed impossible. Can Duke Qing make soil firm enough not to be washed away? Fang Xianling asked weakly. Qingxiu smiled. When did I ever say I could not? At this, the nearly hopelessly air clutched at hope. Truly there is a way. Of course. I came back from Silver State in haste, without even resting at home, just to tell you this. I intend to end the Yellow River disaster once and for all, so that from now on it benefits the people and never harms them. Since all now understood the cause of floods, Qingxiu spoke of the source, the folded mountains of the Tibetan plateau. When he explained it all, they finally realized. No wonder. Since our dynasty began, reports always said the Yellow River grew yellower by the day. So this is the cause. Liaoong gnashed his teeth. Only now did he see, Tibet's rise brought not only military pressure on Tang's borders, but environmental destruction even more troublesome. Left unchecked, one day Tang would be ruined by floods. Your Majesty, there is only one way to end the Yellow River disaster at the root. Qingxiu did not need to finish. Liaoong already understood. To send troops to seize the folded mountains, occupy the pastures and fields, return farmland to forest, and plant trees to restore the soil. That is what Duke Qing means. Exactly. For now the Yellow River can last 2 years without disaster, so Your Majesty must act quickly. Qingxiu said meaningfully. Of course. Liaoong drew a deep breath and declared before the ministers, I decide that next spring, when ice and snow melt, we will march against Tibet and seize the folded mountains. If he succeeded, he would be the first emperor in history to control the Yellow River's source. Now that the solution was clear, Liaoong relaxed, no longer weighed down as before. He was glad he had allowed Tang Jian to continue managing the river in the Central Plains, otherwise, the downstream sediment would take decades to clear. Back at his residence, Qingxiu spent several days in pleasure with his wives and concubines, unwilling to leave the warm embrace of home. Compared with running around outside, it was better to stay here without worry. But the debts of his past romances would come to seek him. His return to Chang'an somehow reached Fujiwara Haim, who began sending him letters every few days. She asked for nothing, not even to see him, only pouring out her longing, along with poems she composed. He hadn't expected her to be so devoted. Looking at her letters, Qingxiu always recalled that night under the moonlight when they bared their feelings. Thinking it over, he sent Erguzi with a reply and a token of identity, so Fujiwara Haim could pass through areas restricted to Japanese by Liaoong. As for her going out often to meet him, Qingxiu truly only wished to share poetry and music with her. Time passed, the autumn harvest ended, and winter came. The court, unusually, stopped all corvée labor this winter. Normally winter was the busiest time for conscription. Now the halt left the people puzzled. But rest was welcome. At least they could spend the winter idle at home. Only Qingxiu and a few trusted ministers knew Li Er was conserving strength and nurturing the people for next year's campaign against Tibet. In deep winter, the 11th month, with freezing winds, court was held as usual. At this time, Li Er and his ministers struggled with Koguryo affairs. Not rebellion, but climate. They had only now realized how much colder Koguryo was than they had thought. Every winter, many poor there froze to death for lack of warmth. Even Tang people relocated from the Central Plains had died, unprepared for the cold. They tried Central Plains methods of heating, but they did not work. Your Majesty, better to leave the Koguryo people where they are, station more troops, and move fewer settlers. Otherwise too many of our men will freeze to death. Nonsense! How many troops would it take to control millions of locals? Without Tang settlers to gradually sinicize them, one day they will rebel again. Then let the court distribute firewood money each winter. That won't work. I heard Koguryo's land is so barren that even the mountain trees are almost gone. Even with money, there's no firewood to buy. Qingxiu kept yawning in court, already planning to take his wives to see the snow outside the city once the session ended. As for the ministers' debate, he paid no attention.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.